Welcome to Audiera. I keep these narrations high quality and completely ad-free, so you can just enjoy the ride. If you appreciate that, subscribing is the best way to support the channel. Alright, let's dive in.
Chapter 226. When I get up again. 2. The darkness grew ever denser. The corridor without a single torch was so dark that nothing could be distinguished as one advanced. The blackness was such that it was difficult to see even the person right in front. In that darkness, Joseph was like a blind man with open eyes. "Can't you see anything?" "No." "Yoshi." At Joseph's words, saying he couldn't see, a bluish flame arose in the darkness. Though its light was insufficient to illuminate the surroundings, it at least allowed a glimpse of the silhouette of the one holding it. "It seems you haven't taken enough yet." A headless man, with an empty helmet in place of a head, approached Joseph. The headless knight, who had kidnapped children in the lands of Arnstein, stared intently at Joseph with his cold blue flames. Even though the smell is quite strong already, Joseph couldn't help but tense up seeing the headless knight sniffing as if checking something. "Wow, you have no face, but it seems you can still smell. It's not a smell perceived by the nose." Although he tried to stay calm, his trembling voice betrayed him. The blue flames inside the headless knight's helmet curved coldly. "The stench of death comes from the soul, not the body, Joseph of Bayezid. The smell of a decaying soul is even stronger than that of a rotting body." After noticing that terrible odor in Joseph, the headless knight turned again and began to lead the way down the narrow corridor. "The tea that Lord Ramashtu gave you is a blessing, so make sure to drink it diligently, if you don't want to truly die." Creak. With those words, the darkness opened the door from the headless knight's fingertips. With those words, the headless knight opened a door in the darkness. It was a door that had been there, but that couldn't be seen, and a cursed door from which one couldn't escape on their own. "Enter, King. They are waiting for you." "Say. Nay, Pilai, now, Kura, Shreds." The trace of the fallen saint, which no one in the church had been able to find because no living person could reach it. But before Joseph, who was on the brink of death, that door was revealed. Joseph sighed deeply before entering. Has Lord Vlad already woken up?" "Yes, Count." The Count's sigh was as disordered as his messy study. Pablo, bowing in respect, did not know how to console the Count. "We welcomed guests from distant lands with such enthusiasm, and one is in a coma, while the other wrecks our land before leaving." The Count's back seemed downcast as he bent over the fireplace, complaining. If Pablo had known that the logs the Count was throwing into the fire were remnants of his precious desk, he would have felt even more of the Count's misery. "It's really worrisome that this has been happening since New Year. But what can I do? Things have already happened, and there are many enemies targeting me, so I have no choice but to keep moving." With a hand filled with nostalgia, the Count pushed the desk remnants into the fire, and lifting the pen before a pile of stacked books, addressed Pablo. As the man named Sandor said, matters related to Joseph Bayezid can be left to the Northern Alliance. I hope they will do the same. Yes, they would also prefer it that way. Good. Good. We'll make sure to claim the reward later. It was a very delicate matter that the second son of Bayezid, a noble family from the north, had allied with an evil being. For nobles, honor is important, and the reputation that comes with it is like a guarantee. So it was an issue that Bayezid had to handle alone without any urgency. Having roughly resolved the issues of our land, now we must focus on the matter of Vlad. Have you investigated as I asked? The Count's eyes, as he looked at Pablo, regained strength. Count Arnstein, leader of the central region and head of the court faction, had already heard of the valor of a knight named Vlad through Rodrigo of the Imperial Guard. "Yes. I've investigated as you asked. Though he did not share his lord's blood, it was possible that he had inherited his will. It might seem like an unfounded claim, but the court prince wanted to confirm it, and now Count Arnstein, known as the Eyes of the Court Prince, had to carry out the final phase of the investigation. Lord Vlad's advisor, Nibelung, is from the Bergen tribe of the south. According to the investigation, he is the son of one of the most influential clans among them. To truly understand a person, the basics are to understand their environment. The Imperial Guard would have already confirmed things like the sword he wielded and his swordsmanship, so what the Count needed to verify was the extent of the bowl that the man named Vlad had. A Bergen tribe. They are a group of beastmen who still maintain their structure, aren't they? Yes. At the beginning of the Empire, they even managed to secure their own territories. Unlike the Northern Alliance, which had difficulties expanding across the continent, Arnstein's intelligence network had already reached the south. For them, investigating Nibelung's origins wouldn't have been too difficult. And moreover, he is from an influential clan. He didn't seem that way when I saw him, but he turns out to be of noble blood. And what else? Before coming here, Lord Vlad was said to be in the Dwarven Liberation Front. And according to rumors, Captain Harvin, a close ally of Lord Vlad, recently built a ship that moves without wind. Without wind, it seems he learned the skills of the dwarves. What goes unnoticed when one isn't attentive can be seen when observed closely. Although it was thought that Vlad was just a promising knight, Count Arnstein began to notice a strange trend around. A strange ship. Continue. The Count's fingertips became busy as he listened to Pablo's report. No matter how detailed the information, without the correct interpretation, it was useless. However, even Count Arnstein, who tried to evaluate Vlad as objectively as possible for the court prince, had to pause for a moment at the content of Pablo's report. With elves? Yes, and the Northern Pope personally granted him an indulgence, so it seems, and he was the one who cut the supply route of Absalom. At least, that's the conclusion of the Imperial Guard. The Count's expression was filled with disbelief, but all the information he was hearing came from sources he had personally distributed. I was looking the other way for a while, and things like this happened in the north. The reason why Count Arnstein had not been able to recognize Vlad's identity until now might not have been simple ignorance. Meanwhile, the Count had been working hard to understand the trends in the central region for his future survival, and for the fierce internal struggle within the imperial family. However, in the northern country, which he had been ignoring for so long, a variable was gaining strength that even he would find difficult to ignore. This doesn't make sense. After thinking for a while, the Count crumpled the paper he was writing on and threw it into the fire beside him. Pablo, who had been observing the Count for a long time, was well aware that his current behavior, which was like a habit, was not something that arose easily. What do you think? You saw him in person. Count Arnstein, rising from his creaking chair, walked to the window to look outside. Vlad of Suara. Weren't you the one who saw the beginning of his potential first? Having finished analyzing the objective data, it was now time to hear subjective opinions. And now, next to the Count, there was a knight who could clearly express that opinion. I expected nothing, but his light was very welcome. Pablo of Arnstein, a knight who preached the rules of the Swordmaster to Vlad, who was just an alley boy. Pablo touched the shield he always carried and opened his mouth. A light that did not shame me to draw my shield. Really? A slight smile began to appear on the Count's face after hearing Pablo's response. A point, which was just a slight possibility, suddenly turned into a line, drawing a picture before his eyes. Prepare a magical telegram. I will inform the court prince directly. Although his mansion looked wrecked under the sunlight, the Count showed no discontent. Considering what he had gained, he felt the cost had been worth it. At night, when everyone slept, a shadow moved through the Arnstein mansion. It was a very slow movement, but each step of the finger was a sharp motion, and every exhaled breath was filled with the fine sound that only a well-trained person can exhale. Nin. Adal. Kivshan. A shadow traverses the corridors, passing by the rooms of the sleeping servants, avoiding the gazes of the guards, and reaching its target. Click. The shadow, carefully muffling even the noise of the hinges, silently entered a room bathed in moonlight. Thump! It's a piece. A sword was visible to his eyes. Although it was wrapped in a silvery wave, his pounding heart confirmed that it was, without a doubt, a dragon piece. That's it. That's all I need. His fingers were pale and wrinkled from blood loss. However, the desire in his fingers burned intensely, and the aged Radu Dragulia displayed a burning thirst for the dragon-slaying sword, now visible in front of him. One step. Each step toward it quickened his heart. Even though his father had robbed him of all chances, with that, he could become a dragon again. What are you doing? But no matter how anxious his soul was, he could not ignore the voice coming from his side. The blue eyes looking at him at that moment were exactly like his father's, whom he feared so much. There was a man named Burley who always touched my things. The moonlight shining through the window glistened against the blonde hair that slowly rose. Radu trembled as Vlad's shadow grew larger with each step, and he simply walked across the floor toward the door through which he had entered. That person used to touch my things like this. So do you know what I did? Step by step. And Radu, born as a dragon, couldn't help but feel how big Vlad was in front of him. Vlad Orio, a man standing alone in a mansion where everyone slept. The name of the man standing with his back to the moonlight was Vlad Orio, as Radu had just recited. I always ended up stabbing him. Kleptomania is only cured by death. Kwang. In the quiet early morning, there was a sound that woke everyone in the mansion. The sound was loud enough to scare even the sleeping servants and guards. What the hell are you doing, you damn thief? Stop touching what isn't yours. Let me go, let me go. Nibelun and Pedro, who were in the adjacent room, also jumped at the loud noise. Nibelun, recognizing Vlad in the hallway he ran through, raised his hand in greeting, but Pedro, who had worked harder, was only shocked to see Radu rolling on the ground. Idiot! He's the witness we worked so hard to get, and you're beating him up. Let me go. I'm going to cure that disease of his right now. Damn lunatic. Why are you doing this as soon as you wake up? Wung. Vlad's sword wailed in an empty room, looking at the two dragons rolling miserably outside. However, the reason why the sound was filled with joy was probably because its owner had finally woken from his slumber. Chapter 227. The reason he left: 1. The Count's face was swollen, as if he hadn't slept well. Pablo, who was next to him, and the guards who guarded the study door also showed the same expression. The people of Arnstein had been roused early in the morning, before dawn, and all sighed softly as they looked at Vlad in front of them. I'm glad you look healthy, Lord Vlad. Thank you for your concern. And you also seem to be full of energy. I'm sorry, Count. Vlad remained silent while looking at Count Arnstein, who seemed very tired. It wasn't that he had nothing to say, but he realized it wasn't the right time to speak. I understand. You just woke up, so you probably haven't grasped the situation. Where should I start explaining? No need, Count. I already received a summary of the situation from my mage. It was dawn when he relentlessly beat Radu, who was trying to steal the dragon's slaying sword. Vlad, having heard the general situation from Nibelun and Pedro, who came running upon hearing the loud noise, already knew of Joseph's betrayal and disappearance. To be honest, I still can't believe it. I suppose after being bedridden for 2 weeks, you'll need time to fully recover. The last thing he saw before losing consciousness was Joseph passing by his side. The image of him walking pale under the blue moon still seemed unreal, like a dream. Still, I'd like to ask you something. What do you plan to do now?" The Count's eyes, closely watching him, had a cold and bitter intensity that gripped Vlad's mind, who finally felt the pain rising from his chest. "I feel sorry for having been invited as a guest, and causing great harm to the host." Vlad's deep bow, despite the large wounds he had not yet recovered from, clearly showed his sincerity. Such an attitude even made Count Arnstein, known for being strict about manners, look at him with satisfaction. "So please, give me a chance to compensate for the damage I've caused to this territory." But the Count would not know that Vlad's posture was completely inspired by Joseph. Although he was weak, the man with deep shadows in his eyes always remained proud, someone Vlad admired deeply. What kind of opportunity? Vlad's eyes shone as he looked at the Count. Joseph had told him that opportunities are found in the midst of crises. Arnstein was completely distressed by Frazzen's attack, but this was the right time to speak since he was so upset. "Please lend me the Arnstein coat of arms." Vlad turned his head and looked at the Arnstein family emblem nailed in a corner of the study. Although the study was in complete disarray, the sight of the upright flag symbolized the Count's pride. "If you lend me the Count's coat of arms, I will shout Arnstein's name first as I pierce their hearts. Use me as a sword to replace your anger. If you do, while piercing our enemies, Arnstein's name will be the first I shout. Merdi. Nisharns. Knock, knock." There were 3 people standing in the study, but only one sound was heard. The sound that echoed through the silence was Count Arnstein's fingers tapping on the table. "It's an interesting move." Count Arnstein, now leaning deeply in his chair, was smiling. Although it was a transparent move, Vlad's intention was appreciated, and this was reflected in his smile. "Yes, that's how it should be. People should always try something. I like your attitude. I would have preferred a bit more caution. Originally, people felt more joy in seeing things grow than in seeing things created." And now the Count appreciated Vlad's wild efforts, despite his clear intentions. "I will give you my emblem." The Count had noticed the small flag Vlad had brought with him when he first arrived at the mansion. The flag hanging from his black horse was an ancient tradition of knights, much like the rules of swordmasters. "Prove your innocence and that of your companions with my emblem." Arnstein's name, the leader of the central region, was definitely a popular name everywhere. Even if he didn't know it in the north, Vlad had no standing in the central region, so his cooperation was essential to follow the steps of Frazzen and Joseph. "Thank you, Count. Please don't forget the conditions you set for me. However, there is no cooperation without compensation." The Count's mouth was smiling, but his eyes, which were looking at Vlad, were not smiling. "You must drive my emblem into Joseph's heart." Vlad turned around and did not see his eyes. However, his voice, which was as cold as the doorknob he was holding, clearly carried a weight that was hard to ignore. "I am Radu Dragulia Dots. As a noble of the Empire, I have rights." Although his face was that of a withered old man, his voice was young. Nibelun's expression slowly wrinkled, as if the strange discrepancy was unbearable. "I claim my rights as a legitimate prisoner. I am entitled to them." Radu, who had lost his mind in the Dragulia mansion's basement, had now recovered enough to be concerned about his safety. Although the circumstances under which he expressed himself were quite pathetic, it was enough to make it seem like he wouldn't die on the way north. "Then why did you try to steal someone else's sword?" "That sword is very precious to Lord Vlad. I didn't steal it. I was just looking at it. That's enough to consider it theft." Nibelun and Pedro, who had endured the commotion since dawn, lowered their heads as if they had lost their strength. There was no hesitation in Vlad's fist, which struck Radu as if to kill him. An ex-pickpocket who lived a life of stealing was someone who hated being robbed more than dying. "Anyway, Lord Pedro, you have a duty to protect me. Didn't you bring me here in God's name? There are no dragons that I get along with. Pedro shook his head as he looked at Radu clinging to him. Instead of being grateful for having his life saved, Radu demanded protection loudly. Isn't this the equivalent of rescuing a drowning person and then asking them to hand over their wallet? Calm down first. I don't think they'll kill you. That guy is really a murderer. Even though I just met him, my knight's instinct tells me so. Seeing Radu intimidated by Vlad, his half-brother and another dragon, Pedro tried to calm him, but his efforts were in vain. Come on! Why are you making so much noise? Aha! Why do you enter by breaking the door? It has a handle. Pedro held his head as if it hurt when he saw Vlad enter the room where the three of them were gathered with a loud bang. This was because Radu, who had managed to calm down due to Vlad's sudden appearance, began to panic again. Excellent. Stay here for a moment. Vlad, Oreo, I have rights. What are you talking about? Didn't I hit you enough before? Although Vlad was usually rough, today he seemed even more annoyed. Radu looked at Vlad and quickly shut his mouth, following his instinctive judgment. Nibalan, can you use the magical telegram now? I think so. Then connect me with Sturma. I already obtained Count Arnstein's consent, Vlad said as he handed Nibalan a small note. The note contained a number that could connect to a magical sphere linked to the Sturma mansion, Bayezid's home. Should I connect you with Lord Rutter? No. Then, with whom? Nibalan, who expected to connect with Rutiger, was surprised to hear the name Vlad mentioned. With Dorothea, Lord Rutiger's mage. I need to ask her about the inscriptions. Rutiger's mage, the human beast Dorothea, was also the first person to reveal the mysteries to Vlad. Vlad remembered well how she etched a vibratory mark on his sword when he fought the toughest dragon, the Death Worm. It seems I need to inscribe something on my sword. So I need her information. Understood. Nibalan silently got up, though not without some unease. This was because Vlad's eyes, as he looked at him, shone as if he had found a clue. Radu Dragulia. In the room where Nibalan left, a heavy silence suddenly fell. This was because Vlad's eyes, as he looked at Radu, had a strange and indescribable kind of madness in them. They were like the eyes of a predator watching its prey. I heard about you. You are from the Dragon Slayer Knights, right? Yes, that's correct. You were also a confidant of Duke Sarnas. So, did you serve as commander of the army that came to attack Moshion? Vlad, who was sitting near Nibalan, was so close that he could hear Radu breathe. Well, I was in charge at that time. Upon Vlad's words, Radu's back began to straighten, as if recalling his former self. Although he had now become very miserable, Radu was once a promising knight and Dragulia, who dreamed of becoming a perfect dragon. You know that woman, right? A witch dressed in black mourning clothes. The Dragulia army in Moshium was clearly acting suspiciously. That is, they spent almost half a year simply besieging, ignoring the claims of Bishop Pedro, who was also in the war. Although it was a delay to put pressure on the north, the fact that such a smooth delay was possible was clear proof that there was some relationship between Ramashtu and Dragulia. I don't understand what you're saying. Don't lie. Just hearing this story makes me smell something bad. Vlad's growl right in front of him was unusual, but Radu was struggling to keep his mouth shut. In the first place, the question Vlad was about to ask was the answer the Northern Orthodox Church wanted, and it was also the only valuable condition under which he could reach an agreement. You've met those guys, haven't you? I'll go north and talk. You know what you saw, don't you? You probably know the meeting point. I'll go north and talk. Seeing that Radu did not easily open his mouth to survive or recover, Vlad drew Jorge's dagger. The sharp dwarf dagger was so bright that it could open a closed mouth. But it was soon stopped by Pedro. Don't do that. Torture is not allowed. Why? Vlad paused at Pedro's stern expression. No matter how busy he was, he knew who the person who wrapped the bandage around him was. Radu Dragulia is an imperial noble, and a person protected by God. He has the right to be guaranteed safety according to imperial law and the providence of the Church. Who granted that protection? I did. When it came to heresy, Pedro was the most ruthless torturer of all, but when it came to Radu, he had to be a great protector. I asked for God's protection in my name. In other words, the rights he has as a prisoner are the holy war I am waging. It was a sudden accident that occurred early in the morning, but now that I know, it was something that couldn't be helped. Unless he was willing to ignore the protection provided in Pedro's name, Vlad also had to acknowledge Radu's rights as a prisoner. When are the people from the north coming? In 3 days. I don't have time. When Vlad said he didn't have time, Radu straightened his head even more. It was a threat right in front of him, but it was because he confirmed that Vlad could not harm him for a just cause. Can I simply acknowledge your rights as a prisoner of war? Vlad's eyes shone as he looked at Radu. Things were going strangely, but Radu, who was related to Ramashtu, could not be sent north in this way. Well, because you're a knight. Protecting Radu is fulfilling the duty of a knight. Aren't you a knight? What? Pedro did not hide his surprise, as he saw Vlad hastily removing his armor. It was armor he had put on with great effort with Nabilan's help. But now, Vlad was taking it off. It's okay to hit someone when you're not a knight. Right? What does that mean? There was no time to stop him. Vlad's agile movements were not something Pedro could stop, no matter how injured he was. Boom! Big brother, nice to meet you. No. As Vlad shouted, calling his brother, fierce punches began to fly. It's nice to see you. But why don't you tell me what interests your brother? You're ignoring me now. One crazy bastard. Stop! It definitely won't be torture. It's just the behavior of a younger brother looking for his older brother. Radu's eyes widened when he realized what kind of trick Vlad was trying to pull. Why are you my brother? We have the same father, but why am I not your younger brother? Pedro, who simply saw the brothers fighting instead of being a torturer trying to get information, nodded at Vlad's eyes that looked at him. One, should I step outside? I think it will take an hour. Don't leave. Neither imperial law nor the discipline of the swordmaster can stop personal fights between brothers. Pedro, who realized this, simply left the room quietly to attend to his needs. Then in the room where no one was watching, the fight between the younger brother and the older brother was the only thing that broke out. Chapter 228. The reason he left. 2. On the hill of Quijano, where the red leaves of the maples fluttered, Vlad sat with his head bowed. Although Vlad had done nothing wrong, he sat there feeling like a sinner. It took him quite some time to calm the boiling sensation of defeat. Can I win? Well, probably not now, maybe someday in the future. At least you don't say I can't. It's okay to dream when you're a child, but you can't do it when you're an adult. He believed he could overcome any obstacle, but his opponent was a high-ranking swordmaster, and Vlad had to acknowledge the enormous gap between him and Frazzen. How did you do it, Quijano? What do you mean? The most perfect dragon. Finally lifting his head from his knees, Vlad looked at Quijano, who was sitting beside him. How did you kill it? It must have been a difficult enemy to face. The only comforting thing was having Quijano by his side. Unlike when he was a boy from the alleys, now he had someone to ask Quijano, someone who had walked that path before. It must have been harder for you than for me. It was. In response to Vlad's question, Quijano licked his lips as if he had a bitter taste in his mouth. The only sound that emerged from his delayed response was the sound of the wind swirling under the World Mother Tree. Couldn't win. But you killed it. Yes. I killed it, though I didn't defeat it. Iano's eyes got lost in memories of ancient times. His lips, trembling as if hesitant to open, indicated how deep his internal struggle was. Keanu, I want you to tell me. What should I do right now? Odado's eyes grew more complex as he looked at Vlad, who bowed his head again. Should I tell him or not? For this young man who is thinking about it right now, there is not just one correct path in this world. Ch, I saw earlier that Frazzen had a dragon fragment in his heart. Children should only be taught what is right and just. However, as we cannot live only in the right way, there comes a time when we must also teach in this way. Even for children who have just become adults and must go out into the cruel world, there will be times in life when you cannot worry about the means or the method. Maybe it wasn't the straight path, but a diverted one. In Keanu's story, which he spoke after a long period of reflection, memories of that day arose that did not fit with the noble title of a swordmaster. Didn't we see each other this morning? Lord Vlad. The midday sun had just risen and shone through the window onto the men sitting in front of the Count. Among them was Vlad, with whom he had had a serious conversation that very morning. You look quite different from how you looked this morning. I'm sorry, Count. Count Arnstein silently watched Vlad, who shook his shoulders as if still out of breath. And even the old man sitting next to him. Vlad's appearance was very disheveled, but what really caught the Count's attention was the very pitiful appearance of Radu. Did he have the right to be treated as a prisoner? A look of disappointment slowly appeared on the Count's face as he examined Radu. This was because the Count, who had been anticipating Vlad's potential, was not entirely satisfied with the assertiveness he was now showing. I couldn't call him Yun. Is it because he grew up in the north? The Count felt a bit disappointed seeing Vlad, who still retained the ferocity seen in northerners, but the excuse that came out of Vlad's mouth was quite unexpected. I finally found a blood relative, but he avoided me. And the sadness made me lose control. Please forgive me for my mistake. Oh, I see. The Count's eyes began to shine, as if hearing Vlad's words was truly meaningful. Certainly with the current excuse, it would have been vague for anyone to criticize Vlad's actions. Crazy bastard. Why do you keep calling me brother? Fights between brothers are inevitable. Count! How can you associate Dragulia's blood with these northern barbarians? Looking at the furious Radu, the Count slightly tilted his head. Although both had the same blue eyes, the Count's attitude towards each was clearly different. It's none of my business, the family problems. I just know that Duke Dragulia has a rather complex love life. Radu's mouth, which had been snorting at the Count's words, closed. As he had just said, anyone who knew anything about the Dragulia family knew about the numerous love affairs of the Duke. And since Radu himself was born under such complicated circumstances, there was no way he could refute the Count's words. The issue of lineage is like that. Sometimes what seems important now may be irrelevant in another situation. You can't always decide everything clearly. The Count looked at Vlad as if he had done well, then turned his head towards Radu and continued speaking. Do you really think that Lord Vlad beside you is not your brother? Of course he's not. Then, I'm sorry to say you're out of luck. The Count shrugged at Radu's firm response, took a letter from a drawer, and showed it to Radu. As I said, nothing is more important than lineage. The letter the Count waved as if asking him to look at it had a pattern drawn that was very familiar to Radu. A line fiercely drawn across the neck of a fire-breathing dragon. Radu's eyes began to widen as he recognized the emblem referring to the Dragulia family. It seems the Dragulia family has discovered Bishop Pedro's whereabouts. They want me to hand you over to them. For your information, the Dragon Slayer Knights are half a day away. Radu's complexion began to pale when he heard that Dragulia was looking for him. The leader of the vanguard must be Mershea, right, brother? A cause that not even the owner of this territory can protect because they are blood relatives. Moreover, the person carrying that cause is Mershea, said to be the one who resembles his father the most. Radu, who quickly understood the situation, looked at Vlad with a determined look. I want to go north as soon as possible. In fact, I've always admired the white and snowy fields of the north. Damn, really. Being stung in a barrel of wine or accepting Vlad as his younger brother. It was such an easy decision that Radu did not hesitate in his actions. Seeing Radu like this, Vlad only showed a look of boredom. On the capital Brigantes, a group was moving quickly along the Imperial Road. Their name was Dragon Slayer Knights, and they ran with a flag that anyone living in the Empire could recognize. Among them, the blue eyes of Mershea, who was running in the front, seemed filled with cold anger. Stop! From here on, this is Arnstein's land. Although it wasn't the castle gate, it was difficult to block the Dragon Slayer Knights. Judging by the shabby appearance of the entrance gate blocking the road, anyone could see they intended to stop the knights. My name is Mershea Dragulia. And Mershea could also understand that intention at a glance. The Knights of Arnstein shivered at the dragon's force that spread as soon as he arrived. As such, the spirit Mershea was showing at this moment was unusual and truly seemed like that of a knight representing the Empire. I have already sent a message to the Count. What message? However, although the Knights of Arnstein might have retreated for a moment at the ferocity of the attack, they never stepped aside, because they also had a knight at the front whose reputation was comparable to that of Mershea. Explain in detail the purpose of your visit to the territory, Mershea Dragulia. A knight with an impressive large shield on his back. With a large shield on his back, the imposing knight Pablo faced Mershea firmly. It's a family matter. Why would you seek your family here in Arnstein? Before the roaring dragon, Pablo stood firm like a wall. He showed not the slightest sign of weakness as he faced Mershea. It's about my missing brother. Then, why are you looking for that younger brother in our territory? As the two faced each other without yielding an inch, the tension began to seep to the point where it was hard even to breathe. The tension was so great that even without orders from the captains, the surrounding knights spontaneously drew their swords. I have brought with me solid evidence of Pedro's whereabouts. So don't provoke me any further, Pablo of Arnstein. Evidence? According to the Empire's custom, it was natural to give way to a pursuer of lineage. However, Count Arnstein decided not to yield. Whatever the evidence, the Count said he did not want the dragon's claws to set foot on this land. This was partly due to his relationship with the Lord of the Dragon's Blood, which was already deviating, but it was also a consideration for Vlad, in whom he had high hopes. Pablo's attitude was as firm as the Count's resolute decision, and Mershea, who was facing them, could also feel their determination. The Count ignores the customs of the Empire. Would it be as bad as you, who recklessly invade foreign lands with armed personnel? Although it wasn't said aloud, the war had already begun. Mershea and Pablo, who knew this well, looked at each other as if the place they stood was a battlefield. Mershea Dragulia, the imperial road that connects all the lands of the central region. At the moment when a dangerous spark was about to fall on that old road, someone's voice was heard from the Arnstein territory. I have Radu Dragulia that you're looking for. A small flag waved by someone riding a black horse. The sight of flags with numerous patterns was clearly familiar to Mershea. Vlad? A unique flag that only Vlad Oreo, the Knight of the North, could display. Mershea, who recognized Vlad under the flag, made a frustrated expression. He knew from experience that things got complicated when he appeared. Radu Dragulia will go with me to the north, not by anyone's order. but by my own judgment, Vlad Oreo. Not by Arnstein nor by the Northern Church, but in my name, Oreo. If you want Radu, come to the north to find him. Damn it. Seeing Vlad trying to take control of the situation, Mershea bit his lip as if he was annoyed. Although imperial customs granted Mershea rights, in front of Vlad, a blood relative, those rights became powerless. Is this okay? Excellent. This is enough. Although they were received as guests, they ended up causing much damage. So the best way I could show respect would be to clean up the space I'm leaving before I go. Thank you until the end, Pablo. He might not have heard it because it was so far away. Vlad expressed his gratitude to Pablo, who defended him until the end. Nay. When he pulled the reins, Noir kicked the ground and started running as if he had been waiting, toward the group waiting behind. Is everything ready? Why are you acting so friendly? However, the direction they were heading while riding was not towards the north that Vlad had just mentioned. A mage, an inquisitor, and 2 dragons, one young and one old. The place they were heading was not the north, but the opposite direction, the south. Tien. Hyung is a Korean term used to refer to an older brother or a close older male friend. It is an expression of respect and affection that a man uses to address another older man. Chapter 229. City of Outlaws 1. Although the long winter was coming to an end, a cold atmosphere still lingered in Sturma. While this could be explained by the northern characteristic of resisting winter's retreat, it wasn't enough to justify the melancholy that permeated the mansion. There are so many documents. It was daytime, but the office was dark, and there wasn't enough sunlight. Rüdiger, who was holding a pen there, looked again at the piles of documents stacked on both sides of him, and his face hardened once more. It's endless, endless. Even though he had spent the night resolving matters, more tasks had already accumulated for the day. Looking at the documents waiting for him, Rüdiger rubbed his face with both hands, exasperated. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Ah. The sound of knocking on the door was small, but lively. Rüdiger, who had already figured out who was visiting by the sound of the steps, spoke without even raising his head. Lord Rüdiger, here it is. Lately I'm always here. It seems you've lost interest in me, Dorothea. He said it jokingly, but the corners of his smiling lips actually seemed bitter. The tasks increased as the situation changed rapidly. Dorothea, standing in front of Rüdiger, pursed her lips for a moment at his seemingly depressed attitude. I have a telegram for you. From whom? It's a telegram from Lord Vlad. That's why she hurriedly mentioned Vlad's name. Though it felt strange to add the title Lord to a young man who barely knew how to ride a horse, Rüdiger's surprised expression made her feel the effort was worth it. What's happening? Did he ever contact me separately? To Rüdiger, the name Vlad was certainly welcome, but it was also a name that worried him, because he knew very well that the depression currently hovering around the mansion started right next to Vlad. Is it about Joseph? No, it's not that. Dorothea carefully placed the notes she brought and spoke. I don't know why, but he asked about the tribe I was born in. Your tribe? Rüdiger's eyes narrowed at the completely unexpected response. It wasn't a matter related to Joseph, nor to Radu and Pedro, but something about Dorothea, which was surprising. Did you answer him? There was no reason not to. Unlike other races living in a fixed place, the beastmen, who had lost their homeland, wandered from city to city. To find the whereabouts of such beastmen, they inevitably needed the help of tribe members. This year they are in the city of Namarka. The finger pointing at the map spread out on the desk stopped at a place. The city of Namarka. A city located near the south of the central region. However, Rüdiger's gaze did not focus on Dorothea's finger, but on Vlad's telegram that she had left. I don't know what he plans, but I'm sure he'll handle it well. As only short text messages could be exchanged, it was a magical telegram that could only write a few words. Therefore, it was a telegram that had no choice but to be written in detail. But at the end of Vlad's words, there was clearly a greeting to someone. It was just a few words of greeting, but no greeting could be as comforting as this for Oksana, who had now lost her strength. Why is it in such a remote place? Namarka or Nimirka? The road was filled with mud, as the frozen ground began to thaw. Even though he was on horseback, Radu frowned and grumbled as the mud reached his thighs. If you keep complaining, go back north. However, Radu had no choice but to quickly shut his mouth at the chilling voice that came from beside. Although he disliked the destination, he preferred it to heading north. I was just saying. Are all northerners this extreme? Yes, we are all extreme. So please shut up. Not only extreme, but also very difficult. However, Vlad was the one holding his life in his hands, so Radu had no choice but to stay quiet. I told you to go back north. Why do you insist on walking into the dragon's mouth? It's too late. We can't go now. So what are we going to do? The group that left Arnstein's territory was now heading to a southern city, not north. Pedro, who disliked the direction, also started murmuring, but Vlad clearly had a good reason to come here. Marcus told me the road north is already covered by the Duke's men. Will we be able to overcome all that with just us? Damn it. I don't like any of those damn dragons. You're not talking about me, are you? The county of Arnstein was located near the center of the central region. What this meant was that for Vlad to head safely north, he would have to pass through quite a few central territories, and it also meant that it would ultimately be difficult to break through the siege of the Dragon Slayer Knights. Of course, Vlad had no intention of heading north from the beginning. There are properties written by Count Arnstein himself. From now on, we will follow the territories where the Court Duke's faction is located, and head north as he told us. When Vlad said he would follow the most reliable route, and only choose safe places, even Pedro had no choice but to nod as if he had no other option. There it is. That's Namarka. Ah, today we can sleep at an inn. With a sigh of relief from Radu, the sprawling city was seen through the fingertips of Naibalan, who took the lead. The city, surrounded by flimsy fences, seemed dangerous, but it was actually a bustling place with lively people inside. Namarka Toi. Vlad, contemplating the view of Namarka from the hill with Noir, began to laugh wildly at the vaguely strong smell of his hometown. Looking over there makes me feel at peace for the first time in a long while. City of Namarka. Disputed by 3 lords who claimed it as their own. For this reason, no one truly dominated it, and the locals called it the City of Outlaws. Where are you going? Why do you care? I'm a guard, really? Vlad, who was passing through a wooden fence that didn't look like a castle gate, looked at the man who grabbed him. The guard, with several missing teeth, seemed accustomed to Vlad's indifferent attitude. Then you should have said so earlier. I couldn't distinguish you from the others. No matter how crazy a lord was, he would at least equip his guards who watched the castle gates with proper gear. However, the city of Namarka was filled more with criminal organizations than lords, so the guards' outfits were no different from those of thugs. Identification. I don't have any. Although Vlad spoke with such confidence, the guard naturally extended his palm as if knowing he would. The appearance of the group, vividly recreated by an old veteran from the alley, didn't seem out of place at all compared to the people currently lined up in front of the castle gate, so the guards had no reason to be particularly cautious. What are the tolls these days? Pay up front. Oh, you really shouldn't be doing this. Truly a city of scoundrels. Vlad scratched his forehead as he combed his tangled hair, seeing them shout to make the first move, which is almost like an unwritten law in the north. The tall face, visible thanks to his raised head, was impressive. But the smile with many dark spots seemed so raw that there was no need to ask where he was from. 2 old men, a cat, and a child. The guard, who had let his guard down at Vlad's open attitude, looked at the group lined up behind him. Looking at the old man coughing loudly and the beastman with cross-eyed pupils, they were a pathetic group of people who seemed to have nothing to eat. 3 silver coins. The elder simply treated as such. You're doing a good job. Take it. Vlad, who deftly slipped the silver coin into the guard's arms, quickly let the group in through the gate. Pedro, trembling with anger, lay down for a moment, but in the guard's eyes he was nothing more than a tall, thin old man. What a disgrace! You have to endure it. This is the way, the next territory. The scene in the Marca, where Pedro was dragged with much effort, was as chaotic as expected. It's a completely corrupt city. God tests me again today. 1 beggars lunging at the slightest distraction, half-naked prostitutes in the alleys. Moreover, the sight of drunken people lying here and there was so bad that it was hard to tell if they were corpses or not. Radu, come here. You call me brother, right? Vlad called his blood brother as if he were a dog, but Radu couldn't express any discontent. If he followed Mircea, he would die, and if he went north, he might be trapped forever, so only Vlad was his option. Take this and stand in the street for a while. Vlad, who didn't know the city's geography well, but had found his own way through his experience in the back alleys, was now standing in front of the main street, where there seemed to be more beastmen than humans. The subtly different atmosphere along the way clearly indicated that this was the territory of the beastmen. What's this for? Maybe you don't know yet, but northerners have an impatient personality. Yes? Go quickly. Radu, who grabbed the jingling money bag, stood in the middle of the street without understanding anything. The sight of Radu standing by the road, as if everything was awkward, was the very image of an old man who had gotten lost. It seems it's not just the body that's aged. Vlad, who was observing Radu while standing in an invisible corner, clicked his tongue. Although he was someone who led the Dragon Slayer Knights, the current Radu didn't even notice the pickpocket who had just passed by him. Let's see where he goes. Even though he was walking among the crowd, he could clearly see Vlad's blue eyes. The tail of the young beastman was moving a lot, with ears perked up as if he was nervous. The young pickpocket, who looked around to see if anyone was following, checked the bag he had just stolen from Radu and hid in a dark alley. A pitch-black cat darted out of a dizzying alley. Although it was breathless, showing how much it had run, the young cat's speed did not decrease at all. Damn it! It was a young pickpocket who jumped over a wall and hid in a familiar alley, but he soon started at a sound he heard. Are you here? Blonde hair and blue eyes that were clearly visible, even in a dark alley. Vlad's eyes, looking at the pickpocket as if all his running had been in vain, even had a hint of mischief in them. Idiot, you followed me all the way here. Seeing Vlad like that, the young pickpocket laughed. The surprised expression he had shown before disappeared, and other young beastmen who had been waiting behind the boy with a deep smile began to come out. These guys don't know what's coming. They just follow the money without valuing their lives. Yes, I know. I did it on purpose. However, Vlad simply nodded despite the boy's ridicule. Aren't there more beastmen to call? If possible, I'd like them to be high-ranking people. Jorge had said, the best bait was the one that didn't know it was bait. Vlad simply smiled at the young pickpocket, who led him to the alley where the Liu family was staying. This alley where Vlad smiled was the territory of the beastmen, specifically the Ruga tribe to which Dorothea belonged. Chapter 230. City of Outlaws. 2. Namarca City. A place where there is no rightful or legitimate owner, and only anarchy prevails. However, the order in the chaos that was spontaneously created despite no one being in control felt distinctly familiar to Vlad. "You have many siblings, don't you?" Perhaps because of this, Vlad had let his guard down for a moment. He had assumed that the alleys of Namarka would function the same way as those in which he was born. But, although something might seem similar on the surface, in reality, there were no two things in the world that were identical. Most beastmen form matriarchal societies. So, the tribe's children are, in a sense, everyone's children. He felt he would have known this even without Nabellin's explanation behind him. Before he realized it, countless beastmen had lined up behind the young pickpocket. The current situation, where nearly 100 people had come out for the sake of a single young pickpocket, was a spectacle that could never have been imagined in the alleys of Soara. The expression "everyone's child" sounds nice, but it would have been better if he had known beforehand. Feeling the atmosphere growing increasingly fierce, Vlad raised his hands and smiled awkwardly. It wasn't my intention to scare the child. In fact, I came here recommended by Dorothea. You should never surprise these people. With that mindset, Vlad even mentioned Dorothea's name, but the only response was the increasingly sharp eyes of the Ruga men. "It seems Dorothea made some kind of mistake, right? A child of the tribe is everyone's child." But Vlad had not imagined that if there was a child alone outside, there was probably a reason behind it. The sword was not taken away. But that didn't mean he was separated from his companions. Yet, being locked up behind bars was still unpleasant. From the beginning, you never intended to go north, did you? Crafty bastard. You planned to do it all on your own from the start. Pedro, who had been imprisoned in the Ruga family's jail thanks to Vlad's unexpected actions, spat dryly as if he finally understood the situation. Damn brat. Things that go against the norm inevitably end badly somewhere. Pedro's anger at being deceived by Vlad and unable to head to his intended destination was justified. However, the reason he couldn't be more insensitive was that he somewhat sympathized with Vlad's motive for making this decision. I had no other choice. I needed Radu. Vlad spoke while looking at Radu squatting right in front of him. Radu must have lost his strength and fell asleep even while being locked up. As a member of Dragulia and a confidant of the Dragon Blood Duke, he was clearly an important witness and informant, but honestly, it was doubtful that the Northern Alliance would really use him as a clue to catch the evil beings. They would most likely use him as a tool against the Dragon Duke rather than seeking the black-clad woman, now that war is looming, to gain profit instead of a greater good. The nobles, with their cold blue blood, always prioritized interests over principles. To them, the hordes of corrupt beings, like a natural disaster, were a secondary concern compared to the imminent threat of the Dragon Duke. If we send Radu to the Northern Alliance now, the investigation into Ramashtu won't begin until after the war. Even Count Arnstein, who had been directly attacked, was anxious about the movements of the lords beside him rather than pursuing Ramashtu's group. The Count, who was the leader of the court faction, was completely focused on the impending war, making it predictable that the Iron Duke, who was willing to confront the Central Forces, would prioritize the same. Vlad Oreo. Clang! Suddenly, a loud sound resonated, striking the rusty cell bars. Vlad turned his head to see a Ruga tribesman watching him from outside. Get up. The Great Mother wants to see you. His manner was rude and his tone curt, but Vlad paid no attention to such insignificant details. The only thing that mattered was the mention of the Great Mother. Although his path had taken a great detour, the meeting he had sought would finally take place. And you too, me? But the Ruga tribesman didn't just call Vlad. Nibelung, who had been sitting quietly beside him, was also summoned. Why me? If they tell you to come out, come out. Don't talk so much. I was just asking why. Vlad and Nibelung, pushed to leave the prison, were escorted through the bustling alleys to a place where the Great Mother awaited them. It seemed the place where they were held was far from the Great Mother's home. It seems we're farther south than before. Vlad lifted his head and saw the fragmented sky above the densely packed buildings. After checking the sun's position he glimpsed, Vlad followed his old habit and figured out the distance from where he originally was. Enter. When they arrived, they found a house built in a style Vlad had never seen before. Like the surrounding buildings, it had nothing special, but it was raised above the ground, a construction not seen in the north. It's built like this to avoid insects or snakes. Insects? In the southern jungles there are many poisonous insects. Although they were no longer in their place of origin, the influence of their roots was hard to erase. Vlad wasn't familiar with the customs of the beastmen, which seemed more unfamiliar the more he listened to the explanation. But that was only possible when there was no spear tip poking into his back. What a welcome. This doesn't seem like a welcome but more like a kidnapping. Forced to enter, Vlad climbed the rustic stairs and lifted the wide leaf that served as a door, finding inside an air thick with smoke. Come in quickly. Don't let the smoke I worked so hard to create escape. The smoke was so dense it was impossible to see directly ahead. There was a faint smell of cigarettes mixed with the lingering odor at the tip of his nose, but cigarette smoke alone couldn't have reached this far. You say you came recommended by Dorothea? In the midst of the smoke sat an old woman. Wearing a large bird feather in the center of her head, she forcefully lifted her eyelids, which had sunk with time, and looked at the unknown guest from the north. It wasn't exactly a recommendation. That damned girl. She left making noise, and now sends an even more ominous visitor. We didn't know each other that well. Although her voice was hoarse, like that of any old woman, the echo in her words didn't go unnoticed. Vlad, who relied on his own world, might not have known, but Nabilan, who shared the same mystery, could sense how great the mystery of the old woman before him was. In fact, I've come to ask for something. Don't speak. Vlad was about to explain the purpose of his visit here, but swallowed his words when he saw the old woman's pipe reach her lips. Although he didn't open his mouth, the old woman's wrinkled face was already distorted, showing a clear expression of discomfort. Since you came following the flow of fate, I won't throw you out, but every breath you exhale is filled with poison. After forcing Vlad to be silent, the old woman lowered her head and looked at Nabilan, sitting beside him. You speak. Me? Yes, you speak. The old woman took up her pipe again, and after filling the bowl with tobacco, lit it. If the dragon speaks, the dragon listens. So you speak in his place. She blew, before that dragon from a distance knows where you are going. A large cloud of smoke rose thin but dense from the old woman's pipe. It was just an exhalation, but before he knew it, a large puff of cigarette smoke began to linger beside Vlad and envelop him tightly. Like a thick, impenetrable fog. In the dense and silent mist that no one could notice, Vlad only then could sense the faint gaze that followed him. Even now, the gaze the old woman feared didn't come from Vlad's eyes, but from the dragon's world he carried within him. It's a mystery. The Dragulia mansion in the capital Brigantes. The Dragon Duke Sarnas smiled nostalgically as he put down the goblet he was holding. Those damn cats! I should have burned them all back then. Sarnas, recalling the distant past hundreds of years later, clicked his tongue at the mystery that had blocked him once again, just as before. As expected, instead of simply sinking them, he should have pulled them out one by one and cut off their heads. Is anyone there? Yes, Duke. Go and fetch the mage. I need to contact Mircea. Mircea, who had been sent to catch the fugitive Radu, had said he was now heading north. However, those he sought had infiltrated right at his doorstep, which made Sarnas laugh at the audacity of the situation. At last, I see you, my son. Unlike other worlds, the original world of dragons is connected as one. Because all beings born as dragons ultimately direct their gaze toward the place where perfection resides. And Sarnas, the oldest dragon, was also the only dragon who knew how to utilize those gazes. And you, too. Sarnas, waving his hands as if he were drunk, approached the window holding the wine goblet he had put down. The darkness of the capital began to fade as the sun set in the distance. Sarnas, looking at the approaching darkness with one hand behind his back, spoke to someone who wandered both in the darkness and in the landscape he was viewing at that moment. No matter how much you try, it will be useless. Because you are no longer a glorious master of the sword. Through the world of dragons, Sarnas had identified 5 fragments. Among them, there was one piece that was losing its luster especially. It was a piece held by a person who had returned from the dead, and it was also a piece held by an unworthy person who could never again impose a prohibition. This wine tastes good. Now there is no one who can stop me or impose anything on me. Confident in his victory thanks to the dragon fragments, Sarnas smiled with satisfaction as he raised his goblet. Although he no longer needed the wine, the taste of the freshly opened barrel was an irresistible temptation. Chapter 231. City of Outlaws 3. The man who arrived riding on a black lightning, he felt the wind brushing through his hair. Even sitting on the ground, he seemed to perceive the scent of fresh grass. Although it was difficult to see even an inch ahead in the room due to the thick smoke, Vlad somehow felt as if he were sitting in the middle of a forest. "Speak, child of the Bergen tribe. Why has that dragon come to seek me?" The old woman had covered the surroundings with magical smoke to block Sarnas's vision, but even so, she did not seem calm, limiting Vlad's words. Because she had lived long enough to have experienced many things, and knew well the dragon's obsession with perfection. "So, the reason Lord Vlad has come here is—" Vlad nodded silently while looking at Nibelung, who turned towards him as if asking for permission to speak. Although he hadn't shared it with Radu and Pedro, Nibelung had already heard about Vlad's general objective. He has come seeking an ancient mystery. A mystery that the Ruga tribe has guarded for a long time. What mystery? Though it was Vlad's situation, it was also Nibelung's purpose. The mage, who had been wandering in search of forgotten mysteries, looked at the old woman with bright eyes. A mystery so powerful that even the most perfect creature was defeated by it. There was a story that had been told so long ago that it could now be considered a legend. Some would have dismissed it as a story only children would listen to, but now Nibelung could see that the story wasn't simply nonsense. The mystery that killed the most perfect dragon of all. The mystery that killed the most perfect dragon. The beastman's magic spread like poison and pierced the sword of the master swordsman, stopping the heart of the most perfect dragon. Hearing the visitors ask about this ancient mystery, the old woman of the Ruga tribe opened her eyes in astonishment. "So after all, you're just children chasing a ridiculous tale. The oldest dragon, they say." Was it because the response was completely unexpected? Nibelung's eyes shone seriously, but the old woman facing those eyes only laughed as if in disbelief. The smile that seemed benevolent was so natural that even Nibelung, who spoke on his behalf, felt uncomfortable with her actions. A mystery that killed the most perfect dragon? That doesn't exist. It's just a fairy tale for children. However, Nibelung didn't realize. The sound of the old woman's breath exhaling the cigarette smoke had become faster. Vlad's blue eyes, sitting behind, shone as he observed the old woman trying to spit out mysteries with her shrunken lungs. "You know it, don't you? I told you not to speak." "That's not a fairy tale. I said don't speak." "Shh." Seeing Vlad continue to speak, the frightened old woman poured water over the burning logs. With hurried gestures, as if afraid of something. SSS. Along with the loud sound of boiling water, steam began to fill the room. Even Nibelon, who had always been carefree, started to panic as the air in the room became completely stale. "Damn you, coming here with nonsense and bringing me trouble." "It's not nonsense. It was a mage of the Ruga tribe who engraved the rune on the master swordsman's sword, wasn't it? Who are you to claim I'm wrong? Among those who now walk the earth, only the dragon Duke Sarnus could remember those times." The old woman desperately tried to deny the truth about those past events, probably for the sake of the children playing outside. Sarnus, the oldest dragon of this era, dreamed of becoming the most perfect dragon of the past. If he knew that the Ruga tribe possessed a mystery that could threaten his perfection, the future of the tribe, already uncertain, would be even darker. Not only the Dragon Duke remembers those old times. SSS. The old woman's scream, like a lightning bolt, was followed by a deep, dense silence. However, Vlad simply extended his sword silently while looking at the old woman, who stared at him as if she were about to kill him. Not as a threat, but simply as a gesture for her to look at it. The being within me is also the one who witnessed that moment. The silver light of the dragon-slaying sword shone softly along with the light of the crackling firewood. At the end of the light, which even the fog filling the room could not hide, were Vlad's blue eyes. He said he would like to have the original engraving re-etched on my sword, following the silver path established towards Vlad's blue eyes. Vlad's world, which was completely unwavering because he told the truth and not lies, was as clear as a calm lake, so it was not a problem for the old woman of the Ruga family to investigate it. My God! And the old woman could face the man who looked at her from the depths of the lake, a tall man with brown hair. It was so deep that she couldn't even hear his voice, but the silver memory he lifted clearly had the mark of the ancient Ruga family she knew. This is impossible. A mystery created to taint perfection. That magic, which should rather be called a curse, was clearly a technique that had only been performed once in the history of the Ruga family, and it was also a mark drawn on a single person. What he holds is a silver sword. The person holding it is the master of the sword, but the blood that ran through his veins was dragon blood. Looking at Vlad, who had escaped from the Blue Lake and now faced him in reality, the old woman of the Ruga family could realize what kind of being she was now facing. Ah! Finally, the old woman recognized Vlad and uttered a name she had feared to pronounce. The name was so ancient that no one spoke of it anymore, like a master of the sword who no longer exists. The most perfect dragon. The only way to break the perfection that exists on its own is to contaminate the pure world of that perfection. To corrupt that purity, the master of the sword from long ago decided to add an impurity that would not be easily erased in the most perfect world of dragons. Riding on the engravings of the Ruga family along the deeply embedded silver night. The name of the impurity introduced into the perfect world of dragons was none other than the honorable knight Kihano. That day was a day when the sun was hidden. Hidden by the moon, only a faint golden ring remained, withering like a flower losing its glow. Kihano, you have finally come this far. The sword was lodged in his heart, and red blood flowed from the wound. However, no matter how red the blood flowed, it could not compare to the countless amounts of blood flowing here now. Did you sacrifice everyone for this moment? It was not a sacrifice. Even now, there were helpless corpses on the hill. The coldly cooling corpses behind Kihano were his subordinates and companions who had been wildly shouting just a moment ago. They chose it. Humans, elves, dwarves, and even beastmen. Thanks to their sacrifice, which can never happen again, Kihano finally reached this moment. Thanks to the path they opened, the duelist who bore the fate of the world finally plunged his sword into the heart of the most perfect dragon. I am perfect, and therefore immortal. Their sacrifices to me are nothing more than a fleeting dream of a night. Even with the sword lodged in his own heart, the most perfect dragon ended in complete disaster, caressing Quijano as if feeling pity for him. As his slender fingers wiped the blood from his face, Quijano's expression, hidden until now, became visible. "That's why I prepared this sword." Buzzing, the silver sword wept, feeling its master being torn apart more and more as tears flowed with blood. The crack in the world that began from the depths of the soul had an echo so great and devastating that even the silver knight in contact felt pain. "You will no longer be perfect, because at some point in the future I will shatter you again." The engraving on the sword shone along with Quijano's words. It was a somber light that did not match the silver gleam of the sword. The symbol of the black lightning engraved on the inscription shone slowly, injecting deadly poison into the heart of the most perfect dragon. "The name I give you is Quijano, the champion Quijano. I send my world into yours, so deep that you will never be able to rid yourself of it." The most perfect dragon felt Quijano's world entering his, and his expression changed to one of surprise. "The sword is cold. My eyelids feel heavy. Sleep." Quijano's head gradually lowered as if losing strength. "Because when you wake up again, you will not be yourself. Before I fall asleep, tell me one last thing," asked the most perfect dragon, grabbing Quijano's head as it gradually descended. "What did you think of me when you saw me? A perfect dragon capable of encompassing all aspects of the world. The most perfect dragon, who was desire for some, anger for others, and fear for others, wanted to know how he appeared to Quijano one last time. I will never tell you." Crack! However, Quijano did not give the final answer that the most perfect dragon wanted. He only pushed the sword deeper into the dragon's heart. The world called Quijano that fell with him began to fall into the most perfect world of dragons through the tip of the silver sword. Quijano, no. Sarnus, caught by a leash, cried at the foot of a hill, watching the last tremors of the most perfect dragon. However, his cries shattered like an unfulfilled dream and only floated over the deserted hill. Although countless people climbed this hill where the sun was setting, only 2 people remained. No, only 1.5. Frazzen, with a vacant expression, looked at the most perfect dragon, now deeply asleep, and raised his head again towards the rising sun. There was a boy lying in the mud. The boy's name was Vlad, and he was cold in the street, but no one approached him. Why did he suddenly fall? They said he was struck by lightning from a clear sky. People gathered and murmured. I could only shrink back, not daring to approach the strange phenomenon I had never seen before. But wasn't the color of the lightning simply black? Yes. Maybe he was cursed. It was said that on that day, the boy was struck by lightning and collapsed. They said it was a black lightning that seemed sinister. The boy's blue eyes were still half open, perhaps shocked by the sudden jolt. The last thing he saw before falling was the image of a simple, unadorned sword that shone in the middle of a dark alley. A simple sword that shone without needing to be hung on high. The day the boy, who never became perfect, was struck by the black lightning was the day he embraced a small star in his heart. Chapter 232. Dragons with collars. One under the world tree with its fluttering red maple leaves. Quijano silently watched Vlad, who sat with his head buried in his knees. This was because Vlad's image in that posture reminded Quijano of his own past, when he had also sought refuge in another's world, silent and full of despair. It seems there is a dragon fragment embedded in Frazzen's heart. It wasn't easy for Quijano to start speaking, but seeing Vlad in a condition that didn't seem to improve soon, he decided to do so. Although it wasn't the right path, he understood the weight of the worries Vlad carried with him. If you manage to stop that fragment, even for a moment, Frazzen will also close his eyes. the founding king and master of swords. Although Frazzen returned to life in a pitiful manner, he was like an insurmountable wall for Vlad. Quijano knew that to overcome Frazzen, Vlad would have to stop following only the conventional path. How do I do that? You must fracture your own world. Not the revived master of the sword, but the dragon fragment he carries. It was also a method that only Quijano, who had already experienced destructive perfection, could suggest. Use the fractures in your world to create a crack in the perfection of the fragment. Vlad slowly lifted his head when he heard Quijano's voice sound different than usual. Quijano was like a beacon for Vlad, always showing him the right path, but today he shone fiercely. To harm another's world, you must also be prepared to be hurt. Quijano's eyes, when they met Vlad's, reflected a deep sadness. The depth of the sadness that Vlad could not dare to understand came from memories of long ago, and was also directed at the young knight, who now had to navigate the harsh reality. Knight Vlad, are you prepared to endure wounds to do what you must? The most wounded being in the world was asking the question, addressing the one who would succeed him in that pain. How do you see me now? In Vlad's long silence, Quijano remembered the most perfect of the dragons he had faced in the past. The most perfect dragon, who could become anything because he was a brilliant possibility, was a being who didn't know what he wanted to become until the moment of his death. You don't need to worry so much about me, Quijano. But Vlad's response, after that silence, was different from back then. I already swore I would do whatever it takes. Although born from the same origin, Vlad's answer was entirely different. Hearing it, Quijano could confirm that the choice he had made in the past had not been wrong. Unlike the most perfect dragon from back then, Vlad, who was now in front of Quijano, was a man who clearly knew who he was. Get out of the way! Guards, open the gates! While Vlad and the Great Mother were facing off, the walls of the city of Namaka resounded with the deafening sound of hooves. It was the sound of what seemed to be about 15 galloping horses. However, the guards who were supposed to guard the gate did not stop the running horses, but hurriedly took cover when they saw the flag ahead of them. Dragon Slayer Knights? Why are they here? A city without a proper owner and therefore without anyone to take responsibility. There were flags running toward the city without hesitation. The flag, which was hoisted with a fierce force that seemed as if it would cut anyone in front of it, had a long line drawn dividing the dragon's neck. Where are you, Vlad? Mircea's blue eyes shone as he looked at the city he had just entered. This was because the presence of Vlad, whom he could feel clearly because he was close, made his heart race. Over there. Although not as powerful as his father, the Dragon Duke, Mircea had inherited the Dragulia blood and had been trained as the legitimate heir. Mircea, who was exploring the dragon's world with his left eye closed, could see a golden world waving from the end of an alley in the distance. You keep staying in places you don't belong, Vlad. Although his blood was noble and the light he emitted was bright, his younger brother was still trapped in a pitiful place. Although Vlad was an opponent he had to face, Mircea disliked seeing him in those places and frowned as he took the reins of his horse. Let's go. Yes, Commander. The last refuge of the Ruga tribe, which had wandered restlessly for so long, was now under the shadow of a dragon flag, ominously waving as they advanced. Like the eyes of Mircea, who now leads the Dragon Slayer Knights and moves forward. Great Mother! There was an urgent voice that broke the cold air in the room. The atmosphere in the open room was not friendly enough for anyone to be easily disturbed, but it didn't matter to the beastmen who had just entered. It's the Dragon Slayer Knights. They're coming this way. The Great Mother of the Ruga tribe, who had discovered the nature of Vlad and the spirit of Quijano he harbored, lowered her pipe upon hearing the ominous news. In the end, it has happened. The Great Mother's eyes were calm as she looked at Vlad. Although she had recognized Vlad's strange nature, Dragons had always been harbingers of destruction for them. They always end up trampling our home. In the old days, and now too. Although there are countless possibilities of having been trampled by dragons, probably no one has suffered as cruelly as the beastmen who lost their home and were forced to sink into the sea. Perhaps it was that grudge that led them to deliver that curse to a master swordsman. I not like those outside. No matter how much you explain, I don't know you. The cries outside grew louder. The shouts from outside increased in volume. They were the cries of the beastmen, confused and terrified by the sudden incursion of an unstoppable force. "Give me your dagger, my dagger?" Why all of a sudden? No matter how different he was to the great mother of the Ruga family, Vlad's face in front of her was just a dragon. He wasn't an ordinary dragon, but a remnant of innate blood, and the remnant of the most perfect dragon was the Vlad that the Great Mother identified. However, the situation they found themselves in was urgent, and there was nowhere to ask for help, so the Great Mother of the Ruga family had to make a decision. "If you want to prove to me that you are different and obtain the dragon-slaying engraving, you must do it quickly." With those words, the Great Mother of the Ruga tribe pulled a large feather from her headdress and began to dip it into the bucket of black dye beside her. It seemed to be some kind of mystical technique that made the once beautiful feathers turn completely black, despite only being lightly dipped. Dragons are greedy creatures who never let go of what they take, because through what they accumulate, they try to reach perfection. The Great Mother began to draw something on Vlad's dagger with the feather dyed black. Although it was only an image painted with ink on Jorge's dagger, the image was marked as a solid engraving. "But if you say you are different, prove it to me with this." A black-toned engraving was already inscribed on Jorge's dagger, which was finally drawn in the midst of the urgent shouts coming from outside. Although it was only drawn on the surface, the engraving was firmly established as if hammered in and took the form of a jagged rope. "Let's see if you really are different from the other dragons." Vlad, who received the dagger, didn't say much, but he seemed to know what the Great Mother of the Ruga family wanted from him. Dragons are beings who only possess and never share. But the Great Mother was telling him that to prove his sincerity, he had to suppress even his dragon instincts. Vlad, sitting in the prison cell, shivered from the sudden chill he felt. Even his face was turning completely white, making it clear to anyone that his condition was unusual. "What's wrong with you? Have you caught a cold?" He's here. Pedro, who was next to him, approached Radu, who was trembling, but the source of his chills wasn't illness but pure fear. "He's close, Mircea. Mircea has arrived." The son of Dragulia, the one closest to the Dragon Duke in blood purity. No matter how weakened he was, Radu could feel Mircea's presence because he too was a dragon. However, his ever-imminent presence was like a death sentence for Radu. "We need to get out of here right now. Guards!" Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Pedro called out to the guards outside the prison, but all he received was an empty silence. The guards were so desperate that they ran away without leaving a single person behind, so the only ones left in the prison now were Pedro and Radu, who were separated from each other. "Vlad, we're here!" However, as if Pedro's shout hadn't been in vain, there were people running from the darkness beyond the torchlight. Seeing those familiar shadows, Pedro waved his hand, signaling, "We're here. Do you have the key? If we had it, do you think we'd be locked up in here? Then step back." Crack! Pedro was annoyed by Vlad's stupid question, but when he saw the bars fall away due to the rainwater, he had no choice but to keep his mouth shut. No matter how rusty the bars were, facing Vlad's sword, which was being swung, seemed like a piece of cake. "Get up." "Ah!" Vlad entered the prison and firmly grabbed Radu, who was still trembling, saying that Mircea had arrived. Radu, who was old and weakened, had no choice but to be dragged by Vlad's brute strength. "You said this happened because your blood was drained, right?" "Yes, that's true." Vlad's blue eyes glowed as he looked at Radu. The look in Vlad's eyes, which Radu could feel as if he were a dragon, slowly began to push away the shards of fear that had settled in Radu's soul. "Then how can you rejuvenate?" "What? Get them into the alleys. First secure the Great Mother." The shouts coming from outside the prison were growing louder. It meant that the Dragon Slayer Knights were now close enough to be recognized just by the sound they made, and it also meant that Vlad didn't have much time left. "Do you just need more blood to rejuvenate? Could you then face the other knights?" "Then, even if you face Mershea, can you stop the other knights?" Radu Dragulia, a half-bastard who inherited blue eyes, but not the bright blonde hair. Although he has now lost all his potential to his father, he also had a brilliant time as a knight. "Of course. In my day, only my father and Mershea could stop me within the Dragon Slayer Knights." Even though he was arrogant, Radu seemed to have returned to his normal state. Seeing Vlad's provocation, a smile appeared on Vlad's face for a moment. However, despite the smile, a deep wound opened on Vlad's hand. "Don't forget why I'm giving you this blood." Drops of blood fell along the dagger with a strange engraving onto the prison floor. Radu's eyes began to turn red as he recognized the potential of the dragon shining brightly within him. Thick dragon blood that you can't obtain even if you kill dozens of dragons. The blood now dripped slowly, tempting Radu. "You will help me stop the Dragon Slayer Knights." "Ugh," slur. Desperate for every drop, Radu opened his mouth and drank. With each gulp, he felt his power and potential as a dragon return, reminding him of his true nature. Greya. As he swallowed the blood, his fangs lengthened and his muscles began to swell. Additionally, strange marks started to appear around his neck, slowly spreading as he drank Vlad's blood. Wow. Pedro was speechless for a moment as he watched Vlad share his potential and Radu receive it eagerly. And through his vision he began to see strange engravings, slowly spreading around Radu's neck. The marks were slowly extending in black around Radu's neck, like a collar of thorns. Chapter 233, Dragons with Collars. 2. It was a dirty and gloomy alley. An alley where every step forward trapped your toes in the garbage. However, there was an urgency in the eyes of those running through the alley that couldn't be hidden. "Silence! They're close!" In response to the harsh warnings of the men, suppressed groans began to emerge from the mouths of the people once again. Old people, women, and even children. They had to abandon the familiar alley once again, but in the face of the Dragon Slayer Knights, even the slightest hesitation was a luxury. So, here you were. However, despite their best efforts, there was a man blocking the alley. The man, wearing armor engraved with the Dragulia emblem, nodded as he observed the refugees of the Ruga tribe in front of him. They look like cats, but they act like rats. Behind the man who laughed, smoke was just beginning to rise. The smoke that contained the acrid smell of cigarettes gradually covered the alleys, but it seemed that it couldn't block the sight of the knight who had just appeared. Anyway, beastmen, if left alone, breed like rabbits. The children of the Ruga tribe stood still, paralyzed by the knight's cold gaze, which did not see them as human. The knight burst into laughter upon seeing the men of the Ruga tribe draw their swords, as if they intended to stop him. However, the knight of the Dragon Slayer Knights couldn't help but laugh at their pitiful appearance. "Who are you?" Although he hadn't felt any presence until a moment ago, he now felt eyes fixed on his back, and that gaze grew more intense along with the sound of footsteps. What a lack of manners! It was a man with red hair. What color is the man who is seen through the rising smoke? Even in the misty landscape, he exuded a strong presence, and he was a man everyone knew well. The basic thing is to give your own name before asking for others. Seeing a familiar face in such an unexpected place, the knight couldn't help but look confused. After all, as far as he knew, Radu Dragulia should be a vitality-deprived old man, on the brink of death. Radu Dragulia, seeing that you recognize me, I suppose you belong to the Dragon Slayer Knights. Radu moved, stepping through the smoke that emerged from the alley, towards the knight who didn't know what to do in front of him. For some reason, there wasn't the slightest sign of weakness in Radu's appearance as he approached closer and closer. But if you had recognized me, you should have fled a long time ago. Crack! Ack! In fact, it was much crueler than when I saw him before. The knight was very nervous from the pressure, but the strange sensation that penetrated his heart was literally in the blink of an eye. It was a speed that the Radu he knew could never have reached, but before he realized it, his blue eyes were right in front of him. Gruel. I told you, I am Radu Dragulia. Radu's expression was pale as he laughed heartily, as if mocking his prey. However, the protruding fangs remained red, as if they had just swallowed blood. Let's see. Kiok! Radu lifted the sword that had pierced the knight high. The movements of the man who struggled without even being able to breathe were pathetic, but Radu only smiled and calmly admired the flowing blood. The blood of others no longer affects me much, with his eyes shining more intensely than ever. Swoosh! Radu split the knight in half with a sad look in his eyes and returned to the alley full of pale smoke, as if nothing had happened. Radu's cruel appearance, treating violence with greater violence, was truly the image of the dragon demanded by Dragulia. Mircea silently observed the dead Ruga tribesman. To be precise, he was looking at the strange pattern that the man had been trying to draw on the wall until the end. It's magic. Even on his deathbed, the Ruga tribesman hadn't let go of the white chalk with which he was drawing. As soon as he drew the pattern on the wall, pale smoke began to emerge from the alley where Mircea was. Mircea couldn't help but frown at the smoke, which was as acrid as the smoke produced by burning a cigarette. And quite refined magic. Mircea shook his head and stuck out his tongue at the changing scenery, the sight of the alley writhing incessantly, even in this brief moment of blinking. Every time someone extinguished a cigarette in the room, or exhaled the smoke that had filled their lungs, the landscape in front of him faded. Gah! Bastard! Who are you? The voices coming from everywhere were familiar to him. The echo of those cries that seemed to come right next to him, but whose distance he couldn't guess, stimulated Mircea's nerves and soon began to disappear. He has grown considerably. It's impressive. Mircea, who was quietly assessing the situation, nodded as if guessing who had stopped the cries. The mystery of the Ruga family was certainly great, but it wasn't enough to distinguish between the knights under his direct command. In this miserable alley, he was the only swordsman wielding a sword for the Ruga family. I knew it was you. As if to confirm his suspicions, a figure began to appear in the distance, moving through the mist. The man who emerged from the fog had blonde hair and blue eyes, just like Mircea. How many have you killed? Around 6 or so. Although he had just mentioned killing his own subordinates, Mircea only showed satisfaction, as if saying that anyone who shared his blood should be able to face the most elite knights of the empire. What will you do with the others? Radu will handle them. Vlad, who casually wiped away the drops of blood still forming on his sword, looked at Mircea and said, I gave him some blood. It turns out he's quite useful. Ha! Mircea let out a brief incredulous sigh at Vlad's words about sharing his blood with Radu. I'm sure you're now aware that you're a dragon, right? The perfection transmitted through blood was an innate obsession for all dragons. Since they were born to seek perfection in the first place, it was natural for them not to share their potential. However, Vlad's response was not what Mircea expected. I don't want to live sucking the blood of others. Crunch! The ground began to crack around Vlad's firmly planted foot. At the same time, a golden line flowed from Vlad's closed left eye. The line that extended like paint still remained by Vlad's side without falling to the ground. I'm not going to live like you. Vlad was speaking above the clearing filled with mist. He wouldn't live as his inherited blood dictated. Vlad was now preparing for a single strike, as if to cut the leash they'd placed on him in the name of instinct. Boom! A massive sound that no one could have predicted echoed throughout the city of Namarka. This sound, which even the painstakingly created barrier couldn't contain, was so loud that everyone in the city could hear it. This is unexpected. The great mother of the Ruga tribe, who was performing a ritual in her empty room, looked in surprise at the broken pipe in her hands. Despite being a tool used by the mothers of the Ruga family for generations, it couldn't withstand the impact of that single blow. So, it's the most perfect dragon, and also the most noble knight. Even one of those titles alone would be something that would amaze the world, but Vlad had both. The Great Mother was so overwhelmed by his potential that she could barely stay conscious. One Khan. What will it be this time? It's called potential because it can become anything. And the culmination of that possibility was the most perfect dragon. However, the most perfect dragon of the previous era had suppressed all possibilities in his quest to fly alone, leaving scars on numerous races, including the Beastmen, from which they had yet to recover. I hope your decision is the right one, noble knight. With those words, the great mother of the Ruga tribe, trembling, cleaned the ashes from her pipe with shaky hands. Though she tried to hide it, she couldn't deny that Vlad's influence had already grown enough to be perceived, even by the oldest dragon. Boom! 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 The sound of buildings collapsing rumbled throughout Namarka. Screams came from the disorderly alleys of the city, where there was no order at all. You've grown a lot. Though Messiah praised his opponent, his face showed that his usual calm had vanished. This was because Vlad's blow had been too fast to dodge and too strong to deflect, forcing Messiah to take it head-on. Now you no longer need Rutiger. In Bastapol, the city of Lord Iron, Vlad had been under Messiah's command. Only by working with Rudiger could he challenge Messiah. But now Vlad seemed to have reached a completely different level from back then. Boom! Due to Vlad's fierce sword, Messiah was once again pushed back, destroying buildings. However, even in the thick stone dust created by the collapsing buildings, the solid golden line that Vlad formed was clear and attracted Messiah's attention, like a halo of light hanging on the horizon. Why do you talk so much during a fight? Because I'm proud of you. What nonsense. Though the golden glow tried to emerge in Vlad's world, today it seemed shrouded in mist, as if something was holding it back. Didn't you create me to be devoured? Though he tried to hide it, Vlad's voice revealed a deep resentment toward his father, Lord Dragon. Hearing the truth about my origin from others was like swallowing a bitter pill. The swords that clashed began to grow as heavy as the anger Vlad harbored. Messiah had no choice but to remain silent as the balance of power began to shift. I only pity my mother for giving birth to me for nothing. Born as the son of a prostitute, Vlad had never expected anything from his father, but he had thought that if he ever found him, they might share a drink. However, the truth he found through Radu completely shattered even a glimmer of the expectations Vlad had until now. I hate the Dragulia family. I want to kill them all. Vlad, the dragon seed in the north. The only reason a person like me was born was to be devoured by someone else. Buzzing, buzzing, the sword was weeping. A dragon-slaying sword that understood its master's anger and sadness. And it shouted at the golden hair and blue eyes, I wasn't born to live like this. Chapter 234. Dragons with Collars 3. The oldest dragon, the smoke that filled the alley, began to dissipate little by little. This was because the presence of dragons roaring in the distance was tearing apart the barrier that the Great Mother had created. Is it enough now? However, under Radu's feet, instead of the white smoke created by the Great Mother, there were now pools of bright red blood. The blood spilled by the last member of the Dragonslayer Knights was proof that Radu had kept his promise to Vlad, and at the same time ensured the safety of the Ruger family. But this makes me uneasy. I hope it doesn't end up strangling me in the future. Radu, who was looking at the knight lying on the ground, touched the tattoo on his neck and frowned. Radu might not have known, but the sinister tattoo, which looked as if it were wrapped in thorns, resembled the vow that bound the oldest dragon. Boom. Beyond the now completely destroyed barrier, a roar accompanied by a dazzling light began to emanate. The world of Mershea was like a flawless gem. Radu, who realized where the light was coming from, began to walk through the alley with a bitter expression on his face. That guy is talented, unlike me. Although they were born of the same father, Radu was only half human, while Mershea was a perfect dragon. Radu, who had never been able to face Mershea's world sincerely, showed a complex and ambiguous expression as he watched the brilliant glow of the gem in the distance. I think I've done enough. Radu, who thought he had fulfilled his promise to Vlad, turned away from the group was moving and began to move in the opposite direction. Both the fierce north that awaited him and Vlad, who had bound him with a collar through a mystery, were choices that Radu did not wish to make. However, Radu, walking alone down a dark alley, stopped for a moment. A chilling sensation at the nape of his neck sent an intense warning. What is this? Recognizing the source of the warning instinctively, Radu felt the damp air of a dark basement, as if he were back in that place where he had drunk blood. Father? In the direction Radu anxiously looked lay the only gate of the city of Namarka. The sight of the banners approaching from beyond the city walls was for him a symbol of reverence, but also of terror. Boom! Boom! Clang! Boom! Ah! Each time the two swords clashed, bright red sparks flew in all directions. With each clash of swords, Mershea found himself involuntarily groaning in pain. The power of the fragments. Even after unleashing his world, which shone like a jewel, Vlad's strength didn't wane. In fact, as time passed, the edge of Vlad's sword became even fiercer, surrounded by a dragon's energy that was clearly recognizable. Clang! With a fierce clash of steel, Mershea's body staggered violently once more. Not only because of Vlad's overwhelming strength, but also due to the increasing pressure of the fragment he carried. What have you done with the fragment? It shouldn't be this powerful. How am I supposed to know? Although Vlad wielded the dragon fragment, he didn't fully understand what was happening. If Mershea had recognized the nature of the metal surrounding Vlad's sword, he wouldn't have needed to ask the question. As time passes, the situation worsens. The noble metal that always guided toward the right and true path. Mershea, who wasn't affected by the fragments due to the metal surrounding Vlad's sword, felt a sense of crisis as Vlad's strength grew stronger over time. I don't know how you've done it, but you've come well prepared. Then, from his closed left eye, Mershea unleashed his world once more. It was a world as radiant as a jewel, which now began to push back the golden line that Vlad had drawn. It's better to finish this quickly. When Vlad saw the perfect world of Mershea, he paused for a moment. This was because it was a world that he, who had been crawling in the mud all this time, could never possess. And who gave you the right to decide that? But precisely because of this, he didn't want to lose. He didn't want to be crushed by Mershea's world, which looked down on him from above. Vlad clenched his teeth and began to resist fiercely the repulsive force of Mershea, who was trying to push him away. That greedy attitude of never letting go of the momentum he had gained, along with his innate instinct, was also a lesson engraved by Vlad's masters. Didn't you say before that you hated dragon blood? Hating it doesn't mean I won't use it. I'd be an idiot if I didn't. He hated the dragon blood he was born with, but he couldn't help but use it. Because Vlad had grown up in a place where he couldn't survive without fighting with all his might. I don't want to be someone who dies by taking it easy. Crunch! Mershea began to grit his teeth again as he watched the tip of the sword gradually disappear. This was because he could finally feel Vlad's ruthlessness as he wielded anything he could get his hands on. Even if I have to use this damn blood, I'll do it until I'm satisfied. Crash! Looking into Mershea's blue eyes that resembled his own, Vlad cursed harshly, because he felt he couldn't bear the boiling anger in his heart without releasing it into the world. Hi-hin! Clang! Clang! Boom! And so, a series of attacks with neither side backing down. The alleys of Namarka began to howl as the two clashed fiercely without a moment to breathe. The surrounding buildings were collapsing due to the intense wind pressure that was constantly being created, creating a massive cloud of dust. I need to find an opportunity. Mershea's eyes glimmered in the dense dust. Despite the intensity of Vlad's attack, he noticed a gap in his stance. One strike will be enough. Just one. Though Vlad's gray armor was full of cuts, he continued to advance, determined to pierce Mershea's defense. As if this was the only way to break Mershea's strong defense, Vlad's eyes seemed to show even a dark madness. Ha 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 ha. Now is the time to cut. If he allowed Vlad's momentum to continue, there would be no turning back. Mershea's sword, aimed at the opening Vlad revealed, began to cut fiercely. Thanks to this, the momentum Vlad carried was interrupted, but the eyes of Vlad, which had been shining just a moment ago, returned to their original color as if they had never been otherwise. I knew you would do that. What? In a sword fight, distance determines everything. However, unlike Mershea, who retreated, Vlad, who had designed the current scene with a reckless advance, only shuddered quickly in preparation for the next strike. Vlad's stance was very low, with a cloak billowing. Mershea could tell he had been hit by looking at the fluid posture, as if it had been predicted. Damn it! The smoke in the middle of the alley gathered around the tip of Vlad's sword, forming a condensed circle. It was a small circle, like a dot, but Mershea was sure that a vast world would soon emerge from its end. It wasn't enough back then, but today I will surpass you. Vlad's eyes shone with blue light as he looked at Mershea. Vlad's eyes glowed with an intense blue radiance, and at that moment, Mershea knew he had no choice but to accept what was coming. And someday, I'll surpass Dragulia too. No sound was heard when the sword pierced through the gathered circle. However, Mershea could feel that the calm he felt now was like the calm before the storm. Crack! The mystery of the Ruga tribe was unleashed along the golden line that Vlad had drawn. Mershea didn't dare react to the sharp whirlwind that arrived faster than sound, and red blood began to form all over his body. Vlad! As Vlad's cutting wind pierced through him, Mershea fully unleashed his world. Although his world was bright and perfect, to Vlad, it was nothing more than a barrier to break. Ha 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 ha! The dragon that had broken the chains of its instinct charged toward the barrier in front of it. The dragon, which could reach anywhere, because it wasn't swayed by its innate desires, now looked toward a brilliant jewel below, trampling on the wind. Hwang! The sound of sharp swords and swords shaking the city. The storm of Vlad, which began with that sound, started to engulf Mershea's entire body. Because it was the wall that needed to prove itself, the tip of Vlad's ruthless sword was mercilessly piercing Mershea. It was as if a storm had swept through the place. The buildings on either side of Vlad lay collapsed, crumbled to the ground. "Who are you?" However, the tip of Vlad's sword, which had been drawn with such force, had not reached Ch, because there was a gleaming sword blocking its path. Cold sweat was already forming on Vlad's back due to the immense weight that wouldn't budge no matter how much he pushed. "Who are you?" He had struck with all his might, pouring his entire world into that attack. Yet, the sword in front of him remained calm, without the slightest movement. That stillness reflected the vast gulf between Vlad and the owner of that sword. "At last I see you, my son." With those words, the sword that had blocked him lifted slightly, as if teaching him a lesson. Vlad's head was forcibly raised, and his eyes met those of the man standing before him. "I've wanted to see you for a long time." Blonde hair and blue eyes, but of a color much deeper than his own. Looking at the man before him and the depth of his colors, Vlad felt as if he were staring into the edge of an endless cliff. "Run now!" "Vlad!" The sword he held wept along with Kihano's sharp warning. He recognized the fragment that the man before him possessed. But unlike Vlad's fragment, this man's had already lost its form, fully fused into his veins, becoming part of his blood. Bloody dragon. He didn't need anyone to tell him who that man was. It was his father, Sarnas. One the name his heart whispered was unmistakably Sarnas Dragulia, Lord Dragon. Seeing his son speak his name, Sarnas nodded and sheathed his sword. Vlad whispered the name with a tone of reverence and fear. "That's right, I am Sarnas Dragulia." Though he had put away his sword, Sarnas's presence didn't diminish in the slightest. Even as Kihano continued to scream for him to run, Vlad, looking upward, felt as if he couldn't move, not even to take a step back when he saw Sarnas, who seemed so boundless. "Well then, why don't we continue this conversation at home?" Behind Sarnas's gentle smile toward Vlad were many banners of Dragulia. It was far too much military force for taking a mere disordered city, and seeing this, Vlad's feet seemed glued to the ground, unable to move. "What?" The more he looked at Sarnas, the more vast and overwhelming his world became. As it originated from his blood, as his father's blood weighed down on him, Vlad's right eye began to close. Chapter 235. The Best Guide, 1. He had lived alone for almost 500 years. He witnessed with his own eyes the rise and fall of the dragons that ruled the world, and he also survived the humiliation of the new era of humans. "Sarnas, remember the vow you made to me. Survival itself is a test." In a world where one either devours or is devoured, his very existence was proof that he had not been consumed by others. Thus, Sarnas, the oldest dragon who had survived, had built a position that no one else in the world could reach. A vow. At Kihano's desperate cry, strange tattoos began to emerge on Sarnas's neck. Sharp, black thorns sprouted and began to slowly tighten around his neck, responding to the will of their master. Kihano, facing the ancient pact he so feared once again, Sarnas could not hide his confusion. However, the surprise on his face was not due to the collar that bound him, but because of the blonde-haired knight standing before him. "Ah, I understand. The ancient pact which could only be activated by spilled blood or inherited will." Through that vow, Sarnas had been loyal to the Empire and had protected the imperial family for hundreds of years. "It was you. It was you." Crunch! But now Sarnas no longer feared the vow he had made. Calmly, he began to tear off the thorns that threatened him. "If it was you, then all of this makes sense." Recognizing Kihano within Vlad, Sarnas started to laugh, finally understanding the entire situation. A trace of the most noble knight residing in the soul of a dragon. Sarnas, knowing what that meant, began to laugh without hiding the joy that welled up from the depths of his heart. At last, The most perfect dragon has been born. The city of Namarka was trembling. The sound of the city shaking violently, like an earthquake, was akin to the groan of the earth, unable to bear Sarnas's presence. Damn it. As Sarnas continued to relentlessly tear out the thorns that emerged from his neck and spread throughout his body, Kihano, seeing him approach while laughing, had no choice but to turn away. Everyone, run! Kihano had something more important to protect, something he valued above all else. Ignoring his own pride, he began shouting at his group, who followed him from behind, urging them to flee. Return immediately. He admitted that he could no longer withstand Sarnas's level, who had reached such a lofty status that not even the most noble knight could match. Kihano Frazzen. The more Sarnas gazed at him, the larger and more overwhelming his presence became, like that of the oldest dragon. Although the thorns of the last pact had momentarily stopped him, Sarnas's gigantic shadow continued to chase after Kihano and his group. Finally, you see me and run. The thunderous laughter of the oldest dragon echoed across the vast land. His existence, proven by his survival, and his perfection, elevated by absorbing another perfection, were now so high that not even the most noble knight could withstand them. The group that had gathered with Vlad, or rather with Kihano, was hurriedly running towards some destination. Having reached near the city walls with the help of the warriors from the Ruga tribe, they slipped through a small hole, panting from the effort. What is this? A dog hole. Just keep going. We should be thankful there's an escape route. Nibelung shouted harshly at Radu, who hesitated in front of the hole. Resigned, Radu had no choice but to crouch down and crawl through. With no other option, Radu stuck his head out, begrudgingly revealing his usual irritated expression. What kind of situation have we gotten ourselves into? Damn it! Radu lifted his head and saw Pedro waiting for him outside the castle walls, muttering a small curse under his breath. The strange inquisitor who wanted to take him to the cold north, to the territory of the Iron Duke. However, unlike before, when he hesitated, Radu's movements towards him were truly swift. They're coming! The half-dragon, the mage searching for mysteries, and the devout priest. All were terrified. Although each of them had a strong world of their own, none could be free from the overwhelming presence of the dragon that pursued them. Why is there an army here? They had barely exited the city, but there was no time to breathe a sigh of relief. In the distance, clouds of dust raised by approaching troops could be seen skirting the walls. Get on quickly! What is this? Don't ask, just get on already! The men standing on a worn-out carpet looked ridiculous, but when Pedro grabbed him by the neck and dragged him on, Radu was shocked to see the carpet begin to rise. Why is this thing floating? Now that we're on, let's go! Ignoring Radu's unanswered question, Nibelung's carpet began gliding over the wasteland. Countless arrows landed perilously close to them. Radu swallowed hard as he saw arrows embedding in the spot where they had just been moments before. Why has an army come all the way here? Are they here to capture us? Nibelung, who was guiding the carpet while gripping its edge, glanced at the soldiers in the distance, unable to hide his curiosity. It's not just for us. As Nibelung said this, a city became visible in the increasingly distant landscape. It was a ramshackle city that usually received little attention, but now it was filled with central soldiers who had flocked there, and even with a vague estimate, their numbers were in the tens of thousands. They're ready. They're preparing to march north. Radu, who was wary of the cavalry charging from one side, unsheathed his sword and continued speaking. Clang! The cavalry soldiers began charging towards the carpet as if they had finally seized the opportunity. Radu, who roughly fended them off, hardened his expression as he looked at the cavalry soldiers still pursuing them. The north? They're going to break the Northern Alliance. Their original plan was to destroy it before the banners could be raised. The troops that had arrived in Namarca with Sarnas, the Dragon Duke, were part of the central army sent by the imperial family. Not only the royal family, but also all the noble forces loyal to the empire, were gathering to form an army that would march north, assembling in the capital, Brigantis. If things had been different, I might have secured a position there. Radu voiced his final regrets to the strong wind that passed by, but the sharp blade of the sword closing in directly in front of him brought him back to reality, away from his former glory. "Can't you make this thing fly any faster? There are too many people on board." When they were in the city of Moshiam, it was a flying carpet. But now, overloaded with 2 additional people, Radu and a warrior from the Ruga tribe. Not only could they not fly, but it was difficult to even glide along the ground. "Just get us to that mountain. The horses won't be able to follow us there." As if he had found the direction to go, Radu raised his finger and pointed towards the mountain ahead of them. The mountain, with faint smoke rising as if it were waiting for them, was part of a rugged mountain range that originated in the harsh north, making it a place with unusual danger as well. "Hurry up!" As if they had heard what the group was saying, the cavalry that was pursuing them began to grow more aggressive. It was clear they intended to stop the carpet before it reached the mountain ahead. Rumble. A tense pursuit ensued. In a situation where I would have frozen in place if I had stopped, a loud sound like thunder suddenly began to emanate from the city. Aha! Ga! With that sound, the carpet the group was riding began to shake helplessly. Even the Central Army's cavalry that followed them was affected. Not only were the live horses stumbling, but the magic engraved on the carpet also began to falter, losing its power due to the harsh roar of Sarnas, who had finally broken free from the shackles of the pack. Crash! Thud! Nibilan's carpet dragged through the falling riders, crashing to the ground. After tumbling across the ground with the same momentum they had while riding the carpet, the group began to fall miserably, rolling across the wasteland unnoticed by anyone. Aha! Amid the cloud of dust kicked up by the fall, the groans of the group echoed in the air. Ack! Ah! However, it was Radu who suffered more than the old Pedro, as the massive roar that emerged from the dragon's world was more fatal to Radu than to anyone else here. "Father, I'm sorry, Father." Though he could not see him, he could feel Sarnas's presence. Seeing Radu pleading for forgiveness without even thinking of standing up, Quijano unsheathed his sword as if he had no other choice. "Lend me your power and divinity." There is no other option. Cavalry soldiers who had been following them fell in front of them, probably as shocked as the group by the dragon's roar, but the banners visible in the distance were still drawing closer to the group. Aitoki. The oldest dragon, with tens of thousands of troops, was approaching. As despair loomed over them, Quijano was pondering a plan when he suddenly felt a small groove under his feet coming from the mountain. When I walked alone through the valley of the abyss, what am I supposed to do now? The pressure from Sarnas on the group was growing more intense. Now even Maibalan and Pedro, who were not dragons, could feel it. His presence, which began as an intangible force, had now taken form and was weighing down on them, so much so that the surrounding earth pressing down on them might not just be an illusion of Quijano. Thump! Above the mage who was reciting a spell, and the inquisitor who was murmuring a prayer, a small groove that started from the mountain, passing through the bewildered mage, finally reached Quijano's toes. Quijano, who hadn't noticed its presence because his thoughts were so preoccupied, could only look down when he felt the small presence of something tapping his toe. It was a tiny creature. But despite the fierce presence of the dragon that was approaching, the small creature lifted its tiny finger with determination. Phew! Crack! A loud noise was heard, and the ground began to collapse. It was as if the finger raised by the mole was a signal. Ah! What's happening now? A deep pit, with no apparent end, suddenly opened. Even Quijano's eyes widened as he watched the ground begin to collapse without warning. Q. The mole smiled, as if it was finally time to see its companions fall with it. A spirit of the earth that had finally descended here along the long mountain chain stretching from the north. The mole, still raising its tiny finger, shone yellow with its own color, just like in Dobrechi chapter 236. The best guide to rumble, rumble, rumble. It was a strange vibration. A tremor that seemed as if it might stop, but continued on without end. The man, who had been sitting as if lifeless, began to slowly open his eyes at the persistent tremor, one too prolonged to be merely an earthquake. So, it's finally happened. It was a dark place where not even a ray of light could enter. Yet Frazzen naturally rose to his feet, as if he could see perfectly in the darkness. Sarnus. But Frazzen's world was one that had long since lost its luster. However, he could glimpse the world of dragons through the carvings embedded in his chest. Through Frazzen's left eye, which was now closed, he could see Sarnus slowly taking the form of a dragon, and Vlad trying to flee from it. In the end, you have broken our pact and swallowed the dragon's fragment. Frazzen, watching the scene with a stern expression, began to smile quietly. The presence of the oldest dragon grew darker, while the traces of the most perfect dragon attempted to escape from him. Frazzen felt an almost hollow satisfaction, as everything unfolded exactly as he had predicted. Without knowing it was poison, after speaking his final words, Frazzen silently stepped forward and stood before the door leading to the corridor. Now that the oldest dragon had consumed the true fragment, it was his turn to act. It was indeed a good decision to let you live, Sarnus. Even when the door opened, Frazzen was only greeted by darkness, but he stepped into the shadows on the ground without hesitation. He had forgotten so many things as he walked this path, but now he had to finish what he had scattered. Ache. With the sound of a match being struck, the dark cave was illuminated. The group began to sigh in relief as they finally recognized each other in such a narrow and deep cave that they had to brush shoulders. What is all this? Why did this hole open up? I don't know. If you, a mage, don't know, damn it. I almost had a heart attack. Radu, who had been falling for what seemed like an eternity, shook his head as if he didn't want to recall the sensation. However, despite the horrible feeling of free fall, everyone was unharmed, probably thanks to the small mole that was still glowing. You! The group's eyes, now regaining their senses, naturally focused on Vlad. More precisely, on the glowing mole sitting atop Vlad's head. What is that damned rat? It's not a rat, it's a mole. A mole. Why is it glowing if it's a mole? Does it think it's a firefly or something? The group muttered as they looked at the strange-looking mole, but the little creature began to shrug its shoulders as if it thought they were praising it. Seeing this, Nabalan, almost without thinking, offered a piece of bread from his pocket. You're just feeding crumbs to it, bastard. Vlad, who had finally regained consciousness, looked up at the mole squeaking on his head and frowned. But despite his irritation, he couldn't bring himself to knock it off, as he didn't want to imagine what might have happened, if not for the hole that had saved them. But where do we go now? We should ask the one who dug this hole. Even though the tunnel had only one direction, they didn't know which path to follow. Without knowing which way to go, Vlad raised a finger and bluntly poked the side of the mole. Where do we go now, huh? Phew! The mole straightened up as if surprised by Vlad's finger, then immediately raised its short arm and began pointing somewhere. It was a completely dark cave, but the direction it pointed was towards the mountain they had tried to escape from earlier, and it was also the direction where the Ruga tribe, who had fled the city, was heading. Let's go. After deciding which direction to take, Vlad lifted his head for a moment and looked towards the entrance from which they had fallen. The ground now looked like a hole in a black curtain. Vlad thought of the Dragon Duke who was above that ground, but he turned his head and began to walk in the direction the mole was pointing. "I'm sorry for fleeing and leaving you in my place, Keanu. Don't worry." Even though his emotions were complicated, the mole's tunnel stretched out straight and clear. Vlad felt comforted by the fact that there was a path he could follow without overthinking, and he quietly thanked Keanu for taking his place. When the group emerged from the cave, they found themselves right at the mountain they had seen early. It was a mountain not far from the city of Namarka, and it was also a place where the dark army of Dragulia, still gathering in the distance, could be seen. They survived. At that place, Vlad met the great mother of the Ruga tribe, who had been waiting for him. Despite the risk of being discovered, she had lit a small fire that emitted a bit of smoke, and her forehead was damp with sweat, as if she had been using magic until just a moment ago. "It's an earth spirit. I didn't expect one to appear." The great mother watched with curiosity as the glowing mole sat atop Vlad's head. "Did you summon it, great mother?" "I called for it, but I didn't expect an earth spirit to appear. It's a mystery because it can't be explained, and it's magic because it's unpredictable." Although the great mother of the Ruga tribe had invoked that magic, she seemed surprised to see the mole atop Vlad's head, as it was not the result she had anticipated. "It seems there's a bond between you two. Normally, it would take a lot of preparation to summon a creature of that level." Though it was just a vague assumption, the great mother was right. The glowing mole, which had descended from Dobrashiti, following the mountain range from the north to this place, was able to arrive here not just because of the great mother's magic, but also because of the possibility residing in the dragon-slaying sword and its bond with Vlad. Q? In the brief silence after their conversation, the mole made a sound as if asking, "What do we do now?" Vlad, hearing the sound, looked around and then spoke. "How many are there in total?" "About 300. Do they have anywhere to go?" Vlad scratched his cheek as he observed the Ruga tribe refugees gathered together. However, when Vlad asked if they had any place to go, the great mother merely shook her head without saying a word. "This is all because we lost our home. Anywhere other than the land of our roots, who would welcome us with open arms. Because of their magic, the church rejected them, and because of their different appearance, they were driven out by others." The story of the Ruga tribe was a story of wandering. The rootless city of Namarka had allowed them to settle briefly, but now even those dirty alleys had been destroyed by the arrival of the dragons. "But for now, let's get out of here. If we move north, we might find a solution." Vlad couldn't help but feel responsible for the Ruga tribe, who had lost their home because of him. However, he knew they had to leave, so he looked up at the mole on his head. "I want to go as far north as possible." "You? Don't you know of any place where we can all go?" The glowing mole began tapping its tiny paw, as if thinking about Vlad's question. Though Vlad found its behavior irritating, he had no choice but to suppress his growing frustration, as that creature was his only hope of finding the way. "Think fast." At Vlad's cold insistence, the mole finally seemed to remember something, and rolled down from his head to stand in front of the hole it had dug. "Q! Q!" The mole waved its tiny paws as if indicating that they should go that way. Seeing those small but energetic movements, Vlad and the great mother of the Ruga tribe exchanged silent glances. The room was spacious, with large windows through which warm sunlight poured in. Joseph gazed at the decorations visible through the light and quietly lifted the teacup in front of him. "It seems you have a great interest in elven culture." The room that Joseph observed was filled with objects related to the elves. The elven ornaments, which might seem unusual at first glance, had an antique charm that made one feel as if they could fetch a good price at auction even now. There was a time when that was the case. I tried to please them as much as I could. With those words, Count Vitskaya set down the teacup he was holding and smiled as he looked at Joseph sitting across from him. He must have taken a deep sip of the tea he had just drunk, because the tea water in his white beard had turned as black as night. There was a time when elven products were the lifeblood of my territory and the center of our economy. But now all of that is in ruins. The city of Tanobo, which had once been the epicenter of trade with the elves, was now in decline. Count Vitskaya, who had been the ruler of that city, licked his lips in disgust, remembering those days. The damned elves cut off all trade with us, and the Dragon Duke blamed us entirely for Absalom. No matter what I did, there was no way to resist. The self-pitying Count Vitskaya started to look at Joseph for a moment. It was amusing to see the Count behave like a man who had been cast out of his own family. But this was not a situation where he could question such things. But even in these difficult times, there are those willing to extend a helping hand. It seems one is never truly meant to die. Is that so? The man named Joseph, sitting across from the Count, was an emissary sent directly by darkness itself. Count Vitskaya knew that, now that the support from the Dragon Duke had been cut off, he needed Joseph's help to save his territory and monopolize the elven resources. Anything you want from elven lands, including the World Tree, is at your disposal. During that time, I won't hesitate to provide you with a place to stay, food, or anything else you need. Joseph, listening to the Count, began to look at him without saying a word. The Count's eyes began to glow darker, as if the tea he had just drunk was starting to take effect. Joseph began to nod as if understanding the Count's gaze, which did not conceal his desire at all. Understood. Darkness originally arrives when a person is in their darkest moment. Even if they couldn't escape on their own, it was the darkness that silently approached them, covering their eyes when no one else was there to help. The Count's firm will. We will definitely fulfill it. That's why people have no choice but to take its hand, because darkness appears at the most crucial moment, offering exactly what they desire. Like the Baron of Moshiam who wanted to save the life of his young son, or like now with the Count, who is on the brink of death. Ramashutu's hand, offering what one desires at just the right time, is nothing less than a strong temptation that is hard for anyone to resist. Thank you. If everything goes well, I will reward you generously. Seeing Count Vitskaya express his gratitude repeatedly and nod his head, Joseph began to pick up the teacup he had set down earlier. Joseph still found it difficult to get used to the taste of the tea, which was as bitter and fishy as its pitch-black color, but he still needed the dark aroma the tea carried, so it was inevitable. Rumble. However, Joseph's outstretched hand could not reach the teacup. It stopped as he felt a subtle vibration in the building. An earthquake. The city of Tanobo, under Count Vitskaya's rule, rarely experienced earthquakes. But today, a tremor strong enough for the entire city to feel began to rise from the ground. The shaking, which began with a mound of earth being lifted as if someone were digging underground, started from the southernmost point and continued all the way to Eljurin, where the elven forest was located. Chapter 237. Reunion 1. The gaze I feel around me is sharp. Jaeger, who was drinking liquor from a leather canteen alone, closed the cap as he felt the stares of the headless figures beside him. Why not offer them a drink? Although it was a warm spring day, the area where the headless knight stood seemed covered in frost. However, Jaeger, indifferent to the cold atmosphere, merely mocked the chilly looks surrounding him. "Ah, right, you don't have mouths to drink with. I hadn't noticed." Jaeger was the only warm being among the dead. His presence, so out of place in this landscape, seemed like a painting with a different texture, but he didn't retreat even a step while standing among the dead. Jaeger. As the atmosphere grew increasingly hostile, a hand gesture carefully called Jaeger over. It was a gesture from Joseph, who had just finished speaking with Count Vitsky. How did it go? He agreed to cooperate. It seems the Count sees Azurin as his last hope. Count Vitskaya's obsession with Azurin was already burning with rage and desire. Joseph, who had come to confirm the Count's obsession under Ramashtu's orders, looked at the scene before him and continued speaking cautiously. We will move along with the Count's soldiers. After all, it's only right that the living move with the living. The place Joseph was looking at was filled with sinister things. There were headless people resurrected from the dead, even cursed beings with all their limbs twisted. Cursed spirits floating like shadows, and even large corpse bodies with limbs everywhere. All these beings were evil creatures, created by dark sorcerers drawn to the great darkness of Ramashtu. Looking at all this, it really is an impressive sight. How did all these beings manage to stay hidden for so long? Even Joseph, usually unshaken, couldn't help but frown at the infernal camp that seemed to recreate hell on earth. Usually these were beings you couldn't find, no matter how hard you searched, but now they were everywhere you looked, making it difficult even for Joseph to remain calm. Who could possibly clean up all of this? It was too much darkness to take in with just one glance. These were shadows that even he, prepared to face them, could hardly bear to see. However, all those cursed beings now on display had been ignored for too long by those who should have fulfilled their duties. Now someone would have to face the poison they produced. Let's go. If we stay here any longer, I'll suffocate. Understood. Joseph, making an effort to turn his head, began crossing the death-filled field, heading toward Vitskaya's garrison. All of this was, ultimately, the result of accumulated sins. Nobles should have duties instead of just power, and people should have responsibilities instead of just faith. But those in power today weren't doing that. That's why Joseph was convinced that the wounds they had created would eventually erupt in their generation. It was a dense forest. Seen from above, it looked like a green sea, so thick that trees filled every corner. In the middle of the forest, a young world tree stood tall, peaking above the green sea. What's the current status of Count Vitskaya's troops? However, even in this peaceful scene, Baradis's face was completely frozen. Since it was spring, the outside landscape was quite realistic, but it seemed difficult to find any sign of relaxation on Baradis's face. They number about 1,000 soldiers. It seems Count Vitskaya is putting everything on the line with this gamble. They are fully prepared. According to scouts' reports, they could advance at any moment. After the serious question came hurried answers. The current situation was so urgent that even the seasoned rangers were nervous, and they could be certain that the start was not far off. I see. After hearing the report, Baradis sighed softly. In addition to the nearly 1,000 human soldiers, those who are resurrected continue to join even now. Even if it was a human army, the existence of the resurrected who had invaded right in front of the world tree was slowly gnawing away at Baradis's nerves. When do they say the barrier will be restored? They say it will take at least a month, even if they speed up the process. After hearing the report, Baradis slightly turned his head and looked out the window. A month. Below the young world tree visible beyond the window, it was still full of elders who were writing something, while bowing with difficulty. Since elves are long-lived, the elders of the Council of Elders have lived longer lives than the trees in the forest. But now, regardless of their aging bodies, they were trying to restore the forest's protective barrier that had been previously destroyed. The situation is anything but easy. The current situation demands that all capable people move quickly, regardless of their age or position. The situation was perhaps even more severe than when Nidhogg, the most cunning dragon, attacked, but the reality the elves now faced was that they had no one to turn to for help. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock was heard at the door of the office where Bayezid was with the rangers. Bayezid, knowing that no one would come to visit at that moment, looked at the elf who opened the door and entered with puzzled eyes. What's happening? Well, the elf who now entered through the door was someone who shouldn't have been there, because he was an elf who had to guard the world tree at all times. But now he was standing here with a pale complexion, looking at Bayezid. I'm sorry, Lord Bayezid, why? He was one of the elves who guarded the world tree. More precisely, he protected both the world tree and the priestess, Bayezid's younger sister. The elf was now standing in front of Bayezid, shaking his head and speaking as if he was ashamed. The priestess has left. It was a moment when security was more important than ever. But hearing that the priestess, who was supposed to be protected along with the world tree, had left, the faces of the elves in the office quickly changed. Why? She must have had a reason. I don't know. She said she had to receive a guest and left without listening to reason. A guest? The priestess of the world tree, who had never left, now did so, saying that a guest had arrived. Bayezid felt a strange sense of déjà vu as he left dangerously, with the mysterious words that a guest had arrived. A guest? Though she was a priestess who had never been outside in her life, there had been times when she stubbornly tried to leave the forest, like today. With the news that an important guest was coming, one that had to be greeted personally. Bayezid remembered that it was probably the first time he had met a human knight named Vlad. Send the rangers immediately. Protect the priestess. With those words, Bayezid stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the young world tree outside. The green leaves seemed to tremble even more today. Though there was no wind, among the moving leaves were small spirits jumping with joy. To Jimmy, even though the elven forest was densely populated with trees, there were occasional clearings where the sunlight shone brightly. In one such clearing, covered with green clovers, something suddenly poked through. Bowing! In a place where only butterflies fluttered in search of flowers, a boy's head suddenly appeared. The creature, who had been wandering underground just a moment ago, squinted his eyes and waved his short arms as if the sunlight shining down on him was too bright. Are we here? Can I come out now? Q. If we've arrived, get off my head. How long are you going to stay up there? It was the voice of a man who seemed to be containing his anger. The butterflies hovering around the flower petals were startled by the eerie voice coming from beneath the ground and began floating up into the sky. A human head cautiously emerged from beneath the mole that had stuck its head out. Though he was dirty from all the soil, the man had impressive blonde hair that gleamed under the sunlight. Where are we? Vlad, who had just stuck his head out of the ground, tensed at the sight of the lush green landscape. Just a few days ago, Vlad had been in the middle of a wasteland, so he couldn't quite adjust to the scene now before him. Q. How far have you brought us, huh? Despite Vlad's question, the mole, who seemed to have completed its task, simply flopped down, exhausted. The mole, which had dug a tunnel from underground to bring the group here, collapsed and started to stick out its tongue, worn out. It's fine, rest. Anywhere is better than back there. Vlad, looking at the exhausted mole, carefully placed it on the ground and began to crawl out of the hole. Vlad's cautious posture, as he sharpened his senses, was reminiscent of a wolf emerging from its den. It's a forest. Using his heightened senses to confirm that no one was around, Vlad could tell he was now standing in the middle of a forest. He was in the middle of a field of flowers, full of vibrant colors. Was there a forest of this size a few days away? Vlad murmured to himself, puzzled by the landscape around him. Several days had passed since they walked through the tunnel dug by the glowing mole, guiding the refugees from the Ruga tribe. However, no matter how unfamiliar Vlad was with the geography of the central region, he knew there wasn't a forest like this just a few days away. "It's because you followed the path shown to you by a spirit." Suddenly a voice sounded next to Vlad, who was still disoriented. Vlad, who had just confirmed there was nothing nearby, was startled by the voice coming from right beside him. "Who are you?" "It's a pleasure to see you again." However, the person who surprised Vlad simply waved cheerfully, as if nothing had happened. The images I sent you help?" There was a girl looking at Vlad, standing in front of a field of flowers swaying in the wind. She wore a wide-brimmed hat and stood in front of the flower field. The image of the girl, who looked as natural as the flowers around her, didn't seem out of place at all. "Why are you here?" With Vlad's surprised question, the refugees from the Ruga tribe began to emerge one by one from the underground cave. Everyone, from children to the elderly, was initially blinded by the bright light and covered their eyes with their hands. Soon, their mouths opened in amazement at the sight before them. Where are we? Not in a dirty alley or a desolate wasteland, but in an elven forest full of green waves. The children of the Ruga family, who had finally regained their sight, let out loud shouts of wonder upon seeing the great tree in the distance. "A tree? Wow, that tree is huge!" They had arrived in the forest on the eastern edge, Aujuran, following the path shown to them by a spirit. The young world tree, which looked out over the forest, shook its leaves as if happy to see the young beastmen, who were awestruck at the sight of it. Chapter 238, Reunion. 2. It was a place that common elves could barely approach. Only those with permission could enter deep into the roots of the world tree, where the elders of the elves gathered. "We must succeed this time." "Of course, Great Elder." The tension on the faces of the elders who looked ahead could not be hidden. This would likely be their last chance, because there were neither enough materials nor enough time to keep holding out. The elders, who were looking at the sword, had solemn expressions because they knew that the sword now visible was their last hope for establishing a barrier. "Everyone, prepare." It was the place where the Swordmaster's blade, the Silver Knight, had once been embedded. But now, a sword of a completely different color occupied that spot, and above that sword, complex magical symbols painstakingly drawn by the elders floated, glowing as if they were paintings. "Let's begin." Following a beam of light descending from above, the magic circles began to float in the air. Great Elder Geronimo, who was watching them, raised his finger with a firm voice, as if he had made a decision. "Go." As the spell was chanted by the elders, the magic circles began to slowly rotate, forming a pattern of circles of various sizes and colors. The longer the chant continued, the more cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of the elders in charge of each circle. Slowly, the larger circles descended, and the smaller circles rose. Following the old fingers of Geronimo, the circles starting from the surface began to align, gradually forming a huge cone. Now, under Geronimo's command, the world created by the elders began to slowly descend to the place where the Swordmaster's blade had once been, but now to the place where a completely unknown sword stood. Rumble. When the cone descended towards the sword, an enormous vibration that could not be seen from the outside began to ripple within the world tree, the most important and final step in executing the closing ceremony. Finally, the world created by the elders began to inscribe itself as a single line through the sword. "We've done it." Someone who saw this began to shout in joy. They had failed many times, but this time there was hope that it would work. Indeed, the sword embedded there was glowing differently from before, and the resonance it emitted was completely distinct. Crack, crack, crack. if it weren't for the ominous sound that followed. Damn it! As if something had gone wrong, the bright conical world began to slowly tilt, accompanied by the cry of the sword that was supporting it from below. "Everyone, get down! Protect the Great Elder!" Realizing the failure, one of the elders shouted, and everyone began to crouch. And everyone began to crouch, protecting the Great Elder in a familiar motion. Gududuk. As the elder shouted, the brightly shining sword began to flicker and burn white, burning its own body as if it could no longer shine this way. The old Geronimo could only watch, unable even to blink as he observed the scene, heading toward destruction. Boom! Finally, the sword, unable to withstand the power of the elves' world, exploded with a deafening roar. Geronimo lowered his head with a sigh of sorrow as he watched it burst like a falling star. Because the sword that had exploded was not just a sword, but a fragment of the hope that the elves desperately needed. Perhaps we should have used the Swordmaster's blade. The World Tree had permitted it, and the oldest elves had poured all their essence into creating the forest's barrier. That barrier must have been such a heavy and difficult task since it was responsible for the survival of a species. That's probably why it couldn't hold out and broke. Geronimo looked at the cold fragments of the sword cooling in front of him, and, without saying a word, began to carefully caress them in front of him. Under the roots of the World Tree, now dark, Geronimo remained in place, curled up, unable to leave for a long time. A young girl was walking through a wide hill, holding a long branch, followed by a group of disheveled-looking refugees. Several of the guards protecting the priestess were very nervous, as if the current situation was quite frightening. But for some reason, their appearance from a distance seemed quite reliable. "I've been waiting for you. Lately, my brother. No, I mean, Lord Bayezid has been having a tough time." Waving the branch through the foliage, the young girl seemed like a child playing. But Vlad knew that beneath that innocence lay a mysterious power that could not be ignored. "Lord Bayezid," Vlad asked in a voice that seemed a bit surprised by the girl's words that Bayezid was going through a difficult time. The elf Bayezid, the leader of the Rangers. This was because he knew that Bayezid was not someone easily shaken by any adversity. "Yes." The priestess turned her head in response to Vlad's question coming from behind her. In doing so, the childlike appearance she had shown just moments before completely disappeared, because there was no one to help him. Vlad stopped when he saw the sudden change in the girl's expression. The girl's eyes were clouded, as if she were dreaming, but he still felt an intensity in her gaze. But now it's okay, because Vlad has brought many people to help. However, as soon as the words ended, the young priestess returned to her innocent appearance and slowly began to walk forward again. It seemed she was quite excited as her quick steps seemed light. "There are many more people than I saw in my dream. Back then, there weren't even half as many people as there are now." A dream? The girl, who continued to look at Vlad, slightly tilted her head to the side and continued speaking as she looked at the people of the Ruga tribe following her. "Yes, a dream. In the dream that the World Tree showed me, I saw this scene. The World Tree is the tree closest to the will of God, and the young girl, as its representative, saw the future through dreams. However, the future she saw through the existence of the World Tree had already passed through various stages, so it was somewhat blurry and incoherent, like a child's drawing. But this mold didn't appear in the dream I saw. Therefore, when she encountered the future she had seen in reality, it was very different from what she had seen in her dream, which surprised her. Like the time when Vlad saved the dwarves while wielding his sword over the sea. Or like the mole that hadn't appeared in her vision now. It must be that Vlad brought it with him. Maybe that's why there are more people. The girl's tone was lively, but there was a strange tension on Vlad's face as he listened to her words. What she said now sounded as if she were implying that if there hadn't been a mole, the number of refugees from the Ruga tribe would have been halved. This city is strange, Vlad. Behind the girl who uttered meaningful words, the elven city of Azuren was slowly coming into view. However, the elven city that had returned after a long time looked very different from when Vlad left. Looking at the wooden fence surrounding it, it seems they are probably preparing for a battle, and on a large scale. Following Quijano's words, Vlad inspected Azuren from a distance. Indeed, just as Quijano said, the now visible elven city was filled with clearly erected wooden fences. Creak. Perhaps because they saw the refugees from the Ruga tribe, the gates of the city of Azuren began to open slowly. In a place as majestic as human walls, there stood a man with navy blue hair, looking at Vlad with his arms crossed. So it was you, after all. Vlad Oreo. Bayezid, the leader of the Rangers. He smiled bitterly as he looked at the crowd of people brought by his younger sister, who had sneaked out and raised a hand slightly towards the familiar blonde hair. As always, you're doing unpredictable things. Thank you for opening the door for us, Bayezid. I opened it for you, not for the Ruga people. After leaving the Ruga refugees in a temporary shelter, Vlad followed Bayezid as they walked toward where the elders were. The elven residence built within a large tree was something amazing to see even after all this time. But at this moment, Vlad didn't have time to be impressed by the elven style. So, there's no need to thank me. My authority here is temporary. For them to be allowed to stay in Azuren, you'll need the approval of the Council of Elders. The elves were a race that didn't easily allow access not only to humans but to other races as well. For the elves who had survived until now thanks to such an exclusive attitude, the hundreds of refugees who suddenly arrived would not be welcome. They are people without a place to go. And I'm also responsible for their situation. You'll need to explain all of that clearly to the elders you're about to meet. Bayezid, who had been walking down the hallway for a while, stopped in front of the large door he had seen before and looked at Vlad. Are you ready? Yes. Vlad silently placed the still sleeping mole from his head into his arms and took a deep breath as he looked towards the door to the conference room, where the elders were waiting. Then I wish you luck. Creak. With a gesture of Bayezid's hand, a bright light began to enter through the opening door. As Vlad grew accustomed to the light, the vast meeting hall was revealed before him. More than 10 elders, seated here and there upon the massive tree roots, entwined like stairs, were all looking at Vlad. It has been a long time, young human knight. Vlad. The old elf seated highest among them gestured toward Vlad and smiled faintly. The old Geronimo, the eldest of the elves, remembered the young knight who had saved their world tree and was pleased to see Vlad return. It seems you've been through a lot. You've grown much more than before. The potential that had shone when Vlad struck down the dragon Nidhogg had now fully developed. However, the way Geronimo saw Vlad now was incomparable to back then, and the elder's heart seemed somewhat satisfied with the young potential that had grown so rapidly. I hope you've been well, great elder. However, as the child grows, the elder becomes older. Even while sitting there, Geronimo's energy was clearly low enough for Vlad to notice. I would like to say we've been well, but that is not the sad reality we face. Watching Geronimo's fingers tremble slightly, Vlad began to quietly observe the other nearby elders. Something has happened. Although it wasn't as severe as Geronimo, all the elders seemed to have been drained of energy. Seeing them like this, Vlad could tell that something significant was happening in Azuren at that moment, even if it wasn't for the wooden fences surrounding the place. I know what has happened, but I believe I can help. So please, you must take the Ruga far away from here. It seemed that Bayezid also wanted him to be here. Because of this, Vlad thought that if he handled things well, he could wrap up the situation with the Ruga people. But the words that came out of Geronimo's mouth were surprisingly firm. If possible, it would be better if you leave soon. That would be better for them as well. Geronimo coughed with difficulty as he asked them to leave, but his attitude showed neither annoyance nor rejection toward anyone. Soon, a human lord will attack this place. A human lord? Yes. I'm sure you know him. Count Vitskaya. Count Vitskaya was definitely a familiar name. And moreover, the resurrected ones are targeting our forest with their horrible forms. In other words, this place cannot be a safe refuge for the Ruga. And the resurrected ones were another expression that was also familiar. The resurrected ones. Names he didn't expect to hear in this place. Vlad had sought out the Ruga tribe in his struggle against Frazzen, and now he found traces of them here in Azuren. Are they coming here now? Nobles, clerics, and even the imperial family, the owners of the empire. It was Vlad who had arrived in the city of Namarka in search of their presence, only to be ignored by all those in charge. Even though he was driven out by the oldest dragon there, Vlad didn't lose sight of his original purpose, not even when he was crushed. Yes. Yes. They are staining our forest black as they approach. Hearing Geronimo's words, Vlad clenched his fist around the hilt of his sword. His anger was conveyed through the hand he gripped tightly. The dragon slayer's sword, which understood the anger because it mirrored its owner, began to tremble slowly as Vlad held his hand firmly. Rumble, 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 Vlad's sword began to tremble even more as it resonated with the beating of its owner's heart. A silver light shone through the blade of the dragon-slaying sword, which was gradually emerging from its sheath. Geronimo's eyes began to widen as he recognized that familiar light. Not only Geronimo, but also several elders beside him began to slowly lean forward, as if they were hypnotized. Even so, I beg you, great elder, please allow the Ruga to stay here temporarily. They have nowhere else to go. The young knight wasn't the only one who had grown since their last farewell. Vlad's sword was now wrapped in a glorious silver light, instead of the blue light it once had, and the elders who recognized it stood up one by one. If you do, I will also repay you with my sword. Do what you have to do where you need to be. The only thing I can promise is with the sword I hold. The young knight who had raised the most honorable sword to protect the world tree now spoke as he raised his own sword. The Silver Knight. Just like back then, he promised to fight with a sword of the same color. Just like the Swordmaster's blade that had protected the young world tree that day, the sword Vlad held now shone in the same silver color. Chapter 239, Successor 1, A Long Time Ago. The first period of the Empire, which no one remembers anymore. In those times, the eastern region of the Empire was nothing more than a desolate wasteland. Unlike the fertile west, where the World Mother Tree was located, the barren, arid east, where not even a blade of grass could grow, weren't ignored even by the surrounding lords. It seems the children have been very hungry. A dry and desolate land. The man who was looking around smiled bitterly at the sight of the children's eyes watching him. Although they were strangers, the children's eyes, which followed them, shone with anticipation for food. Because there's not much to eat. Not even the elves can make this land prosper. Every time the man took a step, the village children drew closer to him. However, the man felt a bit sad, because the children who now clung to him did so not out of innocent curiosity. This is a land that cannot be saved, even by anyone other than our elves. Your Majesty. Young Geronimo looked at the man in the deep robe and called him Your Majesty. It was a title that could only be given to the most powerful man on the continent, But the man Geronimo was looking at that moment seemed too worn out to receive the glorious title of Your Majesty. What do you think now that you've seen it? Do you feel relieved? The sleeves covering his thin body were wide. In Geronimo's eyes, which had become very dry after giving away his own food, it seemed that only bitter venom remained. In the end, the king of humans only thought about humans. What the elder chief said was true. There was once a knight who harbored a radiant intent like a star. He was also someone who gathered the potential of all the races of the world into a single sword to eliminate the most perfect dragon. I'm sorry. However, the man who was now removing his robe was not the knight who had shone so brightly back then. The old man, whose face was covered in wrinkles filled with regrets, was a liar who could not even fulfill the promises he said he would keep. To destroy the most perfect being, I borrowed too much. While returning them, I could not concern myself with you. Please return. Geronimo stopped walking and murmured quietly. However, his calm yet clear voice entered Frazzen's heart and sank heavily. Come back and send us food if you can. At his feet, where he stopped, was a very small sapling. The sapling, which did not even reach the waist of an adult, seemed precarious, as if it might wither and die at any moment, perhaps because it stood on dry land. May your compassion allow us to survive the winter. Geronimo, an elf begging for food, and a young world tree that had not even properly rooted. Faced with their miserable appearance, Frazzen deeply regretted coming here too late. Don't do this, don't beg. You have the right to stand with dignity. Elves who had to sacrifice their world mother tree to destroy the most perfect dragon. But now, instead of past glory, their lives had been reduced to begging with outstretched hands to others. Click, Your Majesty? Their misery was ultimately his fault. Even though I fulfilled my duties as a knight, it was my fault for not being able to fulfill my duties as emperor. I'm sorry it took so long to repay this debt. Clang! Frazzen drew his sword, and without hesitation drove it into the ground in front of the small sapling of the world tree. Although its owner had aged and worn down, the sword still shone with its silver brilliance. Obtained from the Lady of the Lake, blessed by God, and ruled by a flame that never extinguishes. What are you doing now? The young Geronimo was surprised by Frazzen's sudden action, but the old emperor's face only filled with a relieved smile as he looked at him. Do not remove this sword. Not until the children here stop starving. Frazzen sheathed his sword, looked at the children who were staring at him with wide eyes, and laughed. And until this young world tree takes deep root. As the blue grass began to slowly grow around the silver sword, the children, who had never seen that color in the wasteland, opened their eyes wide. Rumble, rumble, a man who left his position of glory to assume a duty he had not fulfilled. As the silver sword wept at seeing its owner walk away, he simply patted it once and covered himself with his hood again. At least I'm glad I didn't arrive too late. That brings me some comfort. A wasteland with nothing, a land where children starved, and someday, the land from which the sword would be drawn. The name they would give that place in the future would be the Forest of the Elves, Aljurin. A tall wooden fence seemed majestic, but it couldn't block the ominous air coming from outside the forest. The young elves of Aljurin simply widened their eyes, as if anxious while watching the village become more and more unfamiliar as the adults moved busily. Here are the children gathered, and the children of the Ruga tribe noticed it too. Vlad walked forward without saying a word, looking at the children who had different appearances but the same look in their eyes. The human army numbers around 1,000 men. That sounds manageable. According to Bayezid, who was walking with him, the number of soldiers gathered by Count Vitskaya was about 1,000. There were around 700 Aljurin elves fighting against him, so it didn't seem like there was any reason to be at a disadvantage if they fought behind a fence. The problem is the resurrected ones. But Count Vitskaya wasn't alone. Behind him, there were many dark mages who answered Ramashtu's call, and they were probably still burning with desire for Ashura. 3 days ago, their number was already about 2,000. Combined with the humans, they form an army of 3,000, and it is likely to continue growing. At that moment, a sudden wind blew, and the smell of oil began to waft from the torch beside me. Suddenly, an unexpected wind brought the scent of oil from the nearby torches. That's why we need a barrier to reverse the current situation. The barrier surrounding Aujuran was protected by the unbreakable promise of the Swordmaster's sword. However, ever since the revived Frazzen took the sword, the barrier ceremony that the elves had built over hundreds of years was in a state of failure, like a safe that had lost its key. I beg you. With those words, Bayezid stopped, indicating that his guidance ended there. When he stopped, there were elders waiting for Vlad in front of the young world tree. Their eyes, which awaited the new silver knight, were as serious as the eyes of the children he had just seen. Bayezid. Yes? As he followed those hopeful gazes, Vlad suddenly stopped, as if remembering something, and looked at Bayezid. Thank you for back then. Vlad turned around and was smiling. It wasn't a bright enough smile to laugh with, but his somewhat carefree smile eased Bayezid's heart a little. I'll try to settle the debt this time. For everything you did for me. From the devastated city of Dirmar to the forgotten island of the dwarves, Lemnos. Vlad kept remembering the elf who had been with him all this time. Because knights only received just compensation. For the elf who quietly stayed by my side when I needed it most. Bayezid was speechless for a moment when he saw Vlad say that he would take this opportunity to repay the help he had received. Yes. With those words, Bayezid remained there for a long time, watching Vlad's back as he walked farther and farther away. Though he walked to fulfill a great duty, Vlad showed not the slightest hesitation in his steps as he walked towards the young world tree. Listen, my soldiers! The troops were lined up along the edge of the dense forest. The soldiers, who were largely divided into 2 formations, had different appearances and also different positions according to their respective roles. Remember how those damn elves suddenly betrayed us? The dead were silent, and the living held their breath to match them. Though the formation was filled with a strange silence as if they were about to go into battle, only Count Vitskaya was shouting loudly to everyone. Remember the pain they caused us. Now, while your families starve at home, those evil elves are resting, eating, and enjoying themselves in that green forest. As the Count said, the people in his territory were endlessly starving. The county of Vitskaya, where trade with the elves had been cut off, was like a land without a waterway. At this moment, when even the support from the Dragon Blood Duke had been severed, the only way to save the territory, suffering from scorching hunger, was to steal from others. Look at that green forest. While your families starve, those damn elves are relaxing and enjoying themselves as if nothing is wrong. Accumulated resentment seeks a target, and repressed anger needs an outlet. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, they just needed something to unleash upon, and for the residents of Vitskaya, the elves were simply excellent kindling. Yes, if it weren't for them, we wouldn't be in this situation. It's all the elves' fault. They started everything. To survive, sometimes one needs the courage to ignore the truth and an excuse to attack others. Angry shouts toward the elves began to erupt from Vitskaya's army, which fulfilled all the conditions with a single speech. In the end, they also seek to kill others to survive. And there were those watching them from another camp. They were among the dead and the ominous creatures that filled the army. What do you think, Joseph? Is it right to trample others to survive? The voice that spoke sounded as empty as death. The image of a woman dressed in black mourning clothes looked at him. The woman, who rejected the world created by God and would not even set foot on the earth, looked at Joseph with a truly mysterious expression. God is cruel, don't you think? He is the one who created a world where to survive. We must kill someone to live. Seen up close, she seemed like a very compassionate woman. The sight of her holding each dead child in her arms was similar to that of the Virgin Mary, blessed by God. However, Joseph could glimpse the madness hidden behind her gentle smile. That's why we must destroy everything, so that no one else has to die. Some had come this far, driven by vile desires, others by unfulfilled dreams, and others by despair. Although all the dark mages who had been drawn here by the darkness had their own circumstances, Joseph was sure that none of them were as mad as Ramashtu standing before him. And then we will rebuild it, because she was rejecting the world that God created with a passion purer than anyone else's. Joseph could only remain frozen as her maniacal smile of, "And then we will rebuild it," stared at him. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, causing great agitation among Vitskaya's troops. The vibration was so strong that even the undead, who were usually insensitive to disturbances, wavered. An earthquake? No. Ramashtu slightly lifted her veil, pointing toward the center of the elves' forest with her pale finger. At the end of her hand, a great tree rose toward the sky. It seems the elves don't want to die without a fight. The young world tree visible in the distance was glowing. It surpassed its original blue color and came in all sorts of bright colors. It's a barrier ritual. The bright lights were visible even from outside the forest, flickering incessantly like a beacon illuminating the elves' forest. Chapter 240. Successor 2. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A violent tremor was occurring beneath the bright roots of the world tree. The vibration was a gesture made by the world tree as it attempted to rise, and it was also a rough roar made by a dragon-slaying sword trying to connect two worlds. Oh! The elven elders, watching the world being created once again, opened their mouths in astonishment. A conical world that filled the interior of the young world tree. The sight of the barrier ceremony constructed over countless years, slowly falling, was extremely tense and stirred a strange emotion. At last, finally the elves' barrier, touching the dragon-slaying sword, began to slowly melt away. The barrier formula, which had started to melt from the bottom and turn into a bright powder, became a single line and slowly engraved itself on the surface of the sword, regardless of its massive volume. It's done. It's done. Cries of joy began to erupt from the mouths of the elders who witnessed this, because it looked completely different from the swords they had seen before. Unlike other swords, the Dragon Slayer sword neither exploded nor was crushed. It remained still, clearly displaying its original silver color. Woong! Woong! Even though the crude techniques carving into its body were painful. Though the ritual invading its body was agonizing, the Dragon Slayer sword stood firm, enduring it all. Because for this sword, born from the light of the stars, the endangered land was its home, the place where it had been created. But Vlad's expression, as he listened to the sword's groans, grew increasingly grim. The elders may not have realized it, but Vlad, who shared the same world as the Dragon Slayer sword, understood that his sword had reached its limit. And just as he feared, the conical world descending began to tilt slowly. Rumble! It wasn't a sound heard with the ears, but a collapse felt through the soul. Seeing the conical world lose its balance like a falling tree, the faces of the elders, which had been filled with joy, turned pale. Old Geronimo, who had been watching the scene, exhaled a sigh of despair, struggling to accept what he was witnessing. No. However, despite his fervent cries, The elves' world was becoming increasingly perilous. The dragon-slaying sword holding it up was struggling to maintain balance, but the duty it had to accept was heavy, and the world it had to support was too overwhelming. Rumble! The young world tree wept as it watched the elves' world tilt toward it, unable to extend a branch to support it. Not yet fully connected, the young world tree could only tremble as it observed the collapse of the elves' world. Grrr! Grrr! Oh! The vibrations coming from the forest were unusual. This was because there were not only vibrations beneath the ground, but there were also beings trampling the earth. There are too many. Captain, the traps are useless. There were corpses running, turning the green forest completely black. They ran randomly, with their pure white wings shining, ignoring the arrows fired by the elves, and heading only toward one place. Boom! Crash! The sound of traps collapsing echoed throughout the forest. Despite falling into deep pits or being impaled by wooden spears, the black wave heading towards Al-Shuran showed no signs of stopping. Retreat! There was no need to check it in advance. After confirming that the first line to block the intruders had been broken, the leader gritted his teeth and lit the beacon next to him. Everyone retreat. Regroup at the second line. The elves who had gone out to intercept following the leader's order quickly began to retreat. However, the black waves of corpses approaching with no time to breathe had such intense speed that even the agility of the elves could not outrun them. Screech! Damn it, they're already here. There was black smoke rising above someone's screams. The smoke seen in Al-Shuran rose much faster than Baradis had anticipated. I see smoke, Lord Baradis. Baradis, who was observing the situation in front of the wooden fence, bit his lip when he heard a report beside him. We've received word that enemies have been found at the second line. Captain, they report that not a single soldier from the first line has arrived. Hearing that not a single soldier had managed to regroup, Baradis's expression grew even more tense. Although the personnel was selected so strictly that they were placed on the most dangerous first line, the speed of the enemy's advance easily surpassed Baradis's expectations. This doesn't make sense. He had tried to slow down the enemy with arrows and traps. Baradis had attempted to buy as much time as possible before the enemies reached Al-Shuran, but his attempts had been in vain from the start. And there are too many of them. The forest was like a natural castle wall. But even this dense forest was not enough to block the thousands of corpses unleashed by the evil people. To make matters worse, the corpses seemed to know exactly where to go, running straight toward the elves without getting lost in the labyrinthine paths of the forest. It's dark magic. At that moment, a low voice was heard behind Baradis. It was the voice of the great mother of the Ruga tribe, holding a pipe in her mouth. Walking in darkness means they don't need to find the right path. Although it is an evil being, dark magic also has its origin in mystery. The great mother of the Ruga tribe shook the ash from the pipe, as if she didn't like their methods, which only her companions could recognize. How many more enemies do you think will come? Let me see. Although they were not yet comrades or comrades in arms, the Great Mother decided to grant Baradis's request. Because behind the Al-Shuran fence they now had their backs to, not only were the elves, but also the precious children of the Ruga clan. Huff! Thick smoke filled the air as the Great Mother exhaled deeply. Her breath, carried by the wind, had already crossed the forest and was heading towards the human army outside. I can't believe so many warlocks have gathered. Beyond the forest, seen through the mystery, warlocks who seemed to be dozens of years old stood side by side. They were reciting strange spells to conform to the world they had built. However, the great mother of the Ruga family could spot among them a woman exuding a strong presence. Is it that woman? She was a woman dressed in black mourning clothes who seemed unusual at first glance. Although it was impossible to see her in detail because she was covered by a thick veil, her beauty could be guessed just by looking at her bright red lips. Hey! The great mother of the Ruger family, who was looking at the woman, stopped breathing for a moment as a chill ran down her spine, because the woman smiled as if she had noticed the great mother's gaze. "Hello." Seeing her smile, pale as a corpse and making eye contact with her, the great mother of the Ruger family quickly waved her hand and began to disperse the accumulated smoke. "For God's sake, what's happening?" Bayezid asked, looking at the great mother, who had suddenly become agitated, but she said nothing and only stood up with her staff. "She's a powerful sorceress. I've never seen anything like her. It will be difficult both for you and for me." With the great mother's words, the sound of vibrations on the ground was getting closer and closer. Bayezid, who heard that loud sound, was convinced that even the second line he had prepared would soon collapse. Now, old Geronimo sighed as he watched his world crumble. At that moment, when he had to give up everything, Geronimo could feel a breeze of wind pass by his shoulders. Ah! It was a wind created by a man who rushed to the altar without anyone stopping him. Vlad climbed the altar with the wind and held his sword with a familiar hand. Why does this hurt so much? Although the pain, like a stabbing sensation piercing his hands, was intense, Vlad did not let go of the sword. The elders were so shocked to see Vlad pulling back the dragon-slaying sword that was slowly falling that they couldn't even scream and simply opened their mouths wide. "Get out now! This ritual is too strong for the human body." Even Quijano, horrified by Vlad's impulsive action, told him to let go of the sword. But Vlad kept trying to lift the dangerously tilting dragon slayer sword. "Then what am I supposed to do?" "This is our last chance." As Vlad said, the cone shining inside the world tree was truly the last chance to contain the hopes of the elves. Vlad knew very well that if this barrier ceremony failed, the only thing that could protect Oshuran would be the hastily built fence by Bayezid, and even that wouldn't hold for long. But it shouldn't be done this way. What was visible was a dragon-slaying sword, but the essence of what the sword was trying to contain was the world of the young world tree. The magic of the elves was an attempt to succeed, so what Vlad was trying to create now was not just a sword, but a world as vast and deep as Oshuran. "Human knight, step away immediately. If you stay there, you'll be crushed by the presence." Rumble. With the elders' shouts, the tremors underground became more intense. It was the earth's cry, unable to bear the increasingly heavy world. However, Vlad simply held his sword and continued pushing it as if he couldn't hear anything. Vlad's golden world instinctively closed, shone as if it were about to explode. But as if that wasn't enough, Vlad's toes were gradually being pushed back. "Close your eyes. I already have them closed. Close your right eye too. You must build it through the world you have, not through your body." However, since Vlad had already opened his world with all his might, the only person who could help Vlad's world, now trying to lift the sword, was Quijano, who lived within. Damn it! With his left eye closed, Vlad saw his own world, and with his right eye open, he saw the real world. That was the balance he had been taught, the only way not to lose himself in his own world. But there was no other option now. Eyes slowly. Take a deep breath. When Vlad closed his right eye and detached from reality, all he could see was total darkness. But at that very moment, the elders nearby saw a figure emerge from Vlad's closed eye. Although it was faint, the figure seemed to be helping Vlad lift the sword that was collapsing beside him. "Look through the sword you are holding." Vlad, looking through his sword, saw the small root of the young world tree trying to enter this world. The world tree, which only had a young priestess as its sole passage into the world, was trying to create another passage called the Dragon Slayer Sword to avoid a crisis in the land where it was rooted. Can you see it now? It was my world that I couldn't control and was sinking into deeply. But Kahano's voice, firmly established, remained above. Vlad lifted his head following the voice and could see a small root twisting above him. "Bring that guy here." Kahano's voice was growing more distant, but Vlad could understand what he was trying to say. My world was like a brush painting the world, but it could also be a pure white drawing paper for someone else. Seeing the green world he wished to paint through it, Vlad reached out with all his might. Boom! Boom! Crash! Boom! The noise from the wooden fence trembling was loud. Even the large wooden fence shook due to the brutal onslaughts that no living being could execute. Screech! Screech! Captain! A corpse had wedged itself between them, baring its teeth fiercely. Its head was half crushed, but it had managed to create a gap, and the space was widening as its head violently smashed against the fence, paying no heed to its own body. "Don't fall back. This is the last place we can hold." Now that the second line, which had been painstakingly built, had collapsed, leaving only the barrier that could be considered the last bastion, the only thing Bayezid could tell the elves was not to retreat. Puff! A dense smoke began to fill the air as the Great Mother exhaled laboriously. The Great Mother of the Ruga clan exhaled with effort, filling the air with thick smoke. Her smoke, so suffocating that even the dead recoiled, only created a brief respite. Boom! 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 At that moment, something could be seen through the gap where the corpses had escaped. A massive figure, clearly visible even in the low visibility, obscured by the smoke. The corpse looked as if it had been formed by smashing everything together, a sight nauseating just to behold. But the impact that the enormous body would cause was likely very real. "That damn thing is coming. Everyone, reinforce the fence. It must not collapse." Everyone knew that even the slightest hole must not be created, because right now a lot of rotting water was flowing through that gap. "Fire the arrows. What the hell are the druids doing?" As if someone's shout was a signal, a herd of boars began to charge from the forest towards the enormous, terrifying, ragged corpse. The formation threatening the fence was greatly shaken by the sudden appearance of the boars, but not even the powerful charge of the boars could stop the movement of the massive, ragged corpse, as if the limitations of its weight class were inevitable. Crack! The fence that the elves had painstakingly erected fell backward due to the creature's abrupt charge. Grah! The fence had been breached. Although it was a fence deeply embedded in preparation for this very situation, one side collapsed as if it couldn't withstand the attack of the shattered corpses, which were more vicious than any siege weapon. "Stop them! They must not get through." Everyone began rushing out to close the gap that was finally forming. In a desperate effort to block the breach, the elves and warriors of the Ruga clan launched themselves into the attack, fiercely brandishing their weapons. But the breach, like a broken dam, couldn't contain the wave surging towards Aushurin. Screech! The dead, who had been held back by the fence, were now slipping through the gap, advancing towards Aushurin. The tide, too strong to be contained, was sweeping away the defenders trying to hold it back. Damn it! Boom! Bardis's left eye burned with intensity as he watched the scene unfold. However, the pentagram engraved in his left eye alone wasn't enough to stop the influx of corpses. No! Black waves began to invade the world of the elves after Bardis's single cry. The cursed beings advanced, leaving nothing in their wake as they moved towards Aushurin. Lower. Lower. At that critical moment, as the venomous fangs of the cursed beings loomed over Aushurin, a green wave spread out silently. Swish! A wave that began to spread gently, like the autumn wind passing through a wheat field. The green wave, which started with someone's sword strike, followed the flowing wind, quietly cutting through the corpses and moving toward the fallen wooden fence. Vlad? What came at the end of the calm waves was only the clear silence that enveloped the forest. Bayezid, who recognized the person who created the wave, raised his eyes in surprise, but Vlad, with his eyes closed, didn't acknowledge him and was only smiling serenely. Yes, that's it. Now, speaking with the voice of the world tree, audible only in his own world, Vlad was smiling as new inscriptions shone on the blade of his sword, inscriptions that hadn't been there before. Take root once more. Rumble. With Vlad's words, the green wave began to paint his world into reality. The world of the world tree, represented through Vlad's sword instead of the young priestess, was all green and all blue. Seeing the color that began to emerge from Vlad's sword, Bayezid could only stare in awe as the spectacle unfolded before his eyes. What the hell is this? The wooden fence was rising. Though shattered and scarred, the new green leaves emerging were healing the tree's wounds. The resurrected corpses who had until now advanced relentlessly stood still, astonished at the sight of the fence rising once again. However, Vlad, who in reality couldn't see the scene, simply nodded and smiled as if he now understood. Ah, so this is the color. A world that could only be understood with closed eyes. Vlad, now in someone else's world, not in reality, clung to a small root and looked at a world full of green light. Do not pull out the sword that I have driven in, until the children stop starving, until the young tree before me can fully take root. But now Vlad had drawn the sword and taken hold of the world tree's root. And so, now it was time to cut down those hungry corpses that were eyeing the children. So what should I draw this time? When Vlad opened his right eye to do so, the world was filled with green. Chapter 241. Night of the World Tree Rumble. With a heavy sound, the wooden fences of Asherin rose again, their massive forms standing tall once more. Count Vitskaya's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the shadows of the trees grow taller and taller, almost reaching the sky. Have they taken root again? When it fell, it was just a felled tree, but when it rose again, it was a tree with proud roots. Not only Count Vitskaya, but also the nearby sorcerers could not hide their confusion as they looked at the wooden fence of Asherin, which had now turned into a small forest. Those fuckers. And there were green eyes watching them with fury. With his sharp sword and his right eye burning intensely, Vlad watched the broken bodies of the elves, feeling his anger flare up fiercely. They killed them. Green energy began to form in the sharp sword, and the same was true for his right eye. The young world tree, which had finally entered this world through Vlad's sword and body, clenched its teeth as if it could not contain its rage when it saw the corpses of the elves who had tried to protect it. They were all good people. Rumble. The young world tree's anger erupted with a borrowed dragon's roar. Recognizing its fury, the green ocean surrounding Asherin began to surge violently. What the hell is this? Seeing the violent movement, Vitskaya's soldiers began to panic greatly. The trees are moving, because the trees around them were writhing and moving. The trees, which could only move with the permission of the forest's owner, were raising their roots that had been buried underground towards the sky, in sympathy with the young world tree's anger. Qua! They were slow, but impossible to dodge due to their massive weight. The formation of Vitskaya's army immediately began to disintegrate as the tree whips filled the sky. What the hell is going on? The exploding bodies and the soldiers' resounding screams suddenly began to fill the green forest. The trees that were supposed to stay still were rising on their own. Even Ramashtu, who was watching from afar, lifted her veil and opened her eyes wide at the shocking scene. And there was a breath that took advantage of this moment when the enemies were confused. This moment, when a single move could gain momentum on a battlefield that had been heavily tilted. Vlad, who had sensed the optimal moment to step forward, shot out like an arrow, his eyes shining. With a powerful swing of Vlad's sword, the heads of the corpses began to explode in countless numbers. It was a black wave that had seemed unstoppable just a moment ago. But the green world at the tip of Vlad's sword no longer allowed their advance. Screech! Coashes to me. The golden beacon that leaped into the Black Sea began to sway back and forth. The white, vacant eyes of the corpses finally opened, but the forest, in tune with the world tree, was now Vlad's domain. Vlad. Bayezid urgently raised his bow as he watched Vlad, covered in black, wolf-like corpses. But it was only for a moment. Vlad had already risen into the sky, stepping on the corpses around him. What? Cue! The knight of the world tree ran down the steps made by the glowing mole. Vlad, riding down the stairs created by the glowing mole, charged towards the giant corpse that had broken through the wooden fence. It was too large to be cut down in a single strike, but it didn't matter. Because the world tree's world I now hold is bigger than that. The world of the world tree that he now held was much vaster than that being. The sword he wielded, though just a blade, contained the very essence of Azuran, and it quickly pierced the giant corpse. Crunch! Is this how it would sound if it were crushed by a massive rock? The head of the ragged corpse, pierced by Vlad's sword, began to be miserably crushed. Quake! Though there were hundreds of corpses piled up, the weight of the sword was impossible to bear. The ragged corpse flailed its ugly arms wildly, as if it hadn't anticipated its weight at all, but Vlad's sword was driven through without the slightest hesitation. Joseph. Because he could see Joseph's black eyes watching him from beyond the overflowing corpses. A man who always smiled at me in a room filled with sunlight. But now, seeing him among those he hated most, Vlad let out a fierce roar. Joseph Bayezid. Crack! The ragged corpse, unable to withstand the presence of the world tree, began to collapse. Vlad charged through the corpses, and although it seemed like a dangerous sight, the sword he held shone with a bright green. Get out of my forest right now! Everyone, get out of the way! You bastards! The dragon's roar echoed in unison with the young world tree. With the accumulated fury of the world tree, the star and dragon's sword finally divided the green forest. Rumble! It felt like an enormous mountain-like sword was falling. The presence of the world tree, which could not be contained just in the form of a sword, covered the sky, broke the ground, and split the black, wolf-like sea, and even the revived beings began to scream loudly, as if in fear. Good heavens! And from the center of that devastating scene, Ramashtu saw a golden line advancing towards them. It was a sun that could not rise under Frazzen's sky, but in his absence, it emerged in a way that no one seemed able to stop. Stop him! He's coming towards us. Protect Ramashtu! The headless knights quickly began to build a wall to block Vlad's fierce attack. However, the entity they were trying to stop was not just a swordsman, but the will of the forest itself. Crunch! Crack! With the blade of Vlad's sword, the headless knights were sent flying. They were struck by an enormous world they could not possibly resist, and were only shattered and thrown aside. Don't stand in my way! Destroying the headless knights, cutting down the fleeing sorcerers. Vlad continued forward, offering appropriate sacrifices to the furious world tree. Finally, he found himself facing the woman in mourning black who blocked his path. Ah, you're here too. Vlad's eyes gleamed ominously as he recognized Ramashtu. The dark circle tainting the green world continued to generate ominous waves, polluting the forest. Seeing Ramashtu, both Vlad and the World Tree felt the same growing hostility. "I'm tired of your damn tricks." Boom. Bang. Bang. Before he realized it, Vlad was moving towards her, breaking the sinister words that appeared before him. Ramashtu's circle, with its reversed divine words, was as terrifying as it was unsettling. But the young World Tree, the master of this land, did not permit its existence. Kayuk! Even Ramashtu, who was always calm, could not help but frown before Vlad's sharp sword. Even she, standing outside the world created by God, seemed unable to ignore the presence of Vlad roaring right in front of her. "Why are you doing all this damn nonsense?" Vlad remembered the women who died shedding black tears. Also the unfortunate prostitute who closed her eyes in a town covered in fog. They say no one in the world is without a story, but what she did was so cruel that Vlad didn't want to see scenes like that again. "Damn bitch!" Clang! With a furious cry and breaking through Ramashtu's last circle, Vlad finally reached her. Hundreds of corpses were already lined up behind the path with the World Tree's anger, and none of them stopped Vlad's advance. "Wielding." For the first time in a long time, Ramashtu felt fear as Vlad's rough hands pulled at her veil. This was because the dragon's wrath, which even Frazzen, who had implanted a perfect peace, could not replicate, was right in front of her. "I won't forgive you even in death, Ramashtu. Gah!" Anywhere else, Vlad wouldn't have been able to reach her, but this was Aushurin. The golden dragon running free on the green canvas had all the space it needed to spread its wings. Vlad! The sight of Vlad holding Ramashtu's hair and raising his sword was the very vision of an angry forest. Joseph shouted as he saw Vlad trying to thrust all the anger he had accumulated until now into a single point. Damn it! At the moment when the World Tree's wrath was about to fall upon Ramashtu's neck, Vlad could feel a very familiar energy stabbing into his side. It was the presence of his master, the man who had guided him into the world of knights. "You damned idiot!" A strong aura flowed from the patch Jaeger wore. His sword, stabbing into Vlad's side, was truly filled with the ferocity of trying to twist the momentum of the battlefield, just as he had learned. Crack! Jaeger's familiar and furious onslaught found a weak point in Vlad, who hadn't anticipated it. But just as Jaeger's sword was about to strike, a root emerged to block it. Jaeger! Jaeger had an expression of disbelief as he looked at the root that blocked his sword. However, this was the moment when knights were racing against time, and Vlad seized the opportunity once again, and this time the original golden light began to seep from Vlad's left eye. That defiant look hasn't changed. Vlad quickly released Ramashtu's hair, which he had been holding, and quickly gripped the sword with both hands. "The knight I met named Jaeger was not a knight strong enough to be defeated with just one hand. Why are you stopping me?" The tip of Jaeger's sword was sharp as he charged at me. Able to conceal numerous intentions in just one step forward, he managed to stop Vlad, if only for a short time. Because it's still not possible. Jaeger saw Joseph fleeing while supporting Ramashtu, and began to advance towards Vlad again. Seeing them moving further and further away, Vlad gritted his teeth and swung his sword. But the man named Jaeger, who blocked his way, was a master of counterattacks and a swordsman with mysterious steps. Clang! 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 Ah! Though the momentum far exceeded his expectations. What kind of bastard sword is this? Although Jaeger tried to joke as usual, his arm visibly trembled from the intensity of the combat. Vlad's fury was something he couldn't handle with just one sword. But the reason he had no choice but to endure it was probably because he was also a knight who followed his lord's will. "Move aside." Please, I can't." The few surviving sorcerers began to disappear into thick smoke along with Ramashtu. Seeing Joseph vanish with them, Vlad gritted his teeth and swung his sword. But the knight named Jaeger, blocking his way, was a master of counterattacks and a swordsman of mysterious steps. "It's not time yet, Vlad." "Not yet." Jaeger's voice, whispering softly as if only for Vlad to hear, lingered at the edge of his ear. But unfortunately, his words didn't seem to reach Vlad, who was immersed in his own world. "Ah! Ha!" Vlad began to scream in fury as he saw Ramashtu and Joseph disappear before him. Though the young world tree did not allow it, the sorcerers who had opened the breach seemed to have found an exit from the forest. "Please, move aside." Faced with an inevitable choice, Vlad had to remember the oath he had made. Do what you need to do where you need to be. Even the young will have their potential taken again. He knew he would have to pierce through his respected master to fulfill his duty. Crack! The tip of Vlad's sword, which he could no longer resist, pierced through Jaeger's body. Though his body, unable to control its weight, was thrown against the tree right behind him, Jaeger was still smiling. "Ugh! Ah!" Though it was only for a short time, Jaeger managed to block the forest's fury with his entire body, and finally gave Joseph some precious time. "You, kid, now I have a nosebleed." To the knight who had completed his mission could now only see his disciple crying in front of him. "Open your eyes quickly." "I don't know, but it seems like a huge burden." Seeing Jaeger hanging from a tree after being pierced by Vlad's sword was pitiful. But even in that situation, his only thought was for his disciple. "Jaeger, I knew this day would come." Vlad finally opened his left eye, which had been closed, and saw Jaeger growing paler as the blood drained away. As the world, which no human could dare to endure, crumbled, Vlad's entire body felt intense pain. But Vlad still tried to hold Jaeger. "You're an insolent kid. You've grown too fast." Vlad, his vision growing blurrier from the pain, saw Jaeger smiling at him. Vlad opened his eyes wide, trying not to lose sight of his master. But even with a dragon's body, the existence of the World Tree was not something that could be easily contained. "You could have told me." Vlad could only speak those words he had been holding inside all this time before he collapsed. "At least to me. I'm sorry." In the darkness that enveloped him, Vlad's last vision was of Jaeger patting his head. Vlad, who was clutching Jaeger's clothes, slowly lowered his head and leaned towards him, as if pleading with him not to leave without saying a word this time. "Thank you." The sky was clear, and the wind blew gently. Although there were angry elven shouts and someone's screams coming from one side, the only sound Vlad could hear as he collapsed after finishing his task was the whisper of the young world tree, telling him to rest. Chapter 242. Between the cracks, one warm sunlight filtered through the thick leaves. It was hard to believe that this peaceful and clear forest had been the scene of a fierce battle the day before. Even the corpses that had been wildly rampaging through the quiet forest, where only the birds' songs could now be heard, had fallen into a deep sleep from which they would never awaken, as if they had finally found rest. "Are you awake?" However, eternal sleep was only reserved for the dead. Unlike them, Vlad, who had just opened his eyes, slowly turned his head at the sound of the young girl's voice resonating in his ears. "They said that man didn't die." What a relief, right? The price of embracing the World Tree had not been small, and Vlad still felt an unbearable pain throughout his body. For that reason, he could barely articulate a word. But the young priestess kept chattering endlessly, as if she already knew what Vlad wanted to say. But he was quite seriously injured, so he might lose the mobility in one of his arms. It was Vlad who had exhausted all his energy from speaking due to yesterday's fierce battle. Even so, he felt uncomfortable being in front of the priestess, so he made an effort to get up and straighten his back. In that case, it could have been worse. The sunlight shone on the priestess's head as she stood by the window. Her silvery blonde hair shimmered dazzlingly, which was hard to bear for Vlad, who had just opened his eyes, but even so, he could make out the small picture book she was holding. What's that? Is it a revelation? No. Although the priestess usually received revelations through her drawings, today didn't seem to be the case, and she smiled sweetly. You no longer need any revelations from Vlad. For some reason, the words the priestess had just spoken carried a strange resonance. Vlad, distracted for a moment by her words, suddenly saw a blank sheet of drawing paper resting in her hand. He said to thank you for drawing such a wonderful picture in his place. Really? It was a page torn from the book she was holding. Although the sheet didn't seem particularly elaborate as he looked at it, a faint smile began to form on Vlad's face. But you still don't know how to draw, huh? As always, it was a clumsy, uneven drawing. The drawing looked like it had been done by a small child. In it there was a smiling tree, despite being a tree, and Vlad standing beside it with a sword in his hand. Deep within the elven city, a pitiful cry could be heard from the elven prison, which was completely dark, unlike the sunny exterior. Oh my God, please! An urgent sound came from Count Vitskaya, who was hanging upside down. He seemed to have been severely tortured, as he was covered in blood, but it seemed as though he had been interrogated by a highly skilled expert, because there were no fatal wounds. Bishop Pedro, my faith in God has never wavered. Even if you were to ask me to recite a prayer right now, I could do so without making a single mistake. Aha! Schön. Though the Count pleaded for his innocence with a desperate voice, the priest standing before him seemed to have no intention of listening to his confession. Bishop Pedro, who held a hot iron instead of the Bible, meticulously peeled away the remaining skin with a calm expression and posed a question to the Count. When did you start collaborating with them? 5 years ago. Or perhaps longer? The Count's horrible screams echoed through the cell, so much so that the elves outside the bars turned their faces away, unable to bear the scene. However, as a faithful follower of God's will, Pedro simply did his job silently, seeking the truth even in this hellish scene. You better not try to deceive me. The Vatican has had its eye on you as an impure person for a long time. Count Vitskaya's face grew increasingly pale when Pedro said he had been watching him for a long time. Bishop Pedro, an exorcist and inquisitor of heresy of whom the Vatican was proud. Before him, who had claimed to have killed dozens of wicked beings and personally burned hundreds of non-believers, Count Vitskaya was just easy prey. It wasn't exactly collaboration. The elves say that Absalom wasn't created as a poison that could induce suicide. Pedro set down the hot iron and took a small pair of tongs while continuing his questioning. They were a pair of tongs that seemed harmless to anyone, but the Count was actually more afraid of the small tongs, whose purpose he couldn't understand, than of the hot iron. Though it is highly addictive, it wasn't something that couldn't be abandoned. Absalom, the elven drug that had shaken the capital of Brigantis. The number of court nobles who committed suicide after coming into contact with the drug numbered in the dozens, so it must have been a product that could not have been distributed without malicious intent. When was that deadly poison added to the elves' resentment? However, even the elves who created Absalom said it wasn't a drug designed to kill someone. They said that, while they may have intended to slowly sicken the Empire, they didn't want such an extreme outcome. The elves knew very well that if they truly did that, Oshuran would be in danger from the Empire. From what I see, it seems that this came from your territory. Someone had added poison to the Empire, using a shield called the Elves before them. Through the Count's trembling eyes, Pedro became convinced that there were beings who incited hatred among each other while borrowing others' names. Was it the work of the Dragon-blood Duke, constantly drawing and dividing lines between each other? There were people smiling amidst the deep conflict that had emerged. A faithful servant of God finally began to shine a small torch on those people who were crouching in every corner of the world. "I'll talk. So please." Pedro, who acted with anger instead of the holy word of God in the righteous path he believed in. However, the appearance of the venomous insects that Pedro heard about through the Count's mouth was far more repugnant than Pedro had expected. Sounds of anger echoed from the damp corridor. They were such eerie sounds that they sent shivers down one's spine, but Joseph, who was secretly hiding behind the door, only focused on listening attentively. "We must scatter again immediately. We've already revealed too much. Disperse after we've gathered with such effort? It could take centuries to reunite." Beyond the door where Joseph stood, dozens of sorcerers were speaking fiercely, their faces filled with bloodlust. Though there were at least 100 of them, counting those who remained silent, the fact that no other noise could be heard only added further tension to the situation. If not now, we'll never have another opportunity. Never in history has the Empire been plunged into such chaos as it is now. With Ramashtu temporarily withdrawn due to the wound inflicted by Vlad, the sorcerers she had summoned began to bare their teeth. Though they belonged to the same world, each had different dreams. They began to raise their voices at each other as if now was their chance to achieve their goals. Now is the time to step forward and rule the Empire. This is truly the birth of a great magical empire. I'm not interested in something so trivial. I'm only here for the world creation arch, he promised. Let's start with the Vatican and the Northern Orthodox Church. How many of our comrades have we lost at the hands of those damned ones? For some it was for an ambition they couldn't reach, for others, for a truth they couldn't find, and for others, for a vengeance buried deep in their bones. Joseph could feel that each word they spoke was steeped in a darkness so deep it would turn the world black. But their extreme words reached no one's ears, and so far had only remained in a void, as no one had paid attention to them. First of all, it's true that now is the right time for us to achieve something. Until Ramashtu appeared and gathered them all under her command. At that moment, Joseph recognized a familiar voice coming from inside the door. An unknown headless knight who was Ramashtu's loyal follower. When the man who had led Joseph deep into the corridor opened his mouth, the sorcerers who had been heated moments before began to fall silent. For that, the great feat of Ramashtu, something we all agreed upon, must first be accomplished. What feat was Ramashtu trying to achieve first? What tricks had they implemented so far to achieve it? Joseph's ears began to inch closer to the door to listen to what the headless knight was trying to say. Although the Dragon-blood Duke betrayed us, we still have another fragment of the dragon. The army of Radu surrounding the city of Moshiam clearly seemed suspicious. Perhaps at that time, Ramashtu and the Dragon-blood Duke had been allies, using a dragon fragment to lure him in. Additionally, we've already collected the essence of the spirits and the potential of the children. All that remains is the root of the world tree. The most perfect fragment of the world, the potential of the young to become anything, and the root of the world tree that rises to the heavens. Once we have all of that, Ramashtu will become the master of her own world. Through them, Ramashtu sought to become a god, even for the sake of the fragile children whom the current world simply ignored. In the world she dreamed of, no child would suffer, but to achieve it, she had chosen the path of the worst imaginable blasphemy. Joseph, who finally realized Ramashtu's true purpose, let out a gasp. Her grand plan, which surpassed the imagination of any mortal, caused Joseph to let out a sigh from deep within his heart, without even realizing. Creak! And in a place where no one was breathing, Joseph's breath was something completely foreign. The headless knight, noticing the sound, pushed his chair back with a screeching noise. "Who's there?" The headless knight's steps slowly approached from inside the room. But Joseph, who had nowhere to run, couldn't hide his panic and didn't know which direction to flee. "I knew it could only be you, Joseph of Bayezid." Through the door that slowly creaked open, a blue flower floated, carried by the headless knight. As his eyes, infinitely cold because they held death, swept over him, Joseph felt as if his heart had stopped. However, the headless knight did not approach Joseph any further. He simply stood still, staring over his head as if frozen in place. "Have you returned?" "Yes." Suddenly, Joseph was startled by the voice coming from above his head. "It seems you've gotten lost after I sent you on an errand." Though Joseph was not a knight, he had sharp perception. But now, behind him, stood a man who had lost all color. The man, whom I don't know how long he had been standing there, opened his mouth while looking at the natural blue flower before him. "Let me take this guy with me." "All right, Lord Frazzen." "Oh, and by the way," Frazzen, turning Joseph by his stiff shoulders and taking him along with him, added, "You still don't possess the heart of the dragon, right?" Pointing to his heart with a raised finger. "If you want to obtain the legitimate right to it, you'll first have to kill Sarnas as we agreed. You get death, and I get the fragment, because that was the contract we made that day in the forest." With those words, the man who returned from the dead and the man headed toward death began to walk down the dark corridor. A hallway they would never leave, yet they continued to advance without stopping. Chapter 243. Between the cracks, too, the air in the long and narrow hallway was thick with a stale smell. Joseph should have been used to it by now, but the damp stench of the mansion was like poison to him, who needed to breathe. Yet at that moment, Joseph forgot even the pervasive odor, focusing all his attention on the man before him. "You passed through death in an incomplete way. You're so weak that a mere sigh could knock you down." A man who had lost all color. But once he had been the brightest of them all, and now he stood before him. "I don't understand what you mean, Your Majesty." Although he tried not to show it, Joseph couldn't prevent his heart from racing upon hearing Frazzen's voice. And the quickened heartbeat wasn't just the result of a sense of danger. The founding king, the man who appeared in the storybooks, his mother read to him as a child, was now standing before Joseph's eyes. The existence of the swordmaster, whom he had vaguely admired since childhood, was like a bubble that Joseph couldn't grasp. "Don't call me Your Majesty." However, Joseph was no longer the child he once was, and the man before him was no longer the glorious knight. They were walking in a place so far removed from what they had once dreamed of, and they simply walked in silence through the damp hallway. Thump. The place where Frazzen led Joseph, who was in peril, was his own room. It was a spacious, well-organized room, far larger than any other room Joseph had seen before, and fortunately the stench that had bothered him did not permeate. "Sit." "Yes." As Joseph looked around Frazzen's room, not even illuminated by a single candle, his expression hardened as if he had finally regained his senses. Since he had just been called in while eavesdropping on a conversation between sorcerers, there was nothing unusual about what was going to happen next. "Joseph of Bayezid. At some point, I had planned to meet you." Was it because he had been in the darkness for too long? It was a room without light, but Joseph felt he could distinguish Frazzen standing before him. "I heard you were the one who first hired that Vlad fellow, correct?" His face was stiff as a corpse. However, each time Vlad's name was mentioned, an expression appeared on his face. I don't know what kind of emotion it expressed, but it certainly seemed a little more alive than before. "Yes." "Good, then tell me, Creak. It was probably just a decorative candle, since Frazzen, not being alive, didn't need even the faintest light. Slowly, from the beginning. What was he like? But now Frazzen struck a match and lit a candle in the dark room. Perhaps he did it for the guest's sake, but Joseph felt that the light he was seeing wasn't for him. If you answer sincerely, I'll turn a blind eye. Frazzen smiled faintly as he watched the candlelight. However, Joseph couldn't return the smile, because what Frazzen held now was a small teacup that Joseph had been hiding. Joseph couldn't help but stiffen his expression as he stared at the dwarf's teacup, completely spotless despite having been filled with tea as black as a wolf's maw. 2 weeks had passed since that terrible battle. Though the graves that filled the vacant spaces still caused sadness, the lush fence that had replaced them was a great comfort to the elves. Is your arm okay? And now, the green wooden fence of Azurin was visible from Vlad's room. Vlad, who was looking at Jaeger with the image of the young world tree behind him, made a complicated expression as he saw the bandages around Jaeger's arm. The arm's fine, but now my leg is bothering me a bit. There were still white bandages wrapped around Jaeger's left arm, where Vlad's sword had pierced through. It was a serious injury that might prevent him from ever wielding a sword again, but Jaeger seemed more bothered by the chains around his ankles than by his limp left arm. No, I didn't even say anything. Remember that you're a prisoner of war now. For Vlad, he was a close mentor, but to the elves of Azurin, Jaeger was nothing more than a sinister man who had arrived with malevolent beings. Jaeger, now lying in bed without his eye patch, nodded as if Vlad's words made sense. That's true. I couldn't complain if they killed me right now. Seeing Jaeger laugh heartily as he said that, Vlad let out a brief sigh, as if he were exasperated. Jaeger's unique ease allowed him to fool others anytime, anywhere. It was something Vlad had always admired, just like Jaeger's skill with a sword. Now tell me, why the hell did you do it? However, the atmosphere between the two, which had relaxed for a while, began to cool once again with those words. Just a moment ago, Vlad had been concerned about his master's injury, but now Vlad's blue eyes, as he looked at Jaeger, were filled with resolve. I'm telling you in advance, this isn't a request. Vlad's eyes were turning cold, as if this was the end of the consideration that could be given out of simple acknowledgement. After seeing that, Jaeger must have realized he couldn't hide it anymore, so he closed his remaining eye. I'm sorry. An apology is fine. Where's that woman in black now? Squeak. A sharp sound came from the chair Vlad had pulled closer. The sound that pierced Jaeger's ears also showed Vlad's determination not to back down easily from this position. That woman has killed more than 100 people, just among the ones I know. If we count those I don't know about, the number might exceed 1,000. What makes her a true bitch is that she only kills the weakest, like children. If it were just regular warfare, killing indiscriminately, it wouldn't have bothered me so much. Vlad had never considered himself a righteous person. However, he firmly believed there were lines all people should follow. The reason Vlad had been able to avoid losing himself in those alleyways that felt like sewers was because he had fiercely maintained a minimum level of conscience all along. So, where is that bitch now? And now Vlad was sitting here trying to uphold the line he had drawn. Vlad's determination to repay all that he had received and to take care of what he owed was as firm as the solid wooden fence visible outside. I don't know where she is. Jaeger, that bitch you're talking about doesn't belong to any place. Jaeger, who had noticed Vlad's determination, had no choice but to tell it. Though it was a bit earlier than expected, Vlad was fully prepared to know the truth. Ramashtu is a woman who lives in memories. I'm not a sorcerer, so I don't know for sure, but at the very least, she's not walking on this earth. The woman known as Ramashtu, as Jaeger recognized her, did not exist in reality. She was merely an existence settled in an illusion that swelled like a bubble and occasionally rose like a nightmare. But I can point you to some places that might lead you to her, though I'm not sure if they still work. However, her dark bubble, which should have been eliminated long ago by those responsible, was already overflowing to the point of threatening reality. Point them out. Jaeger raised his healthy right arm toward Vlad, who was calmly lifting the map. His hands trembled as he marked the map, one place after another, but neither Vlad, who sought an answer, nor Jaeger, who spoke the truth, said a word. Why don't you ask? About what? About Lord Joseph. Jaeger, who had marked the last place he knew, spoke with his dry lips, but Vlad's response was not heard for a long time. I'll ask him in person. All right. Jaeger was about to pass along Joseph's final message, but decided not to after hearing Vlad's response. He believed there would be no need for an intermediary between the two, who would soon meet face to face. Lord Peter, there's a report. In an office in Sturma, a city where the winter's chill still lingered. In a place where there were as many books on the shelves as there were swords, Advisor Ragmus approached Peter with several pieces of paper. It is said that the Gaidar family is moving north towards the western gate. Peter, who had been reviewing documents for a while, raised his eyebrows at Ragmus's words. The Gaidar family of the west had returned after suffering a heavy blow in the giant hall of Dirmar a few years ago. But now, as if they had recovered from the damage, they were once again rising up, trying to remove the northern shield that blocked the canyon. They're moving faster than expected. It seems their support from the Golden Duke. To be precise, it may have been the intention of the Dragon Blood Duke. Seeing the Gaidar army advancing northward, along with the Central Army marching from the Heartland, was clearly a smart move, one that would have been difficult to execute without someone pulling the strings from behind. Defending up to that point would stretch our lines too thin. We must pull back. How far do you want us to retreat our forces? Although the Northern Alliance's Olympic fortress was a stronghold for the 7 northern families, it wouldn't be enough to block the forces of both the Golden Duke and Gaidar at the same time. Peter, who had full authority over the fortress, decided to retreat in order to consolidate their defenses. To Dirmar. Peter, who had been studying the map for a while, picked up the pen he was holding and began marking the location of Dirmar. Though Dirmar was a small city, it was a suitable gathering point for the northern families to establish their base and was also close to their own city, Soara. And Lord Peter, yes, this is the report from Lord Joseph. Though Peter was focused on the imminent threat, his expression softened at the mention of a note from Joseph, handed to him by Ragmus. It's been a while since we've had any news from him. It's an important report. Though carefully folded, the paper on which the report was written was badly worn, as if it had been hastily prepared. As Peter unfolded the note, he recalled his son's hand desperately clutching the paper, and a complex mix of emotions crossed his face. He's done his best, yes. In the middle of the unfolded note was his son's familiar handwriting. Though the writing was smudged compared to before, it was still readable, as it was his son's blood. Prepare a message. Ragmus, we need to inform the Iron Duke and the Northern Church. After reading the note, Peter closely examined the map he had just been studying and picked up a pen. Wouldn't it be better to inform the Court Duke as well? The Iron Duke will inform him. We shouldn't send too many messages from our position. Even in the face of the telegram sent by his troubled son, Peter didn't show the slightest hesitation. He simply made a sensible decision, fulfilling his role as Lord and Commander. I'm revoking my previous order. We will withdraw the Northern Alliance soldiers to Soara. With those words, Peter began drawing a bold cross over the mark of Dirmar. One from Dirmar, they would retreat to Soara. Advisor Ragmus nodded gravely as he watched Peter, who had drawn the defensive line that needed to be fortified as much as possible. Understood, Count. Peter stood in silence, watching Ragmus exit the office with those words. Carefully, he reopened Joseph's note, and, after pondering for a moment, went to the bookshelf, where he pulled out a small book and delicately placed the note between its pages. "I'm proud of you, Joseph." 5 on the cover of the book that Peter had taken out was a colorful drawing, likely meant to appeal only to children. It was an old children's storybook, one that had been his youngest son Joseph's favorite during his childhood. On the worn cover, a knight could be seen charging valiantly at a great dragon. Chapter 244, Burned Church 1. The Great Mother's eyes, with their heavily drooping eyelids, were fixed on Vlad. So was the sharp needle she held. Sizzled. Ah! The dense smell of burning flesh filled the air, mingling with the cigar smoke the Great Mother exhaled. Every time the hot needle she held pierced Vlad's skin, the air in the room grew heavier, and the thick smoke became even denser. I'll say it again, this is a curse. Each stitch the Great Mother made left a lightning pattern on Vlad's skin. The pattern that started on the back of Vlad's hand soon climbed up to his shoulder, covering his left arm. A curse that introduces impurities into another's world. Originally, we magicians devised it to fight knights. Although he was trying to stay composed, the pain was already clearly visible on Vlad's face. The tattoo the Great Mother of the Ruga tribe was inscribing wasn't just engraved on his skin, but on his very soul. Vlad's face was already covered in cold sweat, the pain far more intense than he had expected. "And I suppose you already know what those impurities are, don't you?" Seeing Vlad nod silently, perhaps from the pain, the Great Mother set aside the pipe she held. "Well, there's no way you wouldn't know. Because there was already someone within Vlad who had experienced the secret arts of the Ruga clan. Please, don't use this curse to deeply wound another's world." Whoosh! With those words, the Great Mother expelled the mysterious smoke from her lungs onto Vlad's left arm. The smoke, infused with the Great Mother's sincerity, seeped into Vlad's arm, completing the drawing. Because no matter how deeply you stab others, in the end, the world that will be hurt is your own. The tattoo, which at first had only been an outline, began to fill with color. The pattern of black lightning grew sharper and clearer. Long ago, the mystery of the Ruga clan, said to have been used to mark the most perfect dragon, was now entirely black and sharp, like the lightning that first bonded Keanu and Vlad. Numerous soldiers moved, leaving behind the barren land visible in the distance. These were the imperial and central forces gathered in the capital, Brigantes, advancing toward Namaka, the city of outlaws. Unlike when they pursued Vlad, the Central Army, which had now grown to tens of thousands, continued advancing north without stopping. Commander T. It's reported that Count Gaidar has just passed through the western gate. Really? Dragon Blood Duke Sarnas, the commander-in-chief of the Northern Expeditionary Force, widened his eyes in intrigue at Mershea's report from the side. It was a fortress blocking a narrow gorge. Has he already passed through? Well, as Sarnas said, Fort Holland, which blocked the west, was a natural fortress built along a narrow canyon. Naturally, passing through such terrain required many sacrifices. But for some reason, Count Gaidar, worth little more than half a coin, had managed to pass through very easily. It wasn't Count Gaidar who conquered it. Count Bayezid voluntarily withdrew his troops. But the brilliant achievement of Count Gaidar was nothing more than the empty shell Peter had thrown away. Sarnas's gaze deepened upon hearing Mershea's report that Peter had voluntarily relinquished the advantageous position, as expected of the northern fox. He was prepared for any eventuality. Bayezid and Baranov, one of the two pillars supporting the north. They were certainly very different from the weaklings wielded by the blood dragon. I had thought to cut off their supply lines if necessary, but it seems that option is no longer available. No matter how favorable the terrain, if you don't have the means to hold it, it's useless. And Peter already knew that for the distant northern allies to fully control Fort Holland, they would have to pay more in costs than they would gain in benefits. We'll change course. From now on, we'll move along the eastern route. Clicking his tongue at Peter's refusal to take the bait, Sarnas decided to abandon his original plan and execute his second option. After securing that, we'll head directly upwards, not northwest toward Bayezid, but northeast toward Timur, the Iron Duke. Now that Bayezid was firmly tied down by the Golden Duke and Gaidar, the army led by the Dragonblood Duke had decided to march straight to Bastapol, the heart of the north, where the Iron Duke resided. But Father, no matter how many we are, dividing our forces doesn't seem like a wise choice. Seeing the Dragulia banner suddenly lifted, Mircea began to admonish Sarnas, concerned. Though it was part of the plan, it was obvious that splitting the unified front into two would place a heavy burden on the expeditionary force. There will be great losses. It might be possible to end the war quickly, but it was a choice that inevitably involved significant sacrifices. However, there wasn't the slightest hesitation in Sarnas's voice as he prepared to push tens of thousands of troops into the cold, snowy fields. "I know, son," he simply whispered softly to his son with the voice of a fierce dragon. "Of course, many humans will die. What were these men marching north for? Were they there to subdue the north, which had rebelled against the Empire? Or were they mere puppets moved by the dragon's breath in his quest for perfection? Don't forget, Mircea, the victory we seek lies elsewhere." Yes, the answer to that was found in the banner now flying in front of Sarnas. The Dragulia banner had a slightly different design from the original flag that depicted the beheading of a dragon. This father wants to show you the world of dragons, as it was in its perfect form in ancient times. Behind Sarnas's head, as he smiled kindly at his son, a banner flew. The Dragulia banner, now standing proudly before the imperial standard, was emblazoned not with its former tattered appearance, but with the enormous wings of a golden dragon. It was a room filled with pure white sunlight. A room so bright you could feel the softness of the fluffy quilt just by lying in it. However, Vlad, who should have been lying there, was instead sitting at a small desk, intently studying the maps laid out in front of him. And now, here, Vlad's voice sounded somewhat irritated as an old finger pointed to a spot on the map. As the circle on the map expanded with each indication, Vlad's brows furrowed more and more. "You're not lying this time, are you?" "I've never lied to you, little brother. Go to hell." Vlad began to smirk sarcastically at the voice of Radu next to him. "How is it that someone like you got caught while trying to escape?" Today's sunlight streaming through the window made Vlad's blonde hair shine intensely. But it was the deep blue of Vlad's eyes that weighed more heavily on Radu than the blonde hair he lacked. Since the battle, the blue in Vlad's eyes had deepened, reminding Radu of their father, whom he had feared so much. "If you were going to leave, you should have done it quietly. Why did you try to steal Noir? Because he's fast?" Even thinking about it again, the aged Radu stood helplessly next to Vlad, who laughed as if it were absurd. He had wrinkled skin around his neck, where a black thorn tattoo was marked. Vlad smiled coldly as he looked at Radu, who bore the same golden mark as their father. "We made a promise back then, remember? That you would help until we destroyed the Order of Dragons." In the outlaw city filled with smoke, Radu had drunk Vlad's blood and made that promise. Stop the Dragon Slayer knights who were currently attacking the Ruga tribe. The oath marked in the blood he swallowed still coursed through Radu's veins, and he still wanted a fair reward for it. "My blood isn't that cheap, is it?" Radu only nodded as he looked at Vlad, who smiled calmly. Indeed, As Vlad had said, the contract they made in the Marca had not yet been fulfilled. The knights led by the oldest dragon still roamed the continent, and Radu's fair price had yet to be properly paid. Drip, drip, bright red drops of blood began to fall from the tip of Vlad's finger, which had been lightly cut with a dagger. Radu swallowed hard, unconsciously, as he watched the vivid colors slowly seep into the teacup. "Where is this? Where? This place you just pointed out," Vlad said as he unfolded the two maps he held. One was a map marked by Jaeger. The other, the one Radu had just indicated. Vlad, who had been tracking Ramashtu's whereabouts based on testimonies from knights who had encountered evil beings, had finally found a place where their testimonies overlapped. Akiuk. Akiuk, one of the villages under the barony of Salanta. However, this village, now abandoned, was only a week further east of Dobrechi, the town he had visited previously. Yes, I remember. It was there that we met the dark sorcerers. Radu Dragulia, the son of the Dragon Blood Duke, had once been powerful enough to command Dragulia's army in the northern city of Moshiam. Even though he was now in such a pitiful state, the information he had dealt with back then would still be etched in his mind. It was there that we agreed to cooperate. At the time, the alliance was clear. "Can you guide me there, yes? I've been to that church once." At the mention of the word church, Vlad's eyes began to gleam. However, the bloodthirsty dragon didn't notice the intensity in Vlad's gaze, and continued speaking hastily, answering questions that hadn't even been asked. A ruined church. A completely burned village, with the church standing in the middle. It's been uninhabited for decades. Without a guide, it'll be hard to find. A church standing alone in a burned village. Vlad silently folded the map he was holding, remembering a scene that felt familiar even though he hadn't been there. Drink. The old Radu quickly drank from the cup of tea as soon as Vlad permitted him. One though the mark of the oath on his neck began to fade, Vlad didn't stay to see it as he walked out of the room. "I can feel it. I think that's probably the right place. The burned village of Akiuk. Now a ruined place where no one lives." As Vlad thought about the scene there, he felt as if he could hear children singing in his ears. Yes, I think so too. Through the window, a bright corridor came into view. The children of Alzuran could now run and play freely, without worry. Vlad paused for a moment as he watched the elves and Ruga children playing together, unconcerned about their race. "This time, I will finish this." It was said that the church, long burned down, had been built by a noble nun. The name of the woman who held many orphans with no place to go in her arms was that of a saint recognized by the Vatican. Tramasu. Vlad looked at the tattoo on the back of his hand and softly murmured her name. Chapter 245, Burnt Church. 2. Upon opening my eyes, it felt as though they were still closed, because all I could see now was total darkness. Joseph, who had awakened in a small, unfamiliar room, sighed as he took in the space devoid of even a single drop of light. Still, I'm glad Jaeger managed to escape. Even though he should have been accustomed to the darkness, Joseph still felt like a blind man within it. His loyal knight, who had always extended his hand to help him, was no longer by his side in the coffin-like darkness. Instead, he was likely in a forest full of green light. Kriak, even though Joseph remained in the dark. Relieved that Jaeger wasn't with him, Joseph dressed with trembling hands and left the room. No matter how many times I see it, it's still strange. The hallway Joseph walked through after leaving the room was as dark and gloomy as it had been the first time he saw it. However, despite the darkness, he had no trouble moving, likely thanks to the magic of that woman named Ramashtu. Joseph, walking alone down the long corridor, began to lower his head each time a sorcerer appeared in front of him. He tried his best not to draw attention to himself. Carefully sidling up to the wall, Joseph could overhear their conversation as though nothing had happened. "I heard the Northern Union Army is coming this way now. They couldn't just let the dragon blood continue marching north without acting. If this keeps up, won't you bring us trouble for no reason?" They were shadowy figures, the kind normally impossible to encounter. But at that moment, there were so many gathered that Joseph felt a chill run down his spine. "I can't believe there are this many." As a nobleman, Joseph knew well how much of his father's budget had been spent searching for these dark entities. Still, despite all the efforts, those hiding in the shadows were numerous, and the endeavors of Bayezid had been in vain, like a captain steering his ship in the wrong direction. "If things get difficult, we'll just spread more gold. Baron Salanta is a proud man. If we stoke his hatred toward the north like before, he'll support us without issue. Indeed, sometimes humans are consumed by their own hatred, not realizing they're destroying themselves." With those words, the signs of the dark mages gradually disappeared in the distance. Once Joseph confirmed they had gone, he finally raised his deeply bowed head. So, that's how it was. Biting his lips slightly in anger, Joseph struggled to contain the rage igniting inside him as he realized all his efforts had been futile. That's why we couldn't find them. Dark mages hiding in the shadows. They were beings I thought impossible to find because they were buried deep. But Joseph, who had walked into the darkness alone, now realized why they couldn't be located. There were people laughing on the sidelines. Because the ground we walk on is different. The skin color we are born with is different, and the gods we believe in are different. A divide between worlds is inevitable. Those who had constantly fueled hatred and discrimination within that gap were now raising black fingers like wolves' mouths, telling each other to kill. I can't allow this to continue. When I was outside, I didn't know. But now that I had touched the darkness, Joseph could see. In the cracks of the world, skillfully widened by these beings, the insidious poison continued to seep in. Those hiding in the shadows still laughed as they watched the hatred and discrimination they themselves had manipulated. Now, it's just me. With those words, Joseph moved forward once more. Now the only person standing where they should be in the darkness, with no one around, was himself. Though he couldn't swear it to anyone, Joseph ventured deeper into the darkness to do what he needed to do. We of Aujuran will never forget your help. The old Geronimo, who had aged even more, smiled at Vlad. But the vigorous handshake that accompanied his gesture conveyed a vitality that belied his appearance. Thank you for accepting the Ruga tribe, great elder. Now that he knew where he needed to go, it was time to leave. Vlad, shaking Geronimo's hand in farewell, glanced at the great mother of the Ruga tribe standing beside him. The children love it here. I suppose they prefer the green forest to dirty alleyways. The great mother of the Ruga tribe nodded as she caught Vlad's gaze. At first I thought you were a bad connection, but now I see you're a benefactor. Sometimes blessings come disguised. They were wandering people, unwelcome by anyone, but the elves' forest was vast, and the young world tree welcomed them. It was only then that Vlad felt a weight lift from his heart as he watched the small Ruga children, who had walked together along the tunnel opened by the shining mole, wave at him. Wait a moment. At that moment, a small figure squeezed through the gap between the elders. With a small mole on her head, the priestess, her fingers wrapped in bandages, approached Vlad. It's the first time I've done something like this. Does it look strange? The priestess's eyes, staring at Vlad as if embarrassed or regretful, were somehow full of moisture. But Vlad was more focused on the small banner she held in her hands than on her embarrassment. No, cooked. From Bayezid in the north to Arnstein in the center. The many family crests that Vlad had collected to prove his identity were placed in the palm of the young priestess. Looking at the numerous inscriptions before him, Vlad couldn't help but think about his own journey up to this point. This is much better than the drawings you've made before. Hey! And at the end of that banner, the young priestess had embroidered a tree. It was her first time using a needle. The emblem somewhat resembled the young world tree that could be seen from above. It's full of emblems. I bet half the empire is represented on this banner. Bayezid placed a hand on the priestess's head, her eyes wide as if she couldn't understand what was being said. Thank you for everything, Bayezid. The leader of the Rangers, who had endured hardships together, regardless of age or race. He continued speaking, clasping Vlad's hand firmly without hesitation. Among us, the concept of giving and receiving doesn't mean much. So if you ever need help, don't hesitate to call me. When they first met, there had been an unbridgeable distance between them, but now there was only connection, with no chasm left to cross. Vlad, aware of this fact, simply turned the reins of Noir, as if there was no need for awkward farewells. Don't forget what I told you. Behind Vlad, who was preparing to leave, the great mother of the Ruga tribe softly delivered a final warning. Don't harm the world of others too deeply, because if you do, you will hurt your own. Free? I understand. Clop, clop, clop. After hearing the words of the great mother, who had cared for him until the end, a small path began to open in the forest. The trees, firmly rooted, moved aside to create a direct path to the village. Vlad was seeking. It seems they're saying goodbye. Indeed, it seems so. Vlad chuckled quietly as he gazed at the forest path, now wider than the one made by humans. He felt as though he could still hear the young tree's voice, because he had once held it. Let's go. Nay. When Vlad said it was time to leave, Noir glanced back, as if feeling regret. A familiar scene, for they shared the same spirit. When Noir looked back, his eyes filled with the image of the world tree, waving its branches toward him, with young spirits sitting atop them. What was visible above the total darkness was not the sky but the surface of the water. No, more precisely, it was the surface of a mass of bubbles. What is that? Joseph, who had finally managed to enter the heart of the dark sorcerer's domain, thanks to a small amount of trust, could now see the large courtyard that awaited him there. And in the middle of that vast courtyard, there was a large tree that filled the entire space. That's the tree where it has taken root. Joseph was startled when he suddenly heard a man's voice, and quickly turned around. Without Jaeger by his side, the only company he expected to find here were the dark sorcerers. But it's still incomplete. It seems that the core of the spirit tree isn't enough to complete the magic of creation. However, the person behind Joseph was not one of the sorcerers he had just seen, but a man whose colors had completely faded. Leaning against the railing, Frazzen stared fixedly at the tree outside, without even glancing at Joseph. Sir, how should I explain why I came here secretly? Joseph was trying to remain as composed as possible upon seeing Frazzen right beside him, but his voice trembled despite his efforts. Are you Joseph of Bayezid? What? Yes, that's right. Even in the midst of the current tension, it was Frazzen who spoke first. Frazzen merely opened his mouth without turning his head, as if he had no interest in Joseph's presence, standing there where he shouldn't be. I've always wanted to call your name someday. Though these were the same words he had said the day before, something about them felt different. Joseph slowly began to lift his stiffened head, feeling an odd sense of unease. Do you have something to ask me, Your Majesty? But was it the pressure surrounding me, or the strange sight of the tree I had never seen before? Though he tried to respond as politely as possible, Joseph realized he had just made a terrible mistake. He had momentarily forgotten Frazzen's words from the day before, when he had told him not to call him Your Majesty. Don't call me Your Majesty. As if those words had truly been a mistake, the energy emanating from Frazzen began to turn hostile. However, instead of feeling overwhelmed by his power, Joseph was simply perplexed by the voice that followed. "I was told you were the one who first hired that Vlad, right?" And the doubt Joseph had just felt turned into certainty. Joseph finally raised his head and let out a silent expression of astonishment at the man before him. "If you give me an honest answer about that man, I'll overlook today's disrespect." The man standing before him was not the same one he had spoken to the day before, a man who barely even remembered the conversation they'd had yesterday. The man Joseph was facing now was like a shattered glass bottle. Do not harm the world of another too deeply, or you will end up hurting yourself as well. In a world that seemed like an overinflated bubble, Joseph was now face to face with a man completely broken. A man who was still slowly losing himself. The man whose memories were leaking through the cracks simply looked at Joseph standing before him, as if he hadn't forgotten Vlad's name. Chapter 246. Burned Church. The wind that blew carried the warm energy of spring. However, within the helmets worn by the men, the cold wind of the north still persisted. Numerous soldiers marched southward. Behind their long, endless columns flew the banners of the 7 families that symbolized the Northern Alliance. Did you say the enemy is advancing south? The Allied forces of the north were leaving the north and moving towards the center. After seeing the army commanded by the Iron Duke Timur, the Blood Dragon Duke Sarnas furrowed his brow as if he couldn't understand. "That's right, Father. According to the scouts' reports, approximately 40,000 soldiers are currently moving near Akiuk. The Northern Alliance forces numbered 40,000. While that was indeed a large number, it wasn't unexpected. However, the reason for Sarnas's confusion was that they were coming towards them, leaving behind the castle, which was a strategic advantage. It's a decision I cannot comprehend. Instead of fortifying themselves in the castle, they had chosen to engage in open battle. If an incompetent commander had made this decision, it would have been easy to ridicule them for their stupidity. But the one leading those 40,000 men south was the formidable Iron Duke Timur. There must be a reason behind this. There had to be a reason. There was no way someone as young as Timur would leave the castle in a fury without cause. Yet Sarnas couldn't discern the strategy behind this move. Could it be? A flock of migratory birds flew over Sarnas's tent as he pondered. Migratory birds descend from the north after spring and rest high in the sky. However, among the birds, there was one with an unusual color. Grrr! A pure white pigeon flew towards the capital Brigantes, in a direction different from the other migratory birds. Tied to the pigeon's leg was a secret note from Timur meant for someone. A group was racing along the empty eastern road. A flag fluttered behind the black horse that led the way. Vlad and his group, unaware that the Central Army was following just a few days behind, were now moving relentlessly toward the fortress of the dark group Jaeger had mentioned. Akiuk is to the right. I know. To be exact, they were heading further north than that. Vlad shouted back to Pedro, who had cried out that they were going the wrong way. We're heading to the headquarters of the Northern Orthodox Church. Vlad was now moving toward the Northern Orthodox Church, not Akiuk. Though his heart was still anxious for Joseph, Vlad's mind remained equally cold. We need to gather more forces there first. They say there are over 100 sorcerers. Jaeger had said that more than 100 dark sorcerers were hiding in Ramashtu's mansion. It was as if all the sorcerers on the continent had gathered there, so for only 4 people to enter such a dark place would be nothing short of suicide. You've grown a lot. In the past, all you did was tear apart indulgences without thinking. What are you talking about? Though he seemed to burn fiercely, Vlad's blue eyes were steady. The Knight of the North was now trying to think not only of what lay ahead, but also what lay behind. Even though their colors were different, there was something in Vlad's gaze that reminded Pedro of Joseph, and it wasn't just an illusion. Stop! However, there was a sharp shout from Radu, coming from the group of riders. Look at those crows up ahead! Radu's fingertips pointed toward the sky, as if in surprise, and something like a black cloud swirled around. Caw-caw! A large flock of crows noisily descended from the sky. Seeing the black crows like the maw of a wolf land before them without warning, Vlad had no choice but to pull on Noir's reins as they raced forward. They're blocking our path. Have we already been discovered? As if Radu's prediction was correct, a curtain of crows lined up and began to block the group's way like a dark wall. Just as Vlad was about to place his hand on the hilt of the sword he carried, a familiar voice came from beyond the curtain of crows. I'm glad I'm not too late. The flock of crows that had stopped the group began to beat their wings and rise into the sky once more at the sound of the familiar man's voice. The place where the crows had parted was now filled with men in black cloaks who had never been seen before. One, we've been waiting for you, Marcus, the hidden blades of Bayezid, and their nameless leader. The subjects of the information network that spanned the north now appeared before Vlad. The decision to head to the headquarters of the Northern Church was a wise one, but it wasn't necessary. We've already prepared everything. How did you know I was here? Seeing the group suddenly blocking their path, Vlad showed a brusque attitude, but that too was expected by Marcus. Jaeger told me. He informed us that you had left Aushuren and were heading towards Akyuk. Jaeger, of course, don't ask how we communicated. That's one of the secrets of our organization. Marcus opened his mouth calmly as if it were no big deal, but Vlad's eyes only grew colder as he looked at him. You've been in contact with Jaeger? Yes. So you knew everything from the beginning? Yes. From Jaeger to Marcus. The situation with Joseph that everyone knew about, but I didn't. At Marcus' final nod, casually saying yes, Vlad's blue eyes began to burn with anger. Grr! Then why didn't you tell me, you bastard? Marcus, who always kept his composure, was taken aback for the first time. Because Vlad, who had been across the distance, was now right in front of him, grabbing him by the neck. Though there had been a proper distance between knights, Vlad crossed it in an instant, as if it held no meaning. Clang! Clang! Let go of Lord Marcus, Sir Vlad. Calm down, we have our reasons too. The crows reacted late and drew their swords with startled expressions, but Vlad's eyes, still glaring at Marcus, were filled with rage. Do you think I'm an idiot? No matter how important safety is, you should have told me. Don't you think? It wasn't that he was angry about being deceived all this time. The real reason for Vlad's fury was the fact that he had been standing outside of Joseph's protection all this time. For the boy from the alleyways, Joseph had been a wall that shielded him from the world. He said not to tell you. Who? Lord Joseph. What? Marcus' choked voice came through his squeezed throat. But it wasn't Marcus who truly choked on the answer he heard. It was Vlad who held him by the neck. Everyone was watching you. From our people in the north to the Blood Dragon Duke, the Holy See, the Imperial family, Vlad of Soara, a boy born in the north with the blood of a dragon, a knight who tore apart the indulgences produced by the Vatican, and was recognized by the Pope of the Northern Orthodox Church which opposed them, and even a woman named Ramashtu, and the sole successor to the Swordmaster's vow. A being named Vlad, who not only deserved recognition from everyone on the continent but also warranted their hatred, was likely someone who had drawn as much attention across the continent as the great knight Emperor Frazzen. The more you raged about Joseph, the deeper he could dive. Huff. At Marcus's words, Vlad let out a deep sigh, as if finally understanding. While Joseph moved toward the dark moon, Vlad had been shouting at him. The voice of Vlad, who had yelled at him not to leave while clutching his abdomen pierced by Frazzen, must have held a level of sincere fury that no one could doubt. You successfully completed your mission, Vlad. You bastards! It was a mission he didn't even know about. However, Joseph had trusted that Vlad would make the right moves even without specific instructions. Because the person Joseph had seen all this time, Vlad, was someone who always wanted to shine, even if he was in a place where no one could see him. Come on. Lord Joseph is waiting for us. 3, however, Vlad's raised hand only trembled with boundless rage. The reason he couldn't lower the hand that held Marcus was that he knew very well that the true targets of his fury were not Marcus. Lead me. Understood. The only ones worthy of his wrath were Ch and Frazzen. Marcus had a bitter expression as he watched Vlad slowly loosen his grip around his neck. I'll take you to the place you want. What the hell is going on? Why are the allied forces of the north rushing to Akiuk? Ch's world, a realm of shadows, churned like froth. In the midst of that world, held up by a fragile tree, the anxious shouts of the dark sorcerers echoed. What's happening? Their cries, full of fear, could even be heard by Ch, who was lying in bed at the time. Ch, who had exerted himself greatly in Ajuran, was extremely uneasy after witnessing the problem that occurred during his purification. The forces of the Northern Alliance are now converging on Akiuk. Why is an army that should be facing the Blood Dragon Duke heading there? It seemed obvious that the advancing army was meant to stop Sarnas in his push toward the north. However, the unexpected movement of the Northern Alliance even baffled Ch, who frowned deeply. I don't know, but the numbers surrounding us are unusual. The movement was so precise that it seemed like everything was perfectly coordinated. The Northern Alliance army, storming into Akiuk, a deserted ruin, had already completely encircled the village before the sorcerers could make a move. Cut the connection. From now on, we'll close the gates to Akiuk. If there had only been soldiers, it wouldn't have been a problem. Akiuk village was merely an entrance, not their operational base. The world within the bubble, hidden by strange mysteries, was not only difficult to see, but even harder to open. Ch. However, the blue-eyed knight trembled with unease as he looked at Ch. I can't close the gate. What are you saying? Ch's connection to Akiuk remained unbroken. Despite their best efforts, something, or someone, stubbornly clung to that gate. It's not just an army. The Northern Church is with them. Evil darkness must be countered by the light of God. The sword of the Northern Orthodox Church had finally found its place, rising against the cancerous beings it had long harbored. You said they were coming to face Sarnas. With those words, Ch, who had risen from the bed, started floating in the air as if in shock. That's what he said. It was said that it was highly possible the Northern Alliance forces would fall. That it had nothing to do with them. The young man with dark eyes, who knew the North well, had clearly told her that everything would be fine. Joseph Bayezid. When Ch recalled that name, her lips twisted cruelly, as if she had finally figured it out. The name of the man who had assured them that there was nothing to worry about was Joseph Bayezid. The young man from the north, who had shown his confidence by drinking himself to death, had indeed said so. Akiuk, a village that had burned down due to an epidemic of plague several decades ago. It was a ruin that no one usually visited, but now it was filled with the tense silence created by tens of thousands of soldiers. A telegram from the Crows. They say they've made secure contact with Lord Vlad. Good. It was worth delaying our advance. The Iron Duke Timur, upon hearing the report, nodded with satisfaction. Although their progress had been slower than expected, the results were good. In the end, all those who needed to join had done so. It seems the timing is right. The Iron Duke Timur, upon hearing that Vlad had arrived, carefully bowed his head toward the elderly man at his side. Though his appearance was that of a kind old man, the red robes he wore indicated that he was no ordinary person. Indeed, With slow, measured movements, the elderly man stood up. Conrad, the Pope of the Northern Orthodox Church, smiled as he picked up an old Bible that clashed with his elegant robes. "I'm glad I'm not too late. For a long time, I feared I would have to pass this burden on to the next generation." Even as he was about to enter a fierce battle, Conrad smiled peacefully. At this stage in his life, he was confident that he could free the next generation from a heavy debt before departing. "Andreas, yes, your holiness." The Pope stood up slowly and quietly called the Bishop Andreas to his side. "If something happens to me, will you take on the role of Pope?" "Your holiness?" It was a calm voice, but firm enough for all to hear. Bishop Andreas, along with the 7 bishops of the Northern Orthodox Church, could not hide their bewilderment at the Pope's words in front of the Iron Duke. "What do you mean by this? My time has come to an end." The Pope's wrinkled hands covered Andreas. They were hard years filled with storms. During that time, the young sprouts could not take root. The old Bible, which the Pope always carried with him, conveyed a sense of connection as he placed it in Andreas's hands. However, after the storm passes, recovery takes time. And I've never seen a priest as skilled at nurturing growth as you. God said that by saving others you would also be saved. Vlad of Suara, a name that now stretched beyond the north and across the continent. The person who directly embraced the name no one had paid attention to was Father Andreas, who had become someone who proved his worth by raising that name. "This is where my duty ends." Andreas could not bring himself to speak further as he watched the Pope depart with those words. The image of the old Pope entering a completely burned church. As he walked slowly, the sound of a choir singing began to echo behind him. "This is truly the place you were meant to be." Pope Conrad finally entered the dark church, accompanied by the high-ranking priests. There, Pope Conrad, seeing the symbols of the church all reversed, silently made the sign of the cross. Determined and straight. Rumble, rumble. A bubble-like world began to tremble with him. At the holy call of the Pope to turn the inverted symbol upright, a world that had been hidden beneath the surface began to shift. "This place where I stand is his temple. It is my home." The inverted symbol began to shake violently in time with the verses shouted by the Pope. "Oh! The building is turning. They're being dragged away. Why is the Pope here?" At the same time, the trembling world of bubbles filled with the constant screams of the wicked. The tremors were so intense that even the false roots of the tree created by Ramashtu couldn't bear to hold it up. Because God's temple is holy, so too will this place be. And if anyone tries to defile the temple of God, the sound of the Bible recited by hundreds of priests filled the air behind the solemn mass being led by the Pope himself. The sound of their prayers held the door to the hidden world and caused the tree, which stood with false roots, to shake its head. "He will destroy you. Rumble, rumble, like an overturned ship." Each time the Pope's sweat fell to the ground, black foam began to rise from the depths of the church. It was the dark, wolf-like mansion that Ramashtu had been hiding, and it was the world itself rejecting God. "What is that? Ugh!" With a tremendous roar, a new black-toned building appeared from the ground alongside the soldiers' screams. Ding-dong! The building that was ripped from the earth with the mournful toll of a bell was a church entirely covered in black soot, as if someone had burned it. Chapter 247. In a place where no one can see. 1. The sound of the bell was dismal. From the strange bell tower that rose into the sky, a bell echoed. Ding-dong-dong-dong. A ruined church that instilled fear just by looking at it, and anxiety just by hearing it. In the hearts of the soldiers watching it, a vague sense of unease spread, like black ink diffusing into water. What? Was it because I'm so close to God's embrace? Inside the church, now shaking with tremors, Pope Conrad, his face pale, staggered. While all the high-ranking priests who were with him had collapsed from exhaustion, he was the only one standing, looking at the church in Akiuk that had come to life. It's terrible. From his perspective, the interior of the church was truly miserable. It was a scene so grim that even the Pope, who had followed God's will all his life, was left speechless. In front of the completely charred chapel stood the symbol of the one he served. It was constructed properly, but badly burned. However, Pope Conrad's eyes didn't rest on the emblem of the church. My God! Numerous white handprints just below. The handprints, painful to look at, screamed beneath the church emblem, as if they had waited for God's salvation until their final burning moments. What in God's name is happening? Pope Conrad slowly walked toward the pattern and carefully extended his palm to a handprint there. It is the handprint that met his own was extremely small. Dozens of tiny handprints, which his old hand could have encompassed. As he followed the handprints with his gaze, Conrad looked up, observing the symbol of God that the children must have desperately called out to in their final moments. God have mercy. With Conrad's lament, a ray of sunlight filtered through a broken window. However, the sunlight that entered stopped only in front of the symbol of God and couldn't reach the traces of the children beneath it. Drip, drip. A cold, dark space that no one in the world had ever visited. The children, unable to enter God's embrace or the warm sunlight, remained seated in the darkness for so long. Pope, Pope, Pope. Now that the Pope had finally found those poor children, he was crying, as the symbol of the church began to turn upside down. Pope! Crack, crack! Black tears began to flow from various points in the church, accompanied by the shouts of an unknown priest. The tears that ran across the ground, mixed with black ash, were the tears shed by the lone woman who held her children in her arms. Get the Pope out of here now! Her tears, stagnant with nowhere to go, had become corrupted. Her anger, which had slowly bloomed because no one cared, might have been justified. Qua! A massive door began to emerge from the symbol of God, exploding with a loud noise, as if someone had shattered it. Behind that door, which rose like a bubble with an ugly creaking sound, it was still full of the screams of fierce, malevolent beings. Grrr! Roar! Above the head of Pope Conrad, who continued sobbing, a cascade of black water began to flow. The waves were so strong that even the noble Pope could not contain them with his hands. The army of the dead poured out as if they had finally found a place to escape, trampling over the exhausted priests and rushing out of the church like a flood. Grrr! Stop them. Push them back. Damn it. There are too many. The sound of spears and shields clashing, the shouts of soldiers, and the chilling sound of something being pierced. There was noise at the foot of the hill that sounded like something straight out of a battlefield. The group riding down the hill halted at the sound that shook the earth and turned their heads. What the hell is that? Along with Radu's astonishment was the sight of Akiuk below. A ruined village with only a black, wolf-like bell tower piercing the sky. However, what the group was witnessing at this moment was an incredibly strange sight in the field. What bastard! What they saw were soldiers of the Northern Alliance army fighting against a tide of reanimated corpses. No, to be more exact, it was soldiers stabbing the reanimated corpses. The army of the dead was so dense that it was impossible to pull back the spears they had thrust, given the sheer number of corpses they were facing. The situation is bad. They are being pushed back. Just as Quijano had said, the Iron Duke's army was slowly being forced backward, as if they couldn't withstand the waves bursting from the dam. Although the Iron Duke's army had formed their maximum force to face the advancing army of the Blood Dragon Duke, the efforts of the largest gathering of dark sorcerers in the Empire's history were just as formidable. "Let's go down!" The flags of the North were swaying precariously in the black, wolf-like waves that surged forward. Vlad saw this and tried to charge down the hill, but stopped when he heard Marcus's voice behind him. "Not that way." Marcus urgently blocked Noir's path as if to prevent him from falling. His eyes gleamed as he looked at Vlad. "Those soldiers don't need your sword. They can handle it. Your sword must reach another place. I'll guide you." In the middle of the ruined village, there was a dark, wolf-like church that continued to spew corpses. The Iron Duke's army was fighting on the front line to destroy it, but if they continued to face it head-on, they would give the hidden sorcerers inside too much time. Understood. As if understanding Marcus's words, Vlad silently sheathed the sword he had drawn. The group ran quietly up the hill, leaving behind the fighting soldiers, and finally found the men hidden behind a shallow bush. "Pleasure to see you again, Vlad Oreo." The holy knights were secretly hiding behind the church, waiting for the right moment. Among them, one of the men wearing the brightest armor recognized Vlad, who had just arrived, and smiled warmly. "Sir Gunther, I'm glad it's not too late." The second in command of the Templar Knights, pride of the Northern Orthodox Church. Gunther. The man who had fought alongside Vlad against the Black Woman in the city of Moshiam had been waiting for him all along. "I insisted on waiting for you. I knew facing this would be easier with someone who's already done it." Behind Gunther, who shrugged, were exorcists whispering prayers softly. They were searching for the right path while cloaked in the darkness, looking for another way to secretly enter without being detected by the sorcerers, instead of using the visible entrance ahead. "Are you tired?" "No." "Are you hurt anywhere?" "No." The voices of the exorcists grew louder as they realized that Vlad had arrived. The air around them began to stir slowly with it. Finally, having found another passage to the world inside the bubble, the paladins with Gunther slowly stood up. "Then I, Gunther, would like to formally request your help on behalf of the Northern Orthodox Church." Crack, crack. With a sharp sound like paper tearing, a black hole was forming behind Gunther's back. The hole, like a dark well, was too small for an adult man to pass through, making it doubtful whether anyone could get back out again. "Please, join us this time as well." And now Gunther was asking him to step into that darkness where nothing was certain. Towards Vlad Oreo, the Pope's knight who had banished the darkness of Moshiam. Zagdue. After hearing Gunther's words, Vlad quietly looked back to see the three men who were watching him: a wizard pursuing mysteries, a heretic inquisitor who practices the word of God, and a dragon bound by a vow. All nodded their heads silently. "Let's go." Though one gaze was challenging, Vlad knew that his group was ready. "One, I'll finally be able to fulfill what the Pope entrusted to me." With those words, Vlad, his left eye closed, carefully touched his left chest. Feeling those words with his fingertips, Vlad raised his own world like a torch toward the darkest place in the world. "I was hoping you'd say that, Vlad. A knight who saved the lives of children." Vlad recalled the children he couldn't save from the darkness of Moshiam, where he had entered through a dream to rescue Jean. At that time, he had no choice but to leave them behind because his skills weren't enough. But this time, Vlad planned to shine a bit of light for those children. Cough! Oh! The world inside the bubble created by Ramashtu. The sound of someone vomiting echoed through the dark hallway. Ugh! Ugh! It was a violent cough, but the way he tried to suppress it was pitiful. Fearing that someone might hear him, Joseph, leaning against the hallway wall, smiled faintly as he sat down. "It's finally spreading." The tips of Joseph's fingers were slowly turning black. just like the countless corpses running rampant out there. Realizing that his time was running out, Joseph picked up the bag that had fallen at his feet with trembling fingers. Is this even the limit of dwarven craftsmanship? From the bag Joseph had picked up, a gentle warmth radiated. It was a bag containing tea items from the dwarves, said to have been baked with a breath that would never fade away. It was a sacred item of the dwarves, known to purify everything in the world because their breath was warm and pure. But even that seemed insufficient to block the poisonous tea of death. I suppose I can't return it either. Though he had promised to return that precious dwarven treasure, it seemed he no longer had the chance to do so. Even if it ended up as a betrayal of trust, Joseph was determined to do whatever he could to fulfill his cause. Where are you going? A golden opportunity to expose the evil groups that had long taken root. Joseph was trying to burn everything he had for that chance that would never come again, but suddenly shivered at the cold energy he felt behind him. You always appear behind me, Lord Frazzen. The tip of a sword pressing against his back slowly rose to his shoulder. When the blade of the sword, now resting on his shoulder, grazed the side of his neck, Joseph felt as though he couldn't breathe. That army outside, did you bring them? However, for Joseph, Frazzen's voice from behind was even more chilling than the silver sword pressed against his neck. Yes, you don't even deny it. As Joseph swallowed hard, dark veins began to form around his neck. Frazzen, who knew exactly what those veins meant, looked at Joseph in front of him with interest. Death is just around the corner. That's why I have things to do. Although the person standing before him wasn't a dragon, Frazzen slowly began to see his colors return. Joseph's voice, calm and truthful, neither deceptive nor false, gradually started to fill something that had long been broken inside Frazzen. Do you seek honor, even in your final moments? Joseph slowly began to turn around in response to Frazzen's question. The blade of the sword grazed the back of his neck, cold as it was, but Joseph seemed unbothered by it. Honor is what knights seek. Unfortunately, I have not sworn my loyalty to you. Though his life was on the line, Joseph's voice did not falter in the slightest. Instead, his voice, tinged with subtle anger, was gradually drawing Frazzen's full attention. Then why do you do it? For your family? To drink? Drink? What? The blue blood of nobility had to be cold. That was because it existed solely for the glory and survival of the family. Frazzen knew this well, but the young man with dark eyes standing before him was not driven by such things. To drink the poison you left behind. Joseph Bayezid had been freed from his duties as a noble after losing the competition to become head of the family. Thus, the world he was free to explore was already a place filled with poison. I understand that the previous generation focused on prosperity and glory, just as your majesty did. But what you ignored left a legacy of poison for generations. There had once been a shining empire. An empire that someone had built, someone had protected, and someone had made flourish. However, the current empire was torn and groaning, and it was likely the fault of those who had neglected the darkness that needed to be swept away in pursuit of mere brilliance. Look out there. In the end, these evil poisons that you left behind have become the responsibility of our generation. As such, the deep-rooted evil was spilling out along with the black tears shed by the woman. The flower of darkness, which had grown silently while everyone sought only prosperity, could pass through Akyuk and spread across the entire continent. That's why we have to drink the poison. It's that kind of generation. Even now, there were those who laughed amid their mirth. Among the nobles of the center who ignored the north. Among the servants of God who disregarded the non-believers. Among the countless desires of the beast folk who had lost their home, the elves hiding in the forest, and the dwarves who controlled fire. Among the countless worlds that were so different from each other, evil people spat venom and stuck out their wolf-like black tongues. So, do you want to eliminate these poisons? In the midst of a dark and venom-filled hallway, the Emperor who had ushered in the era of glory looked at the now ragged young man of the age. For the next generation? This was a generation born to drink poison, even though they hadn't asked for it. Unlike those who had pursued bright things, the children of today were a generation forced to gather the scraps of fallen stars. That's a funny story. Tap, dot, tap, dot, tap, dot. Frazzen's sword tapped Joseph's shoulder as if the tale amused him. Once, twice, and 3 times. Each tap reminded Joseph of the obligations he had yet to fulfill. One then, go ahead. What? With a sarcastic laugh, the silver sword turned and returned to its sheath. Though its gleam had faded, the sword that still belonged to Frazzen left Joseph's shoulder and returned to its scabbard. Do what you can until your death arrives. Frazzen, standing in front of him, had a faint smile on his face. But Joseph, standing in the dark hallway, couldn't tell whether Frazzen's smile was mocking him or held some other meaning. Thank you. It wasn't clear why he was letting him go, but Joseph turned around to seize the last opportunity given to him, running through the dark hallway with a small bag. Frazzen, whose colors were slowly fading again, watched his back. For the next generation, so that the young may have the potential to build their own world. He's the last one left. If you're where you need to be, do what you have to do. I probably won't have a good death. A person who only receives and pays the fair price. Now he ran alone through the dark hallway, trying to ignore the taste of death rising in his throat. I have no choice but to let you go, since you have the right qualifications. There was a young man who wanted to become a knight. A boy with dark eyes, who longed to be a knight and dreamed of becoming the knight from the fairy tales his mother used to tell him. However, the honor of knighthood, which he had considered an unattainable dream, now rested on Joseph's shoulders. A faded silver sword tapped his shoulder. Joseph Bayezid, the last knight named by the first emperor of the revived empire. 7 now. He was running through total darkness to drink the poison he had been given. Chapter 248. In a place where no one can see, more than 10 men were running, yet the narrow, dark hallway remained in complete silence. If it weren't for the occasional sound of their armor, no one would have noticed their stealthy movements. Where are we going now? I don't know. This was Ramashtu's world, secretly hidden within the cracks of the world. The group that had entered through the passage opened by the exorcist priests was now wandering through an unfamiliar hallway. We have no idea where we are. We need to find a landmark first. Behind Vlad, who was leading the way, Gunther studied an open map. It was a small map with large concentric circles drawn on it. However, even though the overall shape was a circle, the dense markings of the hallways on the map made it clear just how complicated this place was. The only thing we know for certain is that we need to move towards the center. What's in the center? At Vlad's question, Gunther, who was looking ahead, carefully scratched his dry lips, as if he was uncomfortable speaking. They said there was a tree. This place, unknown to anyone in the world, was Ramashtu's hidden world, nestled in the cracks of the world. However, Vlad, who had caught a glimpse of this world for a brief moment in the mist-filled city, seemed to understand what tree Gunther was referring to. It might be something familiar to us. Roots growing towards the sky, branches pointing towards the ground. The tree, representing everything inverted, emerged in Vlad's mind, and it was no coincidence. Crash! There was a loud noise, and dark red blood splattered. It was blood from a corpse that had been split like firewood. Damn it! No matter how many I kill, they never stop coming. Droplets of dark red blood scattered like mist from the tip of the axe wielded by the lanky man. However, the gap he had worked so hard to create was swept away by another wave, leaving him just enough room to catch his breath. Damn bastards! They've been gathering these corpses all this time. Behind the man who was fiercely shouting, a large banner with the symbol of an axe fluttered in the wind. Karoi of Harkita, one of the knights representing the north. He, who had dealt with Mershea alongside Vlad in the city of Bastapol, was now constantly expressing his wild fury towards the endless army of the dead. The front line is slowly retreating. Duke, in the middle of this battlefield, where the dead killed and were killed, beneath the 7 flags of the north that flew over the battlefield, Timur, the Iron Duke, stood resolutely. Thousands of corpses have already risen. The problem is we don't know how many more are coming. And the Dragonblood Duke's army? The latest reports say they are about 2.5 days away. Balkov's voice grew weaker as he spoke. And for good reason. The Dragonblood Duke's army seemed to be increasing its pace, as if they were aware of the situation they were facing. If we don't act quickly, they might catch us. Now in front of the Northern Union army stood the army of the dead, and behind them, the Dragonblood Duke's army was rapidly advancing north. Although it appeared precarious, like a moth flying into a flame, the Iron Duke Timur had a good reason for moving this way. We need to finish this before that happens. Ruah! Just as Timur finished speaking, a deafening roar erupted from within the dark church. It was such a powerful scream that it made the legs of those who heard it tremble. Hey, what is that? It's a monster. A monster. A body so large and heavy that it could be compared to a siege weapon used to destroy castle walls. The creature, with twisted muscles as fierce as its raised fangs, glared at the soldiers, blocking its path with its wide, blood-red eyes that were difficult to face. An ogre. My God! But why does it have 2 heads? The ogre was a monster, as difficult to face as a dragon, said to be no different from a natural disaster. But this one had a second head, roughly sewn onto its shoulder. Ruah! It wasn't just the resurrected ones. Witches were beings that created things that should not exist in this world. For them, creating an ogre with an extra head would have been nothing. Damn it! Karoi swallowed hard as he saw the enormous shadow looming over his head. 2 pairs of eyes stared at him. The Knight of Harkita, who was facing those grotesque eyes, gripped his axe tightly, unlike the others. Come on, come at me! Men of the north, who had survived the harsh cold winds of the north, rarely retreated, even when faced with a 2-headed ogre. Aha! A knight charging headlong into a wave of corpses towards a deadly predator. Seeing that bravery, even the other knights of Harkita began shouting loudly, their morale soaring. Bastard! Karoi, whose enormous body made the large club he wielded seem to fill the sky, quickly slashed at the beast's thigh. Rule! The pressure of the roar that echoed in response weighed on his chest. But it didn't harm Karoi, who was already ablaze with fury. Damn giant! Karoi grabbed onto the wound he had made, and step by step began climbing up the ogre. His bravery, which didn't waver even in the face of a colossal giant, reignited the fire in the hearts of the soldiers who had been exhausted just moments ago. What are you looking at, bastard? Though he looked like a pile of dust, Karoi managed to climb onto the ogre and reach one of its heads at the top. The head reached out its arm towards Karoi, but the lumberjack had already swung his axe with all his might, having found his target. Die, bastard! The blade of Karoi's axe, lifted with all his strength, gleamed in the sunlight. A fierce smile spread across Karoi's face, as he soon felt the impact, but his axe had merely cut through the air in vain. Huh? One of the heads had already fallen, and was tumbling back the way it had come. Unable to withstand a single powerful blow, it rolled away. "Thanks for the hard work, Lord Karoy, huh?" With a perplexed expression, Karoy turned to see a tall man with slicked back hair. The man standing on the ogre's other shoulder was Guillermo of Romney, another knight, representing the north. Guillermo smiled at Karoy. "I knew you'd catch its attention. Guillermo, you bastard!" Karoy's curse rang out loudly, but Guillermo's laughter didn't stop. Now, he was determined not only to become a knight representing the north, but also an ogre slayer. "I'll leave the other head as a gift for you." The tip of his sword swung violently towards the remaining ogre's head. My masterpiece." In a dark room, a cry of sorrow echoed from the space where several men were gathered. It was an ogre. Those damn lunatics. The crystal bowl they had been watching with great anticipation showed the image of the ogre slowly collapsing. "Did we mess up? It doesn't seem as strong as we expected." No, it wasn't that. Maybe it's because of the priests chanting in the background. Besides, it faced Guillermo and Karoy. For its first time, it had really bad luck. Some people were mourning, others analyzing. As they watched the scene outside and engaged in a heated discussion about the creatures they had created, they were all sorcerers who had dedicated their lives to creating new life. They had gathered here and there, depending on how they dealt with the mystery,